Oh, fuck, I never heard about this.
Well, I didn't care about sports so much that I just like stopped watching and let people send me voicemails. So people started being like, I'm doubling down again. I'm doubling down again. They would do it all day.
Yeah.
I was like, fuck, money. So I quit doing those deals together. But there's games I did watch, man. Holy fuck, that's fun.
Yeah, it was
Betting on
very
sports
fun.
is fun.
Betting on
If
sports
you're
is
a
very
kid,
fun.
just bet on sports. You'll be alright.
That's what my dad did. Yeah, hell yeah.
That'll get you through it.
Actually, you know what, now that I think about it, pretty much all my friends bet on sports.
It's what fun to do.
And betting on sports is fun.
That's what you do.
We're sponsored by fracking, betting on sports illegally, and vaping.
But all that stuff, you know, sometimes you gotta show up the office. But again, eventually you get to be the boss, so, you know. And I do get jealous though when those dudes have like company parties. Like I was in a
Company parties are fun.
Like I sit by myself all day in front of the computer and I hear about people on like holiday parties.
Now, company parties are fun.
But also
Fridays, dude. When you off work on a Friday,
I know, it's the best feeling in the world. Like, you get to meet, like, you eventually have, like, girls in your life.
True.
I don't mean, if I meet, like, weird,
With female comics,
yeah,
have their head shaved and they're like, it's very touching. It's like, I didn't touch you.
Yeah.
I tried to give you a hug when you came in, because that's how you know.
Don't high five it. It's just never.
Yeah, if you try to shake their hand, it's like, why don't you give me a hug, dude? Alright, I'm trying, lady.
Yeah, I just don't want to look at you because I'm scared of you. How about that? But, yeah,
I do fear your fucking mental instability.
You can have a fucking hot little, you know.
Yeah, because I'm fucking coworkers.
Yeah.
I don't like my fucking lady working.
You gotta, well, teaching's not bad.
Thankfully, she's a kindergarten teacher.
Bunch of fucking chalk hands, dude.
Bunch of chalk hands.
You gotta watch out for like
all those
cool,
ladies. No,
cool
no.
English teachers.
There's no cool English teachers in a kindergarten. Yeah, she's fine there.
That'd be funny to see some guy with like long hair leaning against the board like cat can run.
Yeah. You guys want to see something real cool? Check out Salinger. It's like, dude, these are fucking kindergarten.
Check out that book that has like fuzz and 3D pop-ups. It's weird.
Yeah, if you're a male kindergarten teacher, you're not a threat to me.
They should arrest you for trying to fucking.
If you're a male kindergarten teacher,
like, I don't want kindergartners. It's like, all right, buddy, come in.
Yeah,
How about you pick up trash in the highway?
How about we put you in the back of this paddy wagon and hit you with sticks for a while until we knock all this bullshit out of your head?
Bunch of chalk hands. Get out of here.
Dude, God damn it, dude. Chalk hands is great. Chalk hands is a derogatory term for professors who have never spent a fucking day of their life working. They went to school for their entire life and then stayed in school.
I couldn't get out of that fast enough. Now all I just want to get back into school. Like, man, school is the best.
I could have been a high school professor, or college professor, excuse me. High school history teacher, college history teacher. I would have been down with that.
I'd have to be a college professor.
College professor would have been sick.
Need to be legal, bro.
You need the Bayes legal.
I need the Bayes to be legal, dude.
You need a student Bayes legal.
I'm not trying to catch one of those cases, dude. Watch your little
That's
Britney
tough.
Spears hit me babies one more time.
Oh my god.
No way.
Yeah, dude. Don't even get me started on these days again.
I know my limits, dude.
This was last week.
I went to a normal public school in Atlanta for my 9th grade year.
What was that like?
Absolutely terrible. My friends were going to this performing arts high school. It's called Pebblebrook High School. It's one of the best like public performing arts high schools in the country. And within like 2 months, I knew it was not for me.
What did you dislike about it?
I did not like that my time was dictated by somebody else, basically. Because I'd been homeschooled for so long, I could get all of this work done in a 2-hour span. And then I would go home, and because I didn't feel academically challenged, I went to my counselor and I said, can I do online AP classes?
You were homeschooled for so long.
Mm-hmm.
Go for 2 months. I would just say, let's go back to homeschool. What kept you there?
Because I made a commitment, and I wanted to see
Really?
it through. Yeah. I went to a normal public school, and it
Story time about one of my competitors. So, if you're in the city and you flush a toilet, it goes to the local wastewater treatment plant. And if you're in the county, it goes to your septic tank. And when we pump the septic tank, we have to take it to the local wastewater treatment plant and pay to dump it. To dump it can get a little expensive, especially when you do 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 calls a day. One of our competitors found a little deserted spot with a manhole cover on it that went into the city sewer, so they could dump illegally without paying for it. The municipality was doing some maintenance on a line, so they had shut down one of the sewer lines, so nothing should have been coming into it. And they had a whole bunch of guys in a trench with the sewer line cut open. Comes our thrifty competitor trying to save some money and dumps it down the manhole cover not 2 blocks from where all these sewer workers are in the trench. If you've ever wanted to know how to get your ass kicked for free, here's an idea. Just pour thousands of gallons of sewage on 5 or 6 county employees working in the sewer trench. Story time about one of my competitors.
This right here is all of the titanium from inside a brand new iPhone 15 Pro Max. We have successfully XRF scanned to make sure that it's grade 5, as well as threw it in a furnace to melt away the aluminum, which liquefies at 1500 degrees, leaving behind titanium, which liquefies at 3000. Because we have the titanium left, we can weigh the weight right around 18 grams. But what are those 18 grams worth? On the consumer side, this sheet right here cost me 106, equaling out to around $2.50 per gram. But I imagine Apple's getting their titanium from industrial sources, which can get as low as 50 cents per gram. So if my calculations are correct, there's anywhere from $9 to $40 worth of titanium in every single iPhone. If Apple's smart about their buying, it's probably closer to the 9. This right here is...
Hi girls, pick a number 1 through 5, and don't say it out loud.
Okay,
Have the number? Okay, you have that number? You know what the number is? So, whatever number you pick is how many days she gets to live. So say that number out loud now.
3? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What happened to you? There was some guy that just... Shut up! What? I did. Oh my gosh, that's so funny.
Hi girls, pick a number 1 through 5, and don't say it out loud.
Okay,
Have the number? Okay, you have that number? You know what the number is? So, whatever number you pick is how many days she gets to live. So say that number out loud now.
3? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What happened to you? There was some guy that just... Shut up!
Schlatt?
Yeah?
What's that up there? Do you
Oh,
see that?
yeah, I see. Oh, no. Some dude just found the IP of our server one time. He didn't grief us, so he just plays on it now. And I guess this is what he left us this time. He really had to make it like the Mount Rushmore of the server.
You left the note guy.
Wow, the Dicky Tower.
Really creative. Let's go over to the head. You know, it's a nice view.
Always using bamboo. He's using the new wood and stuff.
Well, it smells a little up here. Schlatt?
Yeah.
What's that up there?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
In 5 miles, exit right to I-5 freeway.
Thanks for you a fun weekend.
I did. I got after it.
You want to talk about that?
Yeah, sure.
How did
What'd you guys have a night in? We did a show in QFC, and Shane and I made a promise to each other that we would black out.
Yeah, we were like, yeah, let's get plugged up.
Yeah.
Shout out to all the dudes over there.
Oh yeah, we got some big time assists from
Yeah.
Mahoney himself.
The guy that owned the place was Mahoney. Some big Irish dudes, hilarious.
Yeah, I was wondering like how the blackout was gonna happen, where I started. Usually that's like a late.
Just a few pieces of the show.
Yeah, a bunch of dudes from Albany started buying us.
Those guys are great.
Shot. We took like 4 or 5 shots just right after the show. Then
It was ugly.
It's weird, man. Yeah. And I was just.
Well, we knew. We discussed it on Friday.
Yeah.
It's just like, go home.
Yeah.
Don't go out tonight. We're going to get
Yeah.
rowdy on
Got a
Saturday.
full 8 hours. Hydrated. Do a show and the audience is just going to
All right.
And then, and then I Irish vibe, went straight home to the hotel.
And then I walked into the hotel room. and saw a nice naked Connie laying on the bed. And then this morning when I woke up to breakfast.
Oh yeah.
Connie went down and got me breakfast. Got me a waffle. He made waffles for me. But then he pissed the bed.
Totally pissed.
He peed the hotel bed.
As even though he beat the bed, drink some waffles.
But I felt horrible.
How
soggy in the bed were you talking?
It was pretty damn. Yeah. It was. I don't think anything missed the bed.
Are you like a big RP?
No, I would never do that really. Every once in a while.
I said to him, I said, when's the last time you did it? He was like, no, that was been a while. Thanksgiving.
Oh, so yeah.
No, but then before that, it was like 2 years.
Yeah, once a Peter though.
Yeah,
Drinks and drunk Peters. That's
what I said. It goes
My
in
cousins, my
shifts.
family, my cousins were like more of like a stand-up video and stuff.
Yeah.
That's like
Yeah,
most
dude.
diabolical.
I stood up in college and pissed on my parents' computer. Middle of the night, I woke up and pissed on my family. The only thing that broke was the modem. Yeah, man.
The modem wasn't piss proof. Did your parents know about the internet at the time? Is that how
A little bit. I went and bought an MO.
So you could just be like, the email's not working.
Yeah. I broke the internet with this, and then I went and bought an MO, and they're like, that's sweet. That's real nice of you. I was like, you know what, guys? You guys do a lot for me. Woke up in the middle of the night at my Uncle Frank's house. Just on a bench press down in the basement. That was a good move. Just stood there, pissed on a bench press.
It's weird the stuff you choose to be on when you're blacked out like that.
In 2
You
miles,
walk
exit
somewhere and
right
then
to
just piss on
I-5
something?
freeway.
Yeah, my
It's
cousin
crazy.
stood on the desk and his mom walked in. He was up on the desk just peeing off the desk. Oh my god.
I stood up I was staying at my friend Jamal's house, and I stood up on his bed. This was in college, and I pissed on his roommate's bed. While his roommate was in bed, I pissed on the guy's bed.
Damn.
That was a tough one to wake up to.
Yeah.
Like, do you remember pissing on me last night? I was like, fucking no, dude. I'm sorry.
In college, I had a girl.
It was terrifying. Some dude standing at the foot of your bed in the middle of the night.
You would feel like the wetness, the warmth, and then there's that like, beloved, firewood sellers are notorious villains and scandals for delivering light loads and bringing wet wood when they say it's going to be dry. This is how you can get product. It's a voice. These are $20. A little notes on there. When they bring your wood out, you can poke that in there right there, and that will tell you, right there. 10%. Dry, nice and dry. That's what you want. I like to see my wood single digit if possible.
1 mile,
No
exit
more
right
than
to
12
I-5
to
freeway.
15%. Act accordingly. Beloved, firewood sellers are notorious villains.
Nah, hell no. What the fuck is that? What the fuck? Nah. Nah. Oh! Oh, for the smile. Nah, bro. Let's go! Yo, that's fucking lit! Yo, that's lit! Fire! Nah, hell no. What the?
Exit right to I-5 freeway. Proceed northeast on I-5 freeway in a quarter mile. Continue straight on I-5 north. Continue straight on I-5 north. Proceed east on I-5 north in 5.5 miles. Stay right to continue on I-5 north.
it.
Wow.
I
That's
never was
insanity.
into, I was never into jacking off.
Not into it.
I
Like
never-
it's fucking Indian food.
Too spicy for me. Yeah. My parents didn't like it, so I didn't do it. Yeah. Give me diarrhea. Yeah. I
Oh
never
my
did it.
god,
I
that's
never-
fucking.
But now I do it. It's better than sex. Usually,
Yeah,
not all the time. I love my
yeah.
girlfriend, but
Yeah.
often it is. Yeah.
See, we really were different types of like not getting pussy 20-year-olds. You know, because I was
Were you
beating
furiously
off
jacking off?
without.
I was just like getting hard and then being like, that's the end. I was like imagining hooking up hard. Oh, we're done. That's not. Friends forced me to once in college.
Wow.
That's it. I'm not a porn.
Now,
I just imagination, just thoughts. Yeah. Or Instagram.
Wow.
I don't get butt pictures. Yeah,
Okay,
I gotta do that.
Okay.
But porn never my
Not
thing.
porn.
No.
Nude, but not even nude, just like a nice
Not
ass.
even a nude. I like
Nice
a
ass with
closed
bikini.
ass. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, I'm not
That's
into that.
out of control.
Yeah, I'm too. That crude will never leave.
Wow.
Porn like disgusts me. I think
Wow.
that's a little on me, but I just didn't.
Here's what makes feminism so insidious. The women who have the most power in this country are not everyday women like you and I who are living quiet, hopefully happy lives. They're a very left-leaning, disgruntled bunch who reside first and foremost in our universities. That's base of all, Hollywood. These women, along with their weak-minded male colleagues, routinely and incessantly sell the idea that men are toxic and that women are victims of a society that is set up to make them fail. How can women ever be content in an environment that insists they're victims? How is that possible? And how can men and women find their way to each other under such destructive cultural conditions? Just the other day, Netflix CEO Ted Sarandos said about this profession, quote, "Storytelling has real impact in the real world." You think? That impact can be hugely positive, and it can be quite negative. And indeed, the messaging that comes out of Hollywood is almost all negative when it comes to the relationship. Very little, if any, pop culture has narratives about love that are uplifting, empowering, or just plain real. And what we see and hear around us is hugely impactful on our thoughts and decision making. Most people need to be confirmed by the society in which they live. So if the constant drumbeat to which we're exposed is that men, especially fathers, are clueless at best and dangerous at worst, what do you think that's going to do to women's perception of men? And what do you think we're going to get from men in return? We're going to get exactly what we are getting. To begin. The number of men currently enrolled at 2- and 4-year colleges has fallen behind women at record levels. And this imbalance has massive implications for society. Not because there's anything wrong with not having a college degree. In fact, the state of the university today is such that I personally believe they're going to fall apart eventually, but that's a different conversation. But because women are predisposed to marry men of equal or higher status. Let me say that again. Women are predisposed to marry men of equal or higher status. Women aren't doing anything wrong in wanting that. It is literally how they're wired. And for good reason, which I'll come back to in a moment. What this means is that if women continue to outpace men on college campuses so dramatically, as they currently are, the number of equally college-educated men will be so small that women won't be able to find the kind of man they want to start a family with when they do later on become hell-bent on doing so, which almost all women do.
1 mile, stay right to continue on
And indeed we just learned that that's exactly what's happening. That college-educated women are now choosing to have babies outside of marriage. This is new for this demographic. And while there may be more than one reason for it, at the end of the day, it comes down to women having been encouraged to map out a life that leave no space for marriage. Today, women focus exclusively on education and career. It's believed they have all the time in the world to get married. But their bodies have a different plan. Just as women begin to hit their peak at work, their biological clock is winding down. It is at this point that women become laser focused on having babies. Only their choices for a husband
Stay
have
right to
dramatically.
continue on I-5 North.
This same outcome would be true in any era, but it's especially true in an era in which there are far fewer marriageable men. The pool has shrunk, in part because many women are lacking purpose and a plan for their lives. You just aren't motivated. And guess what doesn't motivate a man to action? Telling him he's superfluous, that he doesn't matter. Letting him know that women rule the world now, and that he'll have to get in line with their requirements if he wants to see it. It isn't until or unless a woman has a son that she is able to see all of this for what it is. America is clueless about the value of men and what they offer women, children, and society. We scoff at the fact that fatherhood is indispensable for the health and well-being of children. We reject that men's needs and desires and behaviors are any different, or should be any different, from women. We insist that it doesn't matter if a woman out-earns her man, which not only strips men of their primary identity, but doesn't sit well with women either. In 2007, see, I knew I'd mess it up. Oh my God. Okay, is that right? In 2017, Pew Research published a finding that was headlined, Americans see men as the financial providers, even as women's contributions grow. 71% of all Americans, men and women, said that a man's earnings are quote unquote very important for him to be a good husband. A mere 25% said the same about women. And that is where the rubber meets the road. Right there. Because that isn't economic. That's male and female nature. And it isn't going away. And it isn't going away for one simple reason. Because women have babies and men do not. And this has dramatic implications. Not the least of which is that women become vulnerable at this stage of life and in fact do need a man on her own. Because if a woman marries a man who's not motivated to achieve or to build something on behalf of his family, the biological imperative of mom and baby cannot be met. When this happens, mothers and babies want to be together but can't. And this phenomenon is wreaking havoc on women who are thrust back into the workforce long before they're ready to be there. And that's when their lives become unmanageable. That's where the problems begin. This phenomenon is not due to outdated government policies regarding paid leave and child care, as you will hear ad nauseum in this video. And even if it were, those things are a temporary fix at best. They don't solve the underlying problem. The real problem is that modern women have been encouraged to build lives that do not work in the long term. And that quite frankly don't even match what most women want. Being career focused feels innocuous when a woman is in her 20s. But most women still want to get married and have a family someday.
Oh, dude, a couple black dudes called me the N-word a couple months ago, dude, and it was like,
Kind of brightens your day.
I felt, you know, oh, like you promised, you know, I didn't know what to say.
That's so cool that
I like seeing it again, man. Yeah. I remember when I was young, somebody was throwing a rock. Me and my buddy were fishing. A black friend of mine. He was, I think, in jail for murder now. When I was right there. But we're fishing in some lake.
Okay.
So I was always over there, moving, And sometimes you get too many in one area, you can make people move to another area.
Got rid of the body.
Oh, like I'm John Wayne Gacy or something. Like, oh, that was a nightmare. And then,
It's a good friend. Like, how did most of it?
oh, he's one of those kids that didn't even blink. He was just had this like sheer electricity going
He
through
didn't
him.
come over to my house.
Yeah. Well, he's like, if you want to hang out here, you're gonna do this. And I was a kid, so I remember getting a lot of looks at, at that kind of work. And but when your teacher would come over and lean over to tell you something, you would see an edge of a fucking skin. I would almost throw my dick off of my body.
It was crazy.
I couldn't handle the pressure.
We had a lady that was like 70. She was like 70 years old. Huge tits. Great tits. But looking back at it, it's like, damn, that's crazy. I was supporting for that lady every day for like 4 years. Every day I just stare at this lady's old giant tits.
Yes. Yeah, and teachers would try to dress as unseductive as
Which
possible.
made it even hotter, dude. Give me that. I need to see that.
Yeah. I want that B- tip.
I don't mind that. I like a good, totally covered look.
Yeah, me
That
too.
makes me even more.
See, that's why I could really see you. I could almost see you look like an attractive Amish woman if you had the bonnet on and the full
I
regalia.
look like fucking Rosie O'Donnell with League of Their Own.
And you're in the desert, dude, doing partying or drinking anything in the day, it's like twice as hard on you.
Yeah, you wake up, it's just like,
I used to be able to hear my eyes click open because they were so dry when I'd be sitting dehydrated out in the day. It'll click open. Bring up the big boss man. I think you look a little bit like this guy. People bring that up a
look at
lot.
the Big Boss Man's son, I see that.
Yeah, I could bring up that. You look up big boss man, policeman, wrestling.
Big Boss Man.
But it's funny that we look through things as a lens with racism. Because at the time it didn't seem racist. It's
Well,
not
yeah,
like
we didn't know, but it
my
would
black
be
friends
like,
wouldn't not watch wrestling.
yeah, it'd be
with
like
me.
Farouk would be out there, the Big Boss Man would come out with a fucking stick, police stick. Hit him.
I mean, I think there's
It's
certain,
like, holy
yeah,
shit.
yeah. I mean, you don't want to play this in Minneapolis. You don't want to play a lot of big boss man reruns. There's certain places you want to do stuff.
What
and
is
not.
bitch?
The big boss man? That's what Woody would do. Oh, do you remember the first man you ever saw that could have been homosexual or anything like that? And you guys were kind of shocked about it.
I guess I didn't know. It was a priest. I knew something was weird. I just figured it was because he was a priest. Oh, he like spoke with a feminine voice.
Oh, dang.
I remember being a kid. Maybe it's just because he's a priest. He's different.
Oh, yeah, like
Yeah.
This is the case of Paul Quant Sr., a 78-year-old disabled veteran who was subjected to a brutal and agonizing death at the hands of the last person he would suspect. Blues Creek in northwest Gainesville, Florida, seemed like a safe place for Paul Quant Sr. to settle down. He lived there for many years, and he seemed to be living a quiet and cheerful life. He was described by many who knew him as a kind-hearted gentleman who always saw the best in people, no matter who they were. On the night of January the 9th, 2012, however, the idyllic vision of his safe neighborhood was shattered when the 78-year-old disabled Navy veteran became the victim of a violent home invasion. The investigators described the scene as nothing short of horrific. There was blood all over the carpet. Quant Sr. was left bruised and bloodied, but he managed to get to the home of his neighbor, Virginia Grissom, to beg for help. Bear in mind, during this phone call to 911, Paul is slowly bleeding to death and is in an indescribable amount of pain. And it's remarkable to see that he still had the courage and bravery to go out and find help.
911, what's the emergency? My next door neighbor shot up. Oh my God. We're going to need some help. Just stay on the line. Stay with your okay. There's someone to your house. Again. Tell me exactly what happened. And I know my God. It's the word. It's the front. Do it now. Thank God. How many people broke into this house?
This video is sponsored by KiwiCo. And this is a painted bunting. songbirds like this are either male and very colorful, or female and a little less colorful. That's not right. Wait a second. What's this? I think it's a cardinal. But typically, male cardinals are bright red and female cardinals are grayish brown. But this cardinal is both. So is it male or female? It turns out it's both. This is a rare kind of bird called a bilateral gynandrome. It's split perfectly down the middle. Half is genetically male and colorful, while the other half is genetically female and less colorful.
Welcome to Washington.
Male, female, or both, all birds have strange bones. They're hollow inside, which makes them lighter to help the bird fly. But wait, there's something strange going on with these bird bones. These are from the Chicago Academy of Sciences. It's where I'm filming all of the specimens in this video. But here's the thing. They have a bunch of holes in them. Why? Okay, so these holes are called pneumatic foramen. They're connected to the bird's lungs. When a bird breathes, air can enter these holes and passes through the inside of the bird's bones. Birds can breathe through their hollow bones. They can breathe air through their backbone, their sternum, and even through their leg bones. And they use that air to sing. This is a wood thrush. A wood thrush. They have my favorite song. Wait, did you hear that? The thrush sang 2 notes at once. How can birds sing 2 sounds at the same time? Here's how. Birds sing using an organ in their windpipe called a syrinx. There are 4 membranes on the syrinx. Birds can stretch these like vocal cords to create different sounds. But see how the syrinx has 2 different sides? Birds can stretch the membranes on either side independently and make 2 different sounds come out of each side. Same time. That's how birds can make 2 sounds at once. These sounds can be very strange, like a will ptarmigan, or a capuchin bird.
bashing content is unhealthy.
It hurt my feelings.
It is my feelings, my delicate feelings. But true or false, is man bashing content really having an adverse effect on women?
I don't think content making fun of men is that funny anymore. If you catch me on a bad day, like I'll still think it's funny. But I realized in my last relationship, I had to work with my therapist because my ex-partner, him and I came to a head because we realized that my perception, my opinions of men, which are shaped by my own past experiences, but also obviously shaped by the media that I consume. My opinions and my perceptions of men was deeply impacting my ability to trust him. And like trust is the basis of a romantic relationship. And so therefore my relationship was being harmed and very much suffering because of the media that I was consuming and exposing myself to. And so men are...
Did you think this idea of playing exposing myself to? Let me stop her there. Lovely woman, being honest, being accountable. Oh my god, it's shocking. It's an accountable mother woman. What are you doing?
Don't ask me
I
to
say
repeat the
yes
question.
because when you're young, you make a lot of mistakes, and sometimes you have to mess around for you to know what you really want.
That's like me saying I have to take all the drugs to make sure I like them.
The guy with one body and the one with 25 body. I would take the one with 25 because he already.
Men are different.
So you want the guy that has experience. Do you think men care about experience though?
Appreciate that.
No, because the man makes the woman and the woman makes the man too. Obviously, people have to submit and know how to lead, but a woman is only to submit to a man that properly knows how to lead.
Yeah, but I mean, it's actually an advantage for a guy to have a big body count, isn't it, really? Because he's got to know what he's doing. He's got to know what he's doing under the, you know...
Women know inherently.
Well, yeah.
Women are inherently attracted to men. They know get laid.
Most women, a couple of girls here said that they go with the dude who's only smoked one woman in a relationship. But I mean, realistically, most women want a guy that... Yeah.
Alright, so you said
There's a strong vehicle ahead. Out there, white material.
where? I understand that, but
You have to work at the club because you have to make OnlyFans just and they find you as a person. It doesn't mean that you are more. I stay on white
I agree with you, but I agree. But if I were to come to you and try to hit on you, it'd be like, yo, look, like, right now my future's not really looking too bright. I live with my mom and, you know, I play video games. I make $5 a day on Twitch. You know, I feel like I should have the woman of my dreams, but, you know, I don't feel like my future should have any impact on the present. You can give me your number? Hell no. Thank you.
No.
So if you're willing to decline that guy, why should you accept the woman as a sex worker? I'm gonna be honest, I talked about this actually, I posted this earlier on my Instagram. I think if a woman decides to monetize her sexuality or go into certain professions, she no longer qualifies for the terms of good man. No shit. Period. Because what you've basically done is, when you give up your sexuality or you monetize it, you're giving it out to a bunch of other guys, so you've broken the loyalty rule. Men don't ask for much from women. We just want you to not be a slut and then exercise sexual fidelity to us. Just be nice. It's not the same. So I think if a girl's involved in certain things, I mean, I'll be honest with you. You're gonna come on your OnlyFans and you such a dick on a plane. He's never gonna take you seriously.
Okay, you're batting against the law. So, woman in my place, like my kids right now, she'll be okay with not getting their treatments. I know what comes with it, and I know what I'm doing. Not everybody goes is to get married. Someone was going off on me on Instagram the other day because I made a TikTok. It was about positions I want my man to put me in. It was me checking out, then it was a house, getting married, getting old, and they like, you crazy? You think you're gonna get married? If someone's gonna take you serious? Okay, if they don't, because when I started doing this, I know more. Like the consequences. So I don't care. I'm another goal. There's a speed trap ahead.
So you said earlier that you wanted to be a man.
I said that, but I really don't.
What the fuck?
I think what she's trying to say that she has a valid reason for doing OnlyFans. However valid that reason may be,
I might have a valid reason for being a loser. It does not matter. In other words, like, we as men, I'm not gonna get with a fat chick who's on her weight loss journey. I'm just not, hold on, shh. I'm not gonna do it. That's just all there is to it. I don't care. Just like you are not gonna get with a bum. It's the same thing.
Well, I think she's also saying she's made a considered decision.
Yeah.
She knew what the consequences were before she went in, and fine. Whether you'll, change your mind on that in the future or regret that, I don't know. Maybe you won't. But you're saying you decided to do it anyway, regardless of the social consequences, because marriage and stuff is not your goal.
Because to me, it's more important to provide for my family, for my two kids,
But you also have to be mindful.
and to have my kids financially, emotionally stable later in the future.
Yeah, hold on.
That means chasing love.
Okay, that's fine, but at what cost? Because now your kids are going to have to deal with the consequences of your actions. There's kids right now that are going to school and getting bullied just because they're able to see their mom on OnlyFans doing things.
Well, I keep what I do for a living separately from my personal life. That's what I do.
There's always going to be a hater.
It depends on the way that you're raising your kids because my kids are going to respect me.
Hold on. You
They
have a big
to
social
share
media
with
following,
people.
right? You have a big social media following, don't you?
What did you say?
I said you have a big social media following, correct?
Yes.
So it's going to be impossible for them to separate your personal life and your
I
business
keep it
because
separately, completely
But they're
separately.
gonna know.
they're going to find out. It's your internet.
There's
Okay,
always
by the
someone.
time that they find out, they're going to understand and appreciate what I did for them.
Okay, but you
I
also
don't
need to be
have my
mindful.
race with them.
You need to be mindful of what you're doing while you're in survival mode. You're
I know.
thinking about right now. You're not thinking about
Right
the
now,
future.
no, my
So-
kids, you should be in control of what your kids are doing on social media. They're gonna grow up.
I mean, but
Yeah,
there's always gonna be a hater.
Let me quickly. It's same language, guys. Hey, just give me a second here. We don't I understand, but men or women, they don't care about the why. They care about the what. If you found out that I made $500,000 a year, would it matter what I did? Honestly, of course not, right? So if a bitch is 300 pounds, does it matter why she's 300 pounds? No. Does it matter why I'm a fat ass right now? No. We don't care about the why, we care about the what. And women do too. You don't give a fuck why we're rich, you just care that we're rich. We don't care why you are an OnlyFans model, we care that you are. You probably did it for a very noble reason because no woman really wants to have to sexualize. Hold on. No woman really wants to have to sexualize herself for survival. But sometimes women are put in that position, and, listen, we can feel sorry for that. We're just not going to take you seriously for a long-term relationship. That's just part of the consequence. We don't think of you as bad people. We're just...
Hey man, you guys gotta check out this one girl, some actress. I'm obsessed with her. Oh yeah, she's beautiful. Yeah, she's hot. Yeah, she's okay. She's okay? Yeah, I mean, I've seen hotter. You've seen hotter. Yeah. Like in person? Yeah. Like you've talked to someone hotter. Well, the word you're looking for is no, Alex. You have never talked to anyone that's attractive. In fact, I bet money that if this girl merely looked in your direction, it'd be the best thing that ever happened to you. You're ugly. Only people that call someone who's just okay or just saying that to people feel better about themselves because they know deep down they want them and they know deeper down they'll never have a chance. Come on, man, leave him alone. Don't call him ugly. He's handsome. He's not handsome. He's okay. Man, you guys gotta check out this one girl, some actress. I'm obsessed with her. Oh yeah, she's beautiful. Yeah, she's hot. Yeah, she. some point these words have come out of your mouth. All I'm saying, if it came down to, I could probably poke the bear. If it came down to, I could probably take on a jiu-jitsu black belt. If it came down to it, where I could probably land a commercial plane. But you're also beating a bear in a fight near zero. They're usually 3 to 6 times heavier than you, 2 to 4 feet taller than you, and somehow also twice as fast. Your odds of beating a jiu-jitsu black belt are, well, zero chance. You're fucked. And of course, your odds of successfully landing a commercial plane with zero training is also near zero. Yeah, we still believe you can land a 747 if it came down to it. Why? To answer this, I've invited Professor of Evolutionary Biology at Stanford University, Yager backwards. The first thing you need to understand when men claim if it came down to it, I could land a commercial airliner is what they mean by if it came down to it. Men have what us biologists like to call that dog. And when men say if it came down to it, they're basically talking about a scenario that would require the dog with it to come out. Now, a stressful situation like a plane losing its pilot and needing somebody to land the plane would definitely call for that dog with it to come out. That's and of course, if you took just 1 second to look at the statistics, you'd see that men are making this. There is no such thing as a dog with it. It's more like a kite. When a stressful, life-threatening situation arises, men can tap into a deeper innate skill set that more closely resembles a kite. They have increased in near superhuman speed, agility, strength, and intelligence. And I'm not talking about book smart, I'm talking about intuitive intelligence. Under life-threatening situations, men are able to take seemingly impossible information, interpret, translate, and act upon the information effortlessly and successfully. A seemingly impossible task like landing an 800,000-pound metal bird flying 30,000 feet in the air becomes as simple as it's not delusion, it's not an overinflated, overblown sense of their skill, it's biology. When I see red feeling, that if it came down to it feeling that you're capable of things people don't think you're capable of, don't listen to the people who tell you aren't as capable as you think you are. That jiu-jitsu black belt doesn't know about your right. The bear is just a big dog, you can beat a big dog. The 747 is just a car with plates. You know? Hey, what's going on? So the captain's come down with a terrible case of food poisoning. He's unconscious right now, and it appears you two are the only ones capable of landing the plane. Oh my god. Ma'am, is it correct you have over 10,000 hours in the air flying for Delta? Yes, I've been flying since I was 17. And you, I believe, sir, you got that dog. Yeah, I do. What? This is tough. This is a pretty small cockpit. There's only enough room for one of you in there, so who do I choose? Choose a captain. It's actually the captain, and everybody called me that because my drinking problem had nothing to do with me knowing how to fly. You don't know how to fly because you're not a pilot. I am. Why are you even considering this guy? Well, because he claims that if it came down to it, he could land a commercial plane. And, well, come down to it. Right, which is why you choose the person with the highest chance of landing this plane safely. The choice is very obvious. You're right. It's an obvious choice. And tragic news out of North Carolina today. A passenger plane carrying 83 souls crashed on landing, killing everybody on board. I'm told this is after the plane lost its pilot and allowed a female pilot to land the plane. And that is really unfortunate. They didn't have a man on there. Unfortunate indeed. I know if I was on that plane, if it came down to it, I could have landed that shit. This guy literally.
It's funny. Every time I try to write comedy, I end up just writing racial. Like it's all about that. That's all
It's your subconscious fucking instinct.
It's not my subconscious thing. It's just it's confidence. Like the world we're in. It's like where every single thing is about that. And it's fucking ridiculous.
I don't know. I mean, I guess I don't. It depends too because
race, but also sexism and homophobia and shit like that. Where it's just like
it's definitely
it's our world. I'm not talking about our country or whatever, but it's like living here and being around open mic comics and comedy itself. Like I mean,
any form of entertainment. The Grammys were last night. That was
oh my god.
Grammys so male, dude. Grammys so male.
It was too male for me.
So male, dude.
Did you see Kesha's powerful performance?
I saw it. Yeah, I saw clips of it too.
How hard did? All right, so Kesha, for those of you who didn't watch, good video. I guess she was raped. She has a song about it.
She alleges under sound
and then she has a song, like a hit right now that's about
it's that put as nicely as possible.
Yeah.
And all the divas joined
on stage and she hugged them all and cried. And then they cut to James Corbin. The fat British guy who's not gay somehow. And he was like the host. So when they finished that, he had to try so hard to cry. Like they cut his head of James, like you gotta pretend that was the most powerful thing you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah, imagine if he was just like, nice.
Yeah, I know.
Well, dude, so I watched that this morning, and I was like, I'm fucking sick of this Hollywood bullshit. And then you see the Nassar stuff? Larry Nassar, the doctor?
The gymnast. First,
There's 150 girls who came in and were just like, you abuse me, you abuse me.
Yeah.
The lady sent them for 150 years. 175
Oh, yeah,
years.
lady judge. You talk about your all-time backfires.
Butt fucked him, dude. Butt fucked him. She had like a 15-minute statement herself. He wrote her a letter, too. He wrote her.
It was horrific.
Dude, that's because I was like, very cool. Then you watch that and you're like, ooh, boy.
Yeah,
That's a bad one.
And that's what Kyle was saying while we were watching it.
What?
Because we were making fun of it while we were watching Kesha.
Yeah.
Saying some pretty horrific things.
Yeah. What's the instinct? Especially when you see Hollywood. For some reason, when Hollywood takes up a cause, I'm like, I instantly like,
And then with the British guy commentating on it.
Yeah.
Like, well, I was joking that he was like British soccer and I'm like, and Kesha, absolutely brilliant. Like, all that, and it's just like, seemingly unbreakable. She's been raped. Yeah, really horrible stuff. Almost unbreakable. But she's done it absolutely brilliant. Magisterial performance. You've done it. Even though you brag about being a slut, you've been raped.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
So you're slut shaming, dude.
Yeah, well, I was being a horrible slut.
Yeah, you're being a
I was
dickhead.
intentionally being, you know,
Yeah, in the name of comedy.
in the name of beautiful art.
Yeah.
But,
Heard that.
yeah, like while Kesha was crying, I was like, absolutely brilliant. You've dressed like a matador and claimed rape on a national stage. Undeniable. But, Kyla was up there and she was like, you gotta stop, like, she was like, well, did you see the thing with the guy from Michigan State today?
Yeah.
It's like, maybe these girls aren't all lying. And I was like, wait.
Yeah, I'm not saying that's the line.
First off, if you think the narrative in this country is that all women are lying versus what the narrative actually is, which is women are never lying,
Yeah,
that's just ridiculously twisted.
that's the thing about it too. Where like, I mean, dude, a year ago though.
It takes about 10 seconds for me to think about what I just said. As soon as I got done.
But dude, yeah, a year ago though, it was like, there was people coming out being like, I always believed a woman, and that kind of, like, well, you can't do that because like the justice system. And then the conversation's so uncomfortable that it just fades into the background.
Yeah.
So then when all this stuff comes out now, like, dude, who the fuck just came down? I think who's the guy, the casino mogul, just got in trouble for sexual assault allegations.
Pretty sick of it as a native.
He lost like 350, no, like not a native, he lost like,
Native casino.
no,
rapist.
they wouldn't give a fuck. He lost like $357 million, and since he was a donor, I think he used to like donate money to the RNC, they're like, we'll give back the money you gave me to the RNC. He's like,
yeah, that's what they're doing with Weinstein and the DNC.
yeah.
And they were like, no.
No.
Everyone was like, no.
They're like, we'll give back that little bit, I guess.
Well, we're going to donate some to women.
Yeah. Clinton Foundation.
Yeah.
Goes right back into the machine.
Absolute.
But dude, it's like, it's hitting a point now where it's like, you can't tell me now that it's like, if you want to dismantle, if you're Democrats and it's like, those politicians aren't being like, well, is it right to kind of allege stuff? I'm not saying they're doing it, I don't know, but
Yeah.
it's definitely usable to be like the point when they got their guy, they're like one of the RNC's big funders. It's like, well, they give that money back. And like, it's like strategically trying to take money out of their public policy. It's like, dude, this is fucking crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that's where, like, the Roy Moore thing.
Yeah.
It's like, I think he was pretty guilty.
Dude.
But also, it was an interesting timing on when all those allegations came out.
Yeah.
As soon as it was re-election time.
Yeah, he, like I said,
It's like, that's odd.
he didn't help himself. Because I was watching, like,
Fucking weird.
come on, bro. Now, when he did that one where it's like, you had sex with a 17-year-old, you're 30, he was like, I don't think so. I was like, come on, man.
It's like the fucking
Jesus.
Sandusky thing. It was like, are you attracted to boys? He's like, what do you mean by attracted? He's like, all right, fuck it.
Yeah,
Dude, now I want to do a soccer voice about Kesha.
What?
In my head.
Dude, that is
That's
fucking
all in my
funny.
head right now.
That is,
Absolute brilliance.
and
The unrapeable.
it is weird. It is weird though to be like, I can't think of how to say it, but it's like a commoditized, like it's like a commodity now of like oppression, fighting oppression. It's like something you can sell now.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's fully, there's like no denying it.
They're selling time's up pins.
Yeah, exactly. Someone's making fucking bank.
6 said he ordered new me.
Time's
Two
up.
Time's up pins.
Good.
I'm definitely wearing that.
I don't work. It's just, when you watch something, like, that's the split of it for me. It's like, well, that was my big season sorry beat. It's like, there's women who get raped, and it's absolutely horrific. You get raped, you know, whatever happens, it's horrible. And then it's like, and then you get that girl against Aziz Ansari who was like, I was on a date, and I sucked the guy's dick. I didn't really want to, but I did it anyway. Yeah, I thought I'd never date this boyfriend, and everyone would be jealous of me. And then it didn't pan out the way I wanted it. And I'm just going to say that I was uncomfortable trying to simulate that essentially. So that's what people, if you're like, that's bullshit. People are like, but he doesn't understand. And it's like, you're just watering down a rape dialogue. Where people who got raped are like, no, that's not the same thing. You can't do it.
No, of course not.
And that's why I don't know what Kesha's thing was. Like, she gets date raped? I have no idea.
I don't know. I have no idea about Kesha.
So I'm saying, I don't know either.
But I do know she sang a pretty powerful song.
She did. That's all that matters now. That you put on a sick performance in the Grammys.
I mean, it's tough to say because who knows what happened.
That's the thing.
And I think it's pretty well. I've never heard anybody dispute Kesha.
No, I never heard it either.
So I bet she got it.
Probably did.
She did. It was a negative experience.
I like Kesha.
So do I, dude. Timber.
I saw her sex
all that
tape.
shit.
There's a speed trap ahead.
I don't know what she looked like, but she looks like something I couldn't figure
You
out.
find pictures online of her that look like Daddy Water Control.
There was an alleged sex tape where we were just like, come on, Melody.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yes. Yeah, I saw that.
I always, whenever I say,
Like, John Travolta face. It's like majorly.
whenever I say I saw a sex tape with like a pop star, I instantly am like, man, I want to shoot that tape. I'm like, maybe this one. Yeah, it's such a weird place to be in. In my gut, when I see all this stuff for some reason, it probably goes on the show. Probably goes on the show.
Yeah, well, that's one thing about the whole.
I watch it and I'm like, fuck. It's like,
Yeah.
Kesha got raped, obviously condolences. But when I see it put into a weird music
When you see it
industry
get monetized.
actress, like an actress spotlight, where like now there's like teams of people writing about it and making money. It's like, yeah, my black son's gonna be sick. It's gonna be so funny, dude. I've really thought about strategies for how like to navigate that, and that's gonna be a tough one.
What happened to Black Sock?
Yeah.
Better hope this podcast gets erased from the internet. You've never been racist. You've never been
Fuck him. I'm like, dude, I will
You better hope you don't.
I will deal with fucking
You better hope you don't slip into some sort of Asian somehow.
Like I'm not Asian. Because I'm not Asian.
You do have all that MSG in you.
I'm saying if I keep eating this MSG, see if I have an Asian son.
I have an Asian son.
That'd be funny if I had like a really good relationship with my black son. He listened to this podcast. He was like, fuck Uncle Shane, dude. Fuck him.
Do you think when Asian babies come out of the womb, they cry like,
I've never heard an Asian baby.
yes.
I've never heard an Asian baby cry.
They don't cry.
You should get one.
They don't.
You should go adopt one.
Get an Asian baby.
Just hear her cry and be like, alright, we're done, thanks.
Take it back. Send it back to Korea. Yeah, that's
Send him back down the Nile, dude. Be like, okay,
put
there
it
you
in a
go.
basket.
Oh, send him back there with a game. We should adopt North Korea. Well, really?
No.
Export.
No.
North Korean babies.
No, they're not exporting. Shit. Except for
Take a look at her chest. There's no space between her front legs. Yes, there's none. It's like her legs come right out of her neck. You can also see that Honey's tail goes straight, like perfectly straight. And at the bottom, it looks like it's been dipped in black ink. And that's kind of a sign that you've got a wolf. And also you can see right there, that black spot, it's a caudal mark and it's a scent gland. And you know, a lot of dogs will display these too, but they're really common in wolves. Also notice Honey's face. She's got a triangular shaped face and a big long nose. And look at those open eyes. Yes, you're a beautiful girl. Okay.
Yeah. Alright, Myron.
I'm just gonna go outside.
There's a speed trap ahead.
Sex worker trying to sell you purity while simultaneously siphoning off your audience for her own personal gain.
That's funny.
I would say that she's the equivalent to Cell, stage 1, where they keep the tail and they suck you dry. And what's going to end up happening is this, my friend. Once she goes ahead and sucks you dry and is no longer able to benefit from being associated with you, she's going to go ahead and find another guy that's bigger than you and move on to him. And that's what's going to happen, because what happened is that she's on OnlyFans, she's on social media, and in order for her business to grow, she's to ensure that she's attached to someone who has more status than herself. So once she reaches her level or exceeds it, she is definitely going to leave to go to someone else. And, you know, she knows that, right? The thing is that she understands that she has more sexual experience than you, she has more experience than you in general. That's why she's able to manipulate you, do this stupid shit that she does, puffy eyes, crying, etc. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, no, I don't care about you. But she doesn't care enough to delete her OnlyFans even though you told her that you don't like it. So you're going to deal with this way. You're going to make her a side chick. We're going to go get another girl. And you're going to have multiple women, and then you're going to get a percentage of her earnings. If she cares about you that much, she's going to give you a percentage of her earnings. I would say 50%, if not bare minimum. And she's a side chick for life. I would never take her seriously, give her a title. And get a main girl that's not on the internet. And that's how it's going to go. Because since she decided to make that decision of I'm going to be on OnlyFans, I'm going to sexualize myself, fantastic. You no longer get the benefit of being taken seriously as a main girl. You are a side chick for life. And as far as if she did quit her OnlyFans, it doesn't matter. Forever, so she fucked herself over.
Screen grabs, video recorders.
Yeah.
I mean, unthinking.
When he gets his kick deal, and when it's max as it says, I swear I'm gonna sign something that says I don't want a dime, I don't want to make any money off of him. Like, you guys don't have to see that part, but
it doesn't matter because the exposure is going to make back for it.
I won't make it, like, I don't think you hear me when I speak, but it's okay.
No, indirectly, you by being associated with him, you will. Which is why, like I said before, you're like stage 1 Cell. You're going to suck on dry.
Yeah. That's so, like, I don't even have to.
Because here's the thing. Look, man, this is how women extract resources from men. A woman's biggest power is being able to know that she has more knowledge than her guy. Neon doesn't know his worth, which you're exploiting right now.
No, I try to help him see that.
No, if you knew his worth,
I actually don't know my worth. I think I'm a fucking loser.
I try to help him see that he actually matters.
No, I'm actually helping him see that. You don't like that because if he knows his worth, he would never take you serious. That is true. Perfect. You would be a side chick. Only. DM dick. That's it. Nothing serious. Free watches. Free watches. American. I mean, be honest, you should get that watch back. I don't even take it. Yeah.
Don't.
And you know, it's funny too because anytime I've ever seen women give men expensive gifts, it was always OnlyFans sex worker girls.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
They have to invest.
They have to invest in their man because they know that what they do is unacceptable.
He deserves that watch. Did you not hear me? He has been working for a month straight. Like, I can't even stress this enough. His streamers, his viewers know. He's been doing 4 to 7 hour streams. Like, that takes a lot of work and it mentally drains you. So the fact that you don't think that I gave him that because he deserves it in general, just fuck you. I don't care.
Interesting timing though. You gave it to me right after I had a pet talk with him and told him not to take you seriously.
It has nothing to do with you. Genuinely, it has nothing to do with you.
Well, now it doesn't have to do with it.
You're making this about you, but it has nothing to do with you. That watch is for him. So please don't try to convince him otherwise. Because it's pissing me the fuck off.
Oh, shit. Well, anyway, did she ever spend money on you like that prior to me giving you that talk?
He's giving me eyes. Why?
Did she ever give you anything expensive and nice like that?
What's scary?
Holy shit, what? Did she ever give you anything nice and expensive like that prior to our talk?
No. I'm to be honest, man.
That's fine.
So think about that for a second. Anytime I've ever seen a girl gift a guy something nice and expensive, she fucked up immensely.
You know what the best gift? Oh, I mean, it should come from you, but like, she's nice.
Look, I mean, she's not opposed to it, right?
Yes,
That makes sense business
That's
wise.
what
Never what I said. Keep putting words in my mouth.
Did you not say I'm not opposed to it?
Because I'm not going to say I want to take it from him. Like, that's so... I think if he wants to lose it to me, that's something we would talk about again in a separate, private conversation. Like, of course he's going to be like, oh yeah, I want to lose my virginity, like, on camera. Like, he doesn't want to look any type of way. That's not manly.
Listen, you know what's crazy? And I learned this for myself. It starts on the internet, so then on the internet as well. So, regardless of the facts, you started on the internet.
Yeah. So now, what's your take on that? I gave you the advice. I told you what you should do. She's she's gonna stay with you until she can no longer suck you dry, and then she's gonna move on to something bigger and better, make more money off other individuals. So, yeah, man, she is side chick to serve with. Have that.
What do you want, bro?
Well, what do you want?
And then what do you
Fucking
want?
lost, bro. Like, actually, like, this just made everything worse, to be honest.
What do you expect, nigga?
Bro,
This is the truth, bro.
That or does not sound right about anyone. But, bro, like, I mean, he is pretty cool. He learned how to stream and, like, like, I've had a blank face this entire time. Like, I'm like, I don't know, bro.
What are you gonna do? You gonna think about it?
Yeah.
You can think about it, bro. I mean, we can
I think I'm just
We might have saved it, bro.
I think I'm just gonna really end my stream and just think about it.
Listen, we go behind the scene, talk to her, figure it out. But honestly, figure out what you want.
And Zerk is FaceTime me right now.
Oh shit!
No more content, go ahead.
I
Just keep
mean,
putting me on blast, it's fine.
yeah, you tell me. You wanna hit?
Ask him, it's his life, it's
You
supposed
want
to be
to
for
take
him.
Yeah.
All right.
Sneako too as well. Wants to call.
All right. I already know what you want to say. Go ahead, bro.
Keep going, sir. You lived on our couch for a week. A week. Claiming you fucked every girl in the house. Nobody wants to touch your bro. Not a single person.
Her name's Sam.
Yeah? Keep going. Keep going. Look at him smiling. He can't even take himself seriously. You know he's a video. Bro, all about this guy.
What the fuck?
I can't take him seriously. I would be so upset, but I just can't. I know his entire thing is a character.
Ah, so you put him under a spell.
Deliver packages.
Yeah, I was on deliver
Dude,
packages.
remember when I did Uber for?
Yes.
I did 4 rides over the course of like 2 years.
You never ever did.
Never did it.
Yeah.
I'd be like, alright, I need to get money this week.
Yeah.
Video games. Yeah, I'll be like, I'm gonna wait till night. I'll be like, I'm more of a nighttime driver. I'm gonna wait till traffic's done. Which is the only time you should be Uber, is
Yeah.
when there's fucking traffic.
It is
Like, I'll
weird.
wait till like, and then we go to an open mic and then
I can't
drive
imagine.
down.
I can't imagine being an Uber driver. Just sitting in traffic all fucking day
Yeah.
long. We're going to a place that you have no interest in.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're not getting out of the car at the end of the ride.
Especially in Philly, it was just picking up agents.
Yeah.
It was just because we were right by the argument. So it was just,
They're like, yeah, I just crashed my
so it
car.
was just,
I need right. I just crashed. I think I go here. I just crashed my fucking car again.
Like, what the fuck am I doing, dude? And then I would just go back
then
to
you go
class.
back to the kitchen where your mom was teaching. You were definitely homeschooled, dude.
I was not homeschooled.
Alright, quick. What middle school did you go to?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, right. You don't even know. You're absolutely homeschooled.
I was not homeschooled. I'll show you my yearbook photo.
Please.
I actually have no idea how it's
It's a Christmas card.
I forgot about that.
What an insane thing to say. That's like, that has to be like the best like slight insult. Just homeschooled. Normal who's homeschooled. Except me. You were
Yeah, no,
homeschooled.
yeah, I was homeschooled, obviously. Was the captain of the football team.
Yeah.
Homeschooled. Was in the backyard.
Long dog, yeah.
Like that you could be a captain if you keep doing this. Doing laterals in the backyard. Hitting the sled. Yeah, it's so sick.
There's
Hitting the
nothing
sled
better than
rules.
sled
Dude, I
to
see
go.
sleds. I'm like, oh my god, I wish. Although that was like kind of the shittiest part of practice.
Sled?
Sled was shitty.
You could also fake lift on the sled, though.
Yeah, then I was tackled, so you could really tell
It was hard to
who was pushing.
Yeah, as a guard, you'd be comfortably in there just fucking
Center,
fucking chilling, yeah. That is true. They start spinning, yeah, you
you
go
start spinning a little. The coach who's riding. It's like, come on.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense, yeah. What are you, gay?
Fucking 60. Fucking drunk. You weird drunk. We were talking about this dude's high school, like in high school, like dudes will like grab, you know, like a coach will be like, come on, hit me. You can hit me for real. It's not gonna hurt. And like, while you're holding like the shield, you know, that like, hey, get under it. You fucking drive off. Coach, we had a coach.
They all did that.
Yeah, every single one. I'll show you. Yeah. Like, this hurts. We had a freshman coach that challenged our running back to like a one-on-one drill. And he was obviously not wearing pads. He got cracked in his face with a helmet. Just blood. It was wonderful.
We probably loved it, dude. We had a high school baseball coach who was like playing catcher, like in practice, got him laying on school.
Really?
Shattered.
You were a high school baseball player?
No, just go minutes right around
Watching.
town.
Just watching from your window. From your bedroom.
Here's all the chain link.
One day I'll be a real boy. One day I'll play baseball. Got home. Mom, what's baseball? Baseball is the devil. I invented baseball.
Well, this was a Nubian thing. That's what
Came here very geometry.
The black Israelites in D.C. that used to chill outside the Gallery Place movie theater. I remember one time I was like, I think I just saw Django. And I walked out and talked to them about it. And I was like, have you seen this movie? It's phenomenal. No, yeah. You would love it. Sir, you would love it.
You're gonna like the end.
Jew to Jew between us. Yeah. I just think they were taking the Israelite part more seriously. No, but like they were like they had a megaphone, you know, the megaphone guys, and they're like, yeah, they got gay animals now. The animals all gay. And then this white woman's like, you can't say that. And she's like, suck my dick, bitch. And he like literally got in her face. It was so funny. She started crying.
Good. It is just moths to a flame for white women.
Oh, yeah.
They just can't. They can be like, okay, I do need to say something now.
Dude, there was
and then they just get fucking destroyed.
Yeah, I love because they always they start with emotion. It's like, I can't stop you. Your pain, I can feel it, but you need to be quiet on my time. Yeah, they always start there, and then it gets the argument. Also have generational trauma.
Yeah, I'm gonna call the police.
Yeah.
Sometimes a slap.
Yeah.
I've seen one where a lady got slapped. I think she hit first, and without hesitation. Dude.
Damn.
No hesitation. Why did she slap me? Fucking right back at her. Yeah, and then it was just tourists because it was the art museum.
Asian tourists?
Yeah.
I want to see the bear.
They want to see the river bear.
What happened to this bear? Somebody crashed a car into it? The bear this whole lucky steps.
They do swim to the Rockies up there.
They love Rocky.
Rocky.
It's a big, yeah, of course. Rocky's a hit.
Yeah, because it's like karate, right? Yeah, that's the thing. Is karate, boxing. Yeah, no feet karate. No feet karate. Yeah, yeah. It's the soccer karate, reverse soccer karate. That's what they call it in China.
They actually chant that from the statue.
Remember that sketch we wrote like 8
What is
years
this,
ago?
like
reverse soccer?
Yeah. Picked up some krauts one time, and they were like, "This city's disgusting." And I was just like,
How dare
I
they?
was so close.
How
to
dare they? Did they say it like that?
What did you guys?
Germans are
you
usually
guys do?
polite. Germans are like nice.
Yeah, but nobody's nice to a fat white Uber driver.
Really?
No one cares.
Yeah,
Oh,
people treat
dude,
you
those
kinda weird
Koreans,
when you
dude,
drive
those
on this
Koreans
river.
are so mean to me.
Do us.
Those Korean boys.
Yeah, they're tough.
They
They're
were
very
fucking,
top down.
dude,
They're bad boys.
They were speaking in
There's some
Korean
bad
and
boys.
broke for 1 second to be like, this fucking guy.
Yeah.
Like, it was one of those, like, colloquial, or I guess, is that the right word?
What kind of Koreans were they? Were they like
They were-
Fast
they
and
were
Furious
Penn.
kind?
No, they were like, university.
International.
Like,
Yeah. Virginia Tech students.
But they packed it, dude. I was driving this
Yeah.
small ass Corolla. Fucking 5 of them got it. And the one that talked shit was like in the middle, like leaning forward. So he was like right here.
Yeah.
What was he saying?
He was speaking fucking,
Oh,
bullshit.
yeah.
And then
I know
one
that
of the things, like, oh, fucking him. know? Okay. I remember the date because it was 9/11 when I got the news that I was going to be on.
That's seen a great 9/11.
Yeah, it was a good 9/11. Another good 9/11.
True.
Added to the board. So far, I've had nothing but good 9/11.
Some of the one, you know,
The
one
first
bad
one
one
was
spoiled the fun.
nuts.
Yeah.
Recess all day. You know, had no clue what was going on.
I got to watch TV in the daytime.
Kids watching TV in class, teachers are crying. You're like, this is crazy.
Your enemies
Teachers just sobbing.
Your
Like, what are
enemies
they?
fell, dude.
We had to go to church. Teachers
You went to
crying.
church?
We went to church.
Sent us right home.
We went to church, and then certain kids started getting picked up. And I was, damn, I wish my parents would fucking pick me up. Of course they did. Yeah. I spent the full day at recess.
Did you guys have school the next day?
I don't remember. I do not recall. I'm pretty sure we just
did. Yeah, I think that's business as usual.
And then that was when everybody started talking. They're like, they're gonna get us. Mechanicsburg has such a huge Navy depot. They're targeting the Navy depot.
New York City was first. Mechanicsburg was next.
They want Mechanicsburg. They did get fucking Somerset.
Oh yeah.
Who knows? They were trying to hit those wind turbines.
It's Fertile Crescent.
Trying to up the price of oil.
It took me years to understand the significance of that. I was kind of like,
yeah,
New York. I'm like, most people died. Seems like a decent amount.
Yeah.
It's crazy that they thought it was like 20,000 people.
Yeah, I mean, they did the math on how many people worked there. I mean,
Yeah.
It's like this insane amount.
Yeah. I thought we had 18,000 quiet quitters.
Where the hell were you guys?
Dude, I was watching. So there's this 9/11. There's a 9/11 documentary. It's like the best one. It was on the History Channel. It was just footage. It was just chronological, and it was home videos.
Yeah.
And one of them was these students from NYU.
I've seen that video.
They're like, I've never showed drinking. They never showed in the documentary. They never showed them drinking.
Yeah.
And then
It's like
this
8 a.m.
week, a video came out. They're all like, while the towers are on fire, the first plane's already, actually the second plane hit because they collapsed. These kids are just drinking beer, like watching it. And then the one girl is just like, oh my god.
It's a wild video.
What do we do?
It's a wild video.
Also, if it's the same video,
It was like 10 a.m. too.
Yeah.
It's really early and they're
Well, they were like
drinking out of
classic
like
Hansel.
pint glasses.
Classic Hansel. Get a couple brewskis, watch the fire.
Oh my god.
But they also, if it's the same video thing, there were people jumping. And they were filming.
They claimed there was no numbers. Pictures of numbers? The Great Depression.
There's a lot of jumpers.
They claimed there was no jumpers. Great Depression.
But not this.
Haven't done that in a while. Hey, landlord asked if I
Acid rain, acid rain, acid rain, acid rain, acid rain, acid rain.
being an able kid, there are a lot of or razors and Halloween candy. This kid. It's somewhere on that list of scary things, but acid. I mean, the idea of acid falling from the sky, that's thought. Didn't really hear about acid. Well, not all about it. So the deal with acid rain is that they came from sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxide. It's burned in emissions from fuel combustion and post-carbon. Those various chemical oxides then go up in the air, they mix with oxygen and water, and that would form sulfuric acid and nitrogen acid. And that would then condense into droplets called So well, no, it wasn't like hydrochloric acid falling from the sky, flash of everybody in the sand. It was corrosive, and it killed marine life in some Canadian and U.S. lakes. It even stripped forest bare in Europe and damaged crops. And the reason we don't care about it anymore is because we passed laws to curtail the release of those emissions. You know, that fixed the problem. Kill us. It's hard to imagine something scarier than acid falling from the sky. Like, I don't know, if blood fell from the sky or something like that, that'd be a pretty good thing that's never happened. All right.
because I'll have to do.
Rise, man. What's up, everybody?
I have made this.
Are we on right now?
Yeah, that's cheese spread right there. And I put this amazing buffalo hot sauce all over it. I am going to eat this MRE.
Right on.
Salty, huh?
Hey, that's what the.
He went in.
Yeah, he's going in.
Get a shot of that. He went inside. His head turned sideways when he took it.
That's what Brandon was saying. He said that the cheese spread is like the best.
Just like tastes like Taco Bell. It's dripping cheese into my coffee.
Oh my god.
I finished it already. I think it's
I
finished.
just don't like that.
This is the gnarliest mookball Tim has ever.
Teamwork.
That's becoming the weirdest. Like, no, check it out.
They're 1 out of 10. What do you give it?
Well, it depends. Like, what's the metric for like a rating? Like, in terms of the taste,
It's very good. It is delicious.
That's a good sign.
no, they will not.
Good sign. It looks like a Taco Bell taco. Like an old school Taco Bell taco.
It does. It
Chicken,
sounds like what's Taco Bell.
chicken soft taco with no sour cream.
Live muff, baby.
One of the things that they supply within those that one same MRE said there was
Energy bar. You want it?
Oh, that's right.
I'm down. I'll eat it.
Just slide it.
Yeah, I don't want it. Bro, I'm gonna feel like $1 million tomorrow. Oh yeah. Give me the middle of a
Is that
culture war.
before or
Like,
after?
oh god, can we hold on, guys? I gotta. No way, dude. No way, man. I'm dripping everywhere. It's gonna be tomorrow, and I'm gonna be running circles around the net. Did you eat something last night that's good? You tried to take food?
What are you getting tomorrow? Viewers can't see this, but Tim's
I didn't
eating
really.
over
I got it.
Basket on the table.
The chicken chunks didn't do it.
Oh, really? Did you stop eating them partway through?
They're just a little too wet for me. Cold. Yeah, they're that word.
Just finish it off over a trash can. Just the drips. Damn, animal. This is how it works. Your stomach doesn't know where the first taco ends and the second one begins, and you just keep putting it in your mouth. I notice that when I'm drinking water too. If I can drink like 5 glasses of water, but if I stop to go get another glass, my body's like, okay, you're done. The biology kicks in, it's like no more, and then if I try and do it, I start to feel ill. But if you just don't stop and you keep going, your body doesn't know.
Right. Now that I just ate that MRE taco, do you guys want to look at pictures of dead babies?
Hey,
Yep. That's what I'm doing.
I prefer to look at like AI fake images
Oh,
of
God.
dead babies. So is this real or fake?
All right, check it out. Over here. Finish up that taco.
That's good.
So Ben Shapiro tweeted an image that came from the Israel Prime Minister. The image reports to show a horribly disfigured, burned, charred remains of a baby. Jackson Hinkle says, holy shit. The image that Ben Shapiro tried to pass off as a burnt baby corpse was an AI-generated fake image. And he's got 25,000 retweets on this. 2 million views. This is Ben Shapiro's tweet. You wanted pictorial proof of dead Jewish babies? Here it is, you pathetic Jew haters. Israel will minimize civilian casualties, but Israel will not allow the piece of human shit who did this to live. Every ounce of blood spilled in Gaza is on Hamas. And I'm gonna say this right now, Ben, man. I totally get his anger. I totally get it. He was just there. He's got family there. He's probably freaked out. With all due respect, man, he needs to be more tactful on this one, right? Piece of shit, Jew haters, blah, blah, blah. It's like, oh, calm down. Like, people asking for evidence aren't trying to insult you. You know what I mean? Like, I get it.
I understand his anger as a human being,
Right.
but the anger that he's letting come out, you know, in terms of speaking on it, like you said, with tact as a political commentator is very, I don't often say it because I kind of feel like anything goes, but very irresponsible, actually, the word comes to mind. I mean, it's very emotionally charged. It reads like a lib. Like, that's kind of how libs talk.
Right. So here's the post from Jackson Hinkle. This is AI or not. he put the image into an AI detector and says this image is generated by AI. Here's what I did. I input multiple images. This is an image that we use for a thumbnail. It's of John Fetterman. The full picture isn't displayed properly. Then it says this image is generated by a human. Correct. This is a graphic we made of Roberto Jr. in the style of the Obama poster that says fuck. This image was generated by a human. That is correct. This is an image that I created. I think we made it on the show. I was using Midjourney to make an image of a beautiful nighttime in a forest. This image is generated by AI. What's up?
Oh, I'm saying that was that we used back in Miami, right?
Not this one. No.
Oh, okay.
This image is. Oh, actually, yeah. Yeah, actually, yeah.
There's 3 trees on the side of you.
Right. Is right. This image is generated by AI. Correct. And then we have the image posted by Ben Shapiro and the Israel PM. This image is generated by AI. Now the response is that the AI detection algorithm is not always correct, and thus it could just be a mistake. Others have pointed out that if you remove the hands from the image, it will read it as made by a human. So this is not definitive proof of anything. I said I double-checked this with AI or not and got the same result. I tested other pictures and graphics and it correctly identified human images and AI images. Welcome to hell. The future will be total uncertainty. If this is an AI-generated image, we're fucked. I mean, and what if it's not, and it thinks it is? Here's all that matters. If the image is real, and an AI detector is saying it's fake, how do we ever know what's real or not? AI detectors don't work.
It's a lose-lose.
You need the software code for sure of the AI detector immediately, and that doesn't even guarantee that it's going to be accurate, but at least you know that it's not deceiving you intentionally if you can verify it.
It is almost like a road to hell when you don't even have your certainty. Like, that's terrifying.
It is remarkable, and I could give 2 fucking shits. And people are like, how dare you, Tim? How dare you tweet this? Fuck off. Dude, we are trying to navigate war. And I'm not going to let emotional arguments manipulate me. It's not going to happen. Okay, I watched the videos of Hamas killing civilians. Okay, they're terrorists. We get it. It's horrible. And that's it. It's bad. But I will never be one to be like, I better not tweet a fucking important news story because someone might get mad at me.
Ben, basically the Israeli Prime Minister tweeted out 3 images at once. One of them was like a blurred face, looked like a dead
Well, we got it.
Okay. We're gonna. This is one of the 3. Ben posted it 11 hours ago. He reposted it, and he hasn't taken it down. There's context. There's a reader. What do they call it? The Facebook community note on it that says it's created by AI. But he left it up. It's still up on Ben's page. It's got 78,000 likes and 13 million views. And look at those fingers on the person's right hand, which is on our left. Their pinky finger does not look human. If you get a shot of their finger in the upper left, that pinky finger on that hand does not look human.
Well, take a look at this, because ALX says, unsure if this blur, which is likely to conceal a tag, is what's making it read as AI, because if you crop it out, it says human. So I'm wondering if the fact that they blurred it, the blur is computer generated, and that's what's causing it to read it.
I will, for letting you know, I will never believe a proprietary program telling me verification of whether something's real or fake. If you don't have the code, that thing could be built to deceive you.
And the sick thing is, like, you don't necessarily need the dead babies to understand, like, the severity of what's going on, but you also don't want to throw it away as AI if it's not, and it's like, it's just so sad. And
I regret eating this.
It's
already?
It's going to be 8 hours. This is a whole other thing that's been on my mind is like, it's fucking horrific either way, but like, what's more horrific? To burn and decapitate 10 babies, or to blow up 1,000 babies with drone bombs? What's worse? And 1,000 babies, of course. I mean, I'm being utilitarian about it, but that's I'm sorry.
But that's real. That's real.
Yeah. So,
and like we kind of talked about, it's like, I can't think of any conflict or war that I've seen in my lifetime start without some sort of manipulation, even if, like, the quote-unquote right thing to do was to engage in it, or you were forced, your hand was forced. So to know that that is happening possibly here and going forward, this is only going to get more indiscernible. I mean, the finger thing is specifically, the fingers are one of the very, very few things that you can kind of look at right now with the level of technology and be like, okay, the fingers. Well, it's like, that's only what, maybe a year or 2 away from, like, the fingers will be perfected, they'll know how to do the fingers.
So this person right here is saying the gloves they don't fit perfectly.
That doesn't look human, actually. It looks like nudge tool on like a Photoshop.
Yeah, my pinky skin and my middle skin goes up the same distance. That pinky skin is going way up. That's weird looking. It doesn't guarantee it's fake. It's
Your
just,
fingers don't round like that unless something is pushing them, but then
My fingers do.
okay. Well, maybe you got some.
That pinky finger doesn't. That looks weird. I'm sorry, man.
but realistically, I mean, Hamas did kill babies. That's not what this is about.
Right.
Exactly.
This is just about
When
spreading
we're
this.
Talking about, there's videos of them setting fire to homes, and they're opening fire into homes. Yes, I think it is the ponderance of evidence, and direct evidence suggests Hamas indiscriminately killed
And
women,
they may,
children,
they may have burned them alive, but just like what I believe the moon landing is that they went to the moon, but then they also developed some footage that they were going to use in synergy with the landing to even more propagandize the people. So this could be, it could have like it happened, but they're going to make even more believable, more horrific images on top of it that are fake to get your emotions.
Like we're planning to be.
The moon?
Yeah.
Alex Jones said it was a graveyard for astronauts. What the fuck? They just sending people there for years and they kept dying on the surface because they couldn't get them off. And then eventually they were like, well, now let's just shove them and get it right. Yeah. According to Shane Cashman told me.
saying like there were a bunch of missions to the moon that they never told us about.
I saw the craziest video the other day. It was remember the rocket launch where all the astronauts died in like the 90s?
Yeah, Challenger 88 or
There was like a video with really crazy evidence that all those astronauts were still alive and they just changed their names and they're just like professors and living their lives and they changed their names and it was so crazy. You should look at that.
That'd be wild. I was in second grade when that happened. They brought up the TV and showed us. I think I saw the explosion and went up and exploded. I'm like, why are they crying?
Well, that's what the video was saying was like, why did they need everyone and they're supposed to be watching? You know, I don't know. Space is weird to me. There's a lot of weird things about space that are not like coming as far as narrative. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely. They just told us that the universe is twice as old as they thought it was.
How the fuck do they know?
Why did change the dressing? I don't want to deter from this horrific conversation we're having.
Right.
I don't know, man. Look, I kind of feel like we hit the wall on this conversation.
Well, nothing's beyond questioning, and especially Ben Shapiro, if you're engaging so heavily in the beating of those war drums every day, everyone on Twitter, from what I've seen the past week or so, it is within question if this is real, if what you're posting is real, and your job is to post real shit, and when there's life and death on the line.
Yeah, will you?
Facts don't care about his feelings.
I was going to say, it's like if you can get the facts and logic out to react emotionally, then there is a possibility that they can capture you for things that are bad to promote. And I just think that it's going to get 100% worse as this technology evolves. Like, it is really to a point now, and this is true of information warfare too, right? Where you will look up information on a story, and you want to figure out whether what's being reported here is accurate or not. You go down to the comments section of any story on a YouTube video from like a what they call an authoritative news source. You could get people just telling you it's wrong. And how much time are you going to be, as an average citizen, are you going to spend reading through these comments, looking through other articles to figure out what is real and what is not? As long as we are living digitally, you really are just looking at a facsimile of the world that is controlled by algorithms.
Yeah, and it's real, even though it's not what they tell you it is. It's still, you still really saw that image, and it really affected you.
So we're living in different realities from people who get their news and their information from different sources. So like I said, the humans were not designed to handle the internet. We were not.
True. I'm really concerned for Ben right now, and it's like an example of like someone that is my friend, and I only met him once. I just get along with him, but like he's a super powerful guy, so I can't just call him and be like, dude, fucking shut up. What the fuck is wrong with you? He's already established, very wealthy. He would just dismiss that kind of energy, and I don't know how to reach out to him, how to like be there for him, because he's in a panic, almost like, and I don't blame him for it. It just seems like his emotional state like swung into panic more than most people I know, because he has family and friends in Israel.
Yeah. And people are probably reaching out to him like that. I mean, he has a lot of people on his line, I'm sure, all the time, and there's obviously that division even on the right now to some extent. I'm sure people are reaching out, but that just goes to show how steadfast he is in the beating of the border.
People are saying that the astronauts that were chosen to go to the moon had twins, and so they sent one group out to the moon. They land there. They're like, we're here. They die, and then the twins are on Earth. Like, look, we're back. Yep.
Genius. Buzz Aldrin. He's running Tom Aldrin.
That's like the crazier, like, bro, just fake it. Like, what the fuck at that point, you know what I mean?
Wait, I mean, Roseanne did make a pretty crazy claim right in my podcast with her. She said that she talked to Buzz, and she said, she said straight up it didn't happen.
Buzz told Roseanne.
That's what Roseanne said. Like,
I don't believe
Was
it.
Buzz drunk? Like, what was going on?
Well, she said they were both drunk.
Okay, well, there you go. It's like, he's
But
a little tipsy. He's like, oh, by the way, that didn't happen.
I heard that the flag, the American flag on the moon, is now bleached white because of sun cosmic rays. That's like it's like a surrender flag. It's like it's slowly.
I mean, there's something weird with the moon. I will say that. I mean, the idea
It's
that
a space station. Haven't you seen that? What's that movie, Moonfall or whatever?
Oh, so it was.
You saw it?
We did like a review that it was like 50 minutes long.
Oh, hold on. But people don't no, it's a movie where the moon is falling to Earth, and it's going to destroy
Directed
it.
by Roland
It's
Emmerich.
attacking Earth. Like, and it's the greatest bad movie. It's so
I love it.
bad. It was
I was like
amazing.
halfway through, like, wait, what?
This is amazing.
So it's basically like the moon is falling to Earth, and everyone's like the world's being destroyed. But then it turns out the moon is actually a space station that was created by an ancient civilization of humans to create Earth-like planets. And then they were being chased by what, like an AI or something?
I don't. Dude, it was like you paid way closer attention to it than
Yeah.
I did. Like I was there to watch this stuff blow up because it's a Roland Emmerich movie. But I'm like, I was watching it like, this is exactly what I wanted. It's like they're not going to be able to make the classics like an Independence Day now. Like, we're past that maybe. I need it to just be stupid.
Right.
Last night we were talking about souls and what do they do after you die. Like, people say they experience going towards
join the collective.
warm white light. Yeah, they're like, is that the sun? Is our soul being drawn towards some central heating unit? And then they're like, what's hell? Is hell the center of the earth? They're like, no, hell's like the absence of light. It's like just torn around. Maybe hell's when your soul goes into deep space.
Bro.
And then you're just waiting. And they say even when you're in hell, you're constantly drawn towards heat. So like you're being pulled towards the nearest star, but you checked it out into.
Okay, this is it. Right? This is what life is. The universe is a giant guy underground, and you are his fingers sticking out of the earth as little diglets.
That's what I've been saying.
The universe pretending to be individuals, and you, the universe. So when you die, and you are drifting back to the giant orb, you are basically like a tiny bit of the universe rejoining the greater collective.
A simple diglet being
Diglets. Have you ever seen the one where it's the trio is three big men hugging each other? Yeah, one big game, dude.
Oh.
Yeah, here it is, here it is.
Oh, that's There's a dude, they just did like a Comic-Con there's a while ago, where the dude dressed as a diglet just like this, some ripped dude. He did it only for the meme, just had a diglet head. It's so funny, dude.
that's a trio.
Oh, man. Yeah.
It was always really weird to me that Pokemon, it was like, it's evolving, it turns into three of itself.
Yeah, it's like they got real lazy with those last few designs.
Right, yeah.
Do you think there's anything Ian weird about like Antarctica or anything?
Roseanne said there is.
I believe that.
I think they got mad military installations down there. And
Oh,
probably under the
100%.
ice.
Well, that's what the dinosaur people are.
You think there's like an opening
Tartarian.
into
Dinosaur people.
underground?
So what happened was, there was a species of dinosaur that were more intelligent. They had lived mostly between in caves and on Earth, and when the meteor impact happened, and it caused massive damage, many of them just stayed and lived underground and developed underground, and then artificial or naturally selected to be underground faring, developing species. So now they can't just come up into the sunlight because they're not accustomed to it. Their skin gets burned. They're probably blinded by the light. So what we did was, they've been around for millions of years and are super advanced in their underground cities. You get there by going to the North Pole. Remember the giant hole there? And you go down and go underneath. And so when they made contact with us eventually, because they have spaceships, we built the Denver airport. We moved it so that we can connect. The Denver airport is basically a subterranean port for high-ranking individuals who are in the government to go to the dinosaur land.
There you go. Antarctica, all Earth. Is it like a volcanic island?
Well, before we get into that, I just have to say, Tim triggered the shit out of my autism because there's several things tonight that he has started saying, and I am like a minute deep into a joke, and I do not recognize it. I swear to God, I thought you were serious for like a good 90 seconds. I'm like, oh my God, the Denver airport threw me. So the end of it happened.
People actually believe what I said.
Yes.
That's like
Oh, yeah,
it's a big conspiracy.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
It's a legitimate thing. But the Denver airport conspiracy is quite literally that and intelligent species of dinosaurs lived underground, weren't killed by the meteor, had millions of years of development beyond humans. Their technology is way more advanced than ours. That's what UFOs are. And they made contact with global government saying, don't fucking blow up the planet, we live here. And so that's why the nukes got turned off. Remember that story where all the nukes got turned off in the Cold War? It's because the dinosaur people who live underground are like, we will wipe you the fuck out. Stop fucking our shit up.
Well, I've heard the Denver airport, a lot of things never come to dinosaurs.
Yeah, there's a secret elevator that goes like eight stories down into like a subterranean network of cities with trains and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the mountains, so you don't even have to go underground. You just go straight forward.
Yeah, haven't you guys ever seen the Super Mario Brothers movie? That's all fact.
Oh yeah.
Right.
1990s movie, that's all fact.
That movie's
on the Denver
so
airport.
devilish. It's so scary.
Oh yeah, what is it? Like the universe split in two,
Yeah.
and then it created the dinosaur world.
Right. Correct.
All right, let's go to callers.
Deception Island.
Oh, we do callers now.
Yeah,
What did the dinosaurs that saved themselves from the meteor? What did they eat?
Bugs.
Bugs?
Or
I
plants.
mean, rodents.
Okay.
There's a lot of cave dwelling critters down there.
A lot of moss.
Yeah.
You know, regardless, Antarctica has some secrets. It's frozen. Like, a lot of shit's frozen, and that automatically holds a lot of history.
Like you could go under the ocean if it's a
We're gonna go to callers.
Earth. Yeah, we're gonna go to callers in.
Adventure What entrees did you bring here?
Adventure Island. Coming in a good time. You're with me.
And vegetable meat sauce.
Adventure Kyle.
Vegetable zombies.
Adventure Kyle.
Oh, where is that?
Hello.
Great timing. A lot of great.
Yeah. So I just wanted to thank you guys for taking my call. And I just wanted to say, Tim, your reading of the origin of the universe with the Diglett theory, as a geologist, I can vouch for that.
Hey, man.
So, my question is, there's a lot of headlines trying to predict what will happen in response to the massive fall of violence scheduled for tomorrow. And I feel like we kind of have a unique moment here before, the storm comes in, I guess, to look around and really ask, like, what's actually going to happen? So I was wondering what each of you guys actually thinks is going to happen both in the U.S. and abroad tomorrow. So I guess your best guess is fine.
Riot. It's a Friday, which means people are off work. And actually, let me check something real quick.
What's the weather like tomorrow?
Better yet.
I've had horror visions.
All right.
Try not to.
So it's new moon. Okay, so this is good news. Yeah, new moon means riots are less likely.
Be dark at night. You can see outside. The spotlights, etc.
No, but even in cities, for whatever reason, when it's a full moon, more likely to riot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
But there's city lights. You don't need the new moon for that.
No.
That's weird, right?
Yeah, it's weird.
I suppose they'll be on standby, armed with guns trained on the crowd. If someone opens fire in the crowd, where in New York City, for instance, obviously like third story
They don't do
snipers
that.
and shit.
They don't do that in New York.
I hope they do this time, because if an armed group of like 19 gunmen just starts shooting people at Times Square or something, we need immediately to stomp it out. But I'm afraid of the innocent people are going to get hit by cops. If that happens. That's my worst case scenario thoughts. But most likely it's just a thing, because they just said it, hoping that it would happen.
Yeah. I mean, just be more vigilant. Just be aware. Know your exits, etc. I think it's the one thing you really can do. Maybe don't go to public too much more. But again, if you do that, then you're also letting terrorism win. So just go by your life and be vigilant.
To answer the question very simply, riots, and then people get hurt.
I think riots, but also I think that they won't be necessarily super extreme. There will be violence and all that. But what I've kind of learned over the past few years is like when you think you can predict something, even when like they put a day on it, like this is the day we're going to do bad stuff, it kind of doesn't happen like that. It's like no one was able to be like, oh, the world's about to, be locked down from COVID. It kind of just happened. That information didn't necessarily get leaked out. So I don't
There
know.
would have to be, it's almost, like a precipitating incident could cause it if something bad happens.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, if a cop overreacts or they cut a video to make it look like a cop is overreacting to the way someone's behaving, that could be the flashpoint needed to have something, to cause riots to happen further. I mean, that was when George Floyd happened, it was being live streamed on Facebook. Like, all that stuff, that caused an extreme outbreak, an uproar right away because it was being broadcast live to everyone as it was happening. So it would have to be less about like all of it happening at once and one incident kind of making it worse for everything.
Yeah. And it would
if that happened and there were like American citizens massacred in the street, it would be casus belli for war against Hamas and Palestine. You'd see everybody, not everybody will get on board with the conquest, they get on board with the destruction, similar to 9/11. I don't want that to happen. But it doesn't mean that these people in Hamas are good. I mean, they've snapped.
What we need is, considering this threat, maybe a dedicated land somewhere where we can put up some kind of barriers and then go and collect leftists, put them in and lock them up.
So,
they're going to steal that, but
all right, was that a good answer for you, sir? Anything to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing. For most of your live stream, at least like the last 20, 30 minutes, Tim, I'm not very good at identifying organic material because I'm a geologist, but there was a small bug-sized pebble that was kind of walking around your headrest for most of the...
You know, I saw that, but I didn't want to draw attention to it. There was a stink bug.
Yeah, stink bugs. Stinky bros. We call them stinky friends.
You notice them less when you have the headphones on.
If they were wasps, I'd be upset that wasps are everywhere.
Yeah.
But stink bugs are really funny and they clap for you. Yeah. Not kidding. They do this. No, they go like this.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
They like their little hands go like this, and then they go like this.
They're cute.
They're called brown marmorated stink bug if you want to read about it.
And they're really doofy and they're really easy to manage. There's just too many of them.
Yeah.
So like wasps, we see a wasp nest, we're like, crap. Stay away from it. You gotta like take care of it. The stink bugs, there's too many of them right now, but you can literally just get like scoop them up and shove them out the window.
It's insect in the family, native to China, Japan, Korea. In September of 1998, it was collected in Allentown, Pennsylvania, where it was believed to have been accidentally introduced.
Yeah.
Oops, who did
Well,
that?
now we have those creepy spotted flies or whatever that are everywhere. Nasty.
yes.
Yeah, they're huge. Anyway, thanks for calling in, buddy.
Thanks, Kyle.
Thanks.
All right. Andy, what's good, man? How are you?
Time and for doing this. And Tim, it was a and all that in Miami, and getting to the question, France. Just you spoke about basically free speech being good because it allows people the opportunity to express themselves, essentially. But France has banned pro-Palestinian protests, and I'm wondering if you guys think this will spread through Europe, and whether it's a good thing, bad thing, whether it represents, of course, my bias, a missed opportunity to collect ID and information and intel on like hardcore rally supporters, and just what your general thoughts are on that.
No, I completely agree. Activists always think their phones are getting turned off by the feds. No, the feds spy on you. They want your phones to work, so they bring in mobile cell towers. We want people to go to rallies because then we see who's saying what. If a guy gets up on stage and screams he wants to go and commit an act of terror, we should know about it. And I'm glad he said it. And then we're going to keep a close eye on him. That's about it. I think someone threatening to commit an act of violence warrants, some kind of surveillance. I think it's mostly abused in the United States, however. The warrants are the judges just rubber stamp everything. But it is bad what Europe is doing. It is very, very bad. And this is what they do, and it's going to empower extremists. True. It's literally protecting them.
Yeah. It's in their favor. And it makes people more radicalized to speak up further when you prevent them from being able to speak.
They're going to claim now that, see, this proves who the bad guys really are.
Right. So why give them that?
Yeah, I think it just puts a lid on it for it to explode later and misses opportunities. But as per usual on the sign-off, I want to plug the Discord and what's going on there. I am hoping, looking, trying to, in the next couple of weeks, offer the class I used to teach at university, From Riots to Revolutions, the sociology of collective action and social movements, which is like what all of the lefty organizations sent their group leaders to take and whatnot. So if you want to just spend $10 a month to become a Timcast member, you will get full access to thousands of dollars of credit hours worth of material.
Timcast University coming soon.
Yeah, we were talking about it.
Well, that was an easy one, I guess. Thanks for calling in.
Thank you, Andy.
Yeah.
Much appreciated. Have a great day.
We should go Timcast University.
University?
Universe City.
So it'd be like right next to PragerU after that?
No. Universe hyphen city.
Do that. Good branding.
I might actually join the Discord to check it out. Sounds cool. But we'll see.
Wait, is that the
no
lunar
promises,
eclipse?
Discord.
No. This is the moon phase for Saturday. It's a new moon. So Friday is going to be like...
The lunar eclipse.
Esteemed Joey, you are here.
You're with us. How are you?
Hey, it is I, the one and only. You can't clone me. Esteemed Joey Canoli.
Joey Canoli, oh, that's good. What's up, yo?
But I'm sure it was nice for you guys to meet me in Miami. Hope you guys enjoyed my frantic shout out of the Discord.
Yeah.
All right, so you kind of answered some of my question in the beginning when you were talking about Ben Shapiro, but my question is, we know the media can't be trusted, our media, other countries' state media, and I see a lot of people in our movement, in this movement, who are anti-Ukraine, but they're pro-Israel. I have seen people fall in the emotional traps without waiting for any evidence. And then today, Ben Shapiro, as you guys went over, was very emotional about the whole situation. And, it came out later that the photo might be fake, as you guys again talked about. So when people bring up things Israel has done, it is always met with a quick defense, specifically from people from the right, I feel. And knowing what our government is capable of, why does it seem like there's a fear from the pro-freedom or America First movement to criticize Israel in any sense? Even Alex Jones is afraid to criticize them.
Is he really?
Mm-hmm. He doesn't ever say anything about Israel.
My deep fear is that if we completely just walk away from Israel and say fuck them, that they'll launch nukes in desperation. And I feel kind of like my back is against the wall right now.
Or other things equally destructive or massively destructive. I don't know, man. I think it's because a lot of people support Israel. I think a lot of conservatives don't want to criticize them because they want Israel to win, and they don't like Gaza. And a lot of the arguments I've heard is, you go to Israel, you go to Tel Aviv, totally fine. If you are LGBTQ, you go to Israel, you got no problem. Go to Palestine, that's where you have to live. Yeah. And so it's simply like that, where you're going to get more classically libertarian individuals, like American ideals individuals, being like, our moral worldview aligns more with Israel than with Palestine, so we're kind of okay if they're fighting you. And then the challenge is, nobody wants to come out and say, Israel has done everything perfectly. Like, or what I mean to say is, people are willing to be like, yeah, well, it's war or whatever, but they don't want to criticize Israel because they want Israel to win. I guess it's the simplest way to put it. They don't care about Palestine. They don't care if Palestinians lose. They view them as backwards and evil. That's for a lot of people on the right. Me, I try to look at it more just like objectively. How do we minimize civilian casualties? Here's the problem, dude. Every second that I'm researching more and talking to people, the left is fucking lying about everything. And so it gets to the point where I'm just like, fuck it, fuck off. I don't want to hear it anymore. Because it's like, with everything, politics, Trump, and now Palestine, they're just full of shit. Like, look, man, when Max said they did the March of Return and they marched peacefully to the fences, how much do you want to bet you Google it and you find a picture of a guy with a gun at the fence or something like that? And I'm not trying to rag on Max. He was a rad dude. I'm glad to have him. I'm just saying it's things like that where it's like you look into it and you're like, oh, they lied.
Yeah. Seems like the left's caught themselves in a nice contradictory loop with all this. Then more than that, could also be a benefit to our movement as well. That they really don't seem to know what they should be defending and what they shouldn't be defending now. But that's what happens when you don't have a true ideology. It's like a wet rag. It's gonna rip apart at some point.
Yeah, I actually think it's more than that. It's like they don't care if they contradict themselves. They don't care about calling people Nazis for 2.5 years while also talking about how Israel is evil. They don't care about that.
But I mean, I feel like there's always a breaking point when it comes to like people who aren't in the cult, like the lefties who are just voting because that's what they've always voted for as Democrat. I think there comes a point where there's a big enough contradiction where it kind of just like snaps them out of it. And I hope this is just another catalyst to doing that. You see a lot of these schools or some companies that they don't want to hire people who are being pro-terrorist group. And I mean, anything that can fucking potentially get the woke shit away is good to me. Yeah, true. Anything, yeah.
And I feel like I feel like not enough is also said about how a lot of lefties have this blind loyalty to Palestine, whether or not they really understand the conflict at all.
They don't.
Right, but like part of it is just because they've seen Palestine as brown and Israel as white. That's how they think, which is why you can have Muslims come over and shoot up gay clubs and terrorize women in Western countries, and they're still the victims of it. They're still the victims, and the white people are still the oppressors. People getting killed are still the oppressors. So It's like, that's just real. That's how simpleton their brains are.
And it's deeply steeped in the ideology from Marxist professors, colleges, right? It's a very simple formula to teach someone something like that.
Yeah, to them, Muslim equals brown. Like, that's just the end of it for them.
So racist, it's
Which
wild.
and it's not even, like, there's not even real fucking actor. It's like, I meet more black Muslims than I do any other. It's like, what are you talking about?
Or like think about like Kosovo and the instance there, like most very Eastern European Muslims and very Eastern European Christians fighting. But no one ever says that. Muslim, like you said, Muslim equals brown. So it's just not that simple. But
it's just their stupidity at the end of the day.
oh yeah, it almost always is. Isn't it? Anything else to add, my buddy?
Yeah, just gonna shout out Discord. You can check out my link tree where you can listen to my 2 songs I uploaded.
Oh, nice, bro.
You could just click on my my profile name and I got my link tree right there. I want to shout out the After Dark tonight with Sanoski and Catarific. They're going to be doing the After Dark tonight. You can watch Before IRL every day at 6:45 with me, Olivia Claire, and Sanoski, and plus the weekend kicked off. And also shout out to the news channel section in the Discord. That's all I got.
I'm going to be joining you guys after dark one of these nights. Tonight I'm going live on Twitter, but I'm definitely
Twigs. You should join us tomorrow on Friday.
Yeah,
for our new after dark kickoff show.
What time? Is it like 10
10 o'clock? What? Right after you guys are done.
Maybe I'll join it like a little later. I usually come down from the show. It takes about 15 or 20 minutes, and then maybe I'll pop in.
You mean 11 o'clock?
Yeah.
Right on.
11? No, I think it starts at 10
No,
tomorrow.
it's 10 because there's no uncensored tomorrow.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, on Fridays.
But normally it's at 11. You go 11 to 12. Sorry. Okay. I like it.
All right, thanks for calling in, buddy.
Thanks, Ian.
All right,
It's Joey.
Joey Canoli. Later, man. It is. It is. 2 of diamonds. Hello.
Deuce.
How are you?
Hello, hello.
Hi.
First time listener. First time caller, long time listener. A little bit about myself is I'm 23. I was born 11 months before 9/11 happened. And what do you guys think, and this is an open question to anybody, what do you guys think of the perpetual state of war that the United States always seems to find itself in, particularly Gen Z and their feeling of, I want to say their numbness to this idea of the U.S. is always involved.
But that's true for millennials too. That was true for everyone always. I mean, the Vietnam, what was it? What was Vietnam? Was that boomers? Yeah, boomers.
Yeah.
They went to war. They were forced to. And I grew up, it was permanent war. Non-stop war.
I think it started in 1914. This has come to my mind a few times, and then the Bolshevik Revolution happened in 1917, and we never stopped being at war with the Russians. It's been
Like
either
the world-
cold or proxy.
The world is always at war, like Phil was pointing out. War is always happening, but I do have a solution right now. I say that the U.S. can script all millennials and make them go fight just anywhere. I don't care where. Just millennials are all.
There have been bouts of peace, like what, 1870 to 1895.
Gen X, Gen Z, they're okay. Millennials just gotta go.
These bankers came in and set us up for failure with this World War crap.
I am.
Sorry.
Gotta go. I kept quiet.
I'm a millennial too. I'm out.
I'm millennial.
I'm deaf in one ear, so I'm
Nope, doesn't matter.
trans
All millennials.
I will say that part of it, I think, is also for Gen Z. What's different is that patriotism in this country has plummeted in the last 10 years. Like, there's the colleges have done a fantastic job of turning the citizenry against the country. So, when the narratives were simpler, when there wasn't the internet to muddle the waters of all the information you're being passed, there was a raw patriotism, go out and die for your country, that has been replaced by people that are aware now that you're not being sent to die for your country, you're being sent to die for politicians and oil and all of these other things. It's just the world is not as simple as the media was able to once portray it as. And that makes it a lot harder for people to want to go. I mean, there was a tweet the other day that says they're putting white men in the army ads again, which means we must be going to war. like that's just the world is just so much more inherently complicated now because of the free flow of information that I don't know if you're going to get that type of that push for people to really want to protect their country in a perpetual state of war.
I mean, not aggressively, not conquer. I agree with you. That's probably a good thing for the future of humanity that we're not salivating to go destroy and conquer. But defensively, I think people are probably, when they feel like they're attacked, you can see what's happening in Israel.
I've been thinking about it, just right now, and I figured I kind of feel like conquering. So I don't know, maybe.
Pick a piece of Mars.
Antarctica.
Start with Antarctica.
That's all I'm saying.
I want all of it.
We'll slingshot. All right. Let's start in. I can't say that.
I want to build a gigantic dome greenhouse
On
and
Greenland?
live right on the South Pole.
Let's turn Greenland into a greenhouse and make crops.
I want to meet those dinosaurs.
Yeah,
You wanna go deep
Iceland is
underground?
crazy in Iceland because it's all like volcanic rock. And it smells like dude, Iceland smells like shit.
Yeah.
Smells like
I've
shit.
heard.
It smells like shit. You go to like the top, it smells. You're gonna fart forever. It's all sulfur, and but they have greenhouses where they grow food because like how else are they gonna do it? It's crazy. Before geothermal energy, they were a bunch of poor, dying, soot lung, black lung individuals. That's all it was. But then once they got geothermal, it's like now they're wealthy.
Yeah.
I like colonizing. I just don't like colonizing territory that is owned by other people. Like I'd be down to colonize Mars. I just don't want to colonize
I don't know.
Palestine.
I feel like the Uruguayans wouldn't put up much of a fight.
Uruguay? They would.
Costa Rica got rid of their army. We could take that.
It would be a fight like how ants would fight from an ant colony. Like, do you even consider fighting back?
I think it was a mistake that we gave Mexico back.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
Hulk, that motherfucker gave Mexico back. Did you know that? Mexico was conquered.
Yeah.
And then he secretly went down. Was like, nah, you can have it. We don't want it. And people got pissed off. They were like, what the fuck? Like, we won. We won. They went to war with us. We won. And he was like, you gave all their land back.
Yeah.
Really? Yep.
Yeah.
Mexico was. We owned it. It was ours. I mean, California was Mexico.
Yeah.
Like all of it.
After the Civil War, it went right into the Mexican-American War for 2 years.
And the California and all those western states, they were part of Mexico, and that's what we kept.
I do feel like it's about time to get a new state. It just feels like that time.
Palestine?
Yeah.
What?
East Palestine?
I say we just annex Canada and make it one state because it only has 30-something million.
And they need help. I mean, that's
Palestine's like an insane concept, but I don't want to see the people get obliterated in genocidal nothingness. So if we could somehow offer, and it doesn't have to make them a state, but if we could offer assistance in some way, I mean, if we could make life better. I love the place.
Yeah, we'll liberate Dankula.
We should build islands.
Bring the American Constitution and spread democracy.
Would you rather build islands in the ocean and colonize those, or colonize
those? That's easier to travel up planet.
Space elevator on the moon. Michael Lane's building it with lift port, his company.
But once you, that's insane. I think it would crush itself.
We should have it. It works on the lunar because the gravity is so light. They're having a hard time getting the materials to build one on Earth right now, so they're starting to put the.
If they, can we at least get working packs before we get a space elevator like the.
But I'm saying, like, we need to commercialize them so people take them to work. I want commercial.
You have to be ripped.
I want a commercial. I want commercial jetpacks before space elevator.
The jetpacks that right now that can operate for about a half an hour require you to have massive upper body strength.
Wasn't there like a guy who flew around like the LAX airport on a jetpack or something?
So I think just your hands and your back, but you have to be super ripped, and it's like lifting yourself up and holding it.
It's a good way to get people in shape. They're like, hey,
That's
dude,
right.
if you want it, like, we'll like it, but you got to go and
you know why it's never going to happen? Because one thruster fails and you fall to your death.
Yeah, it would have to be automated. Or it would help if they were automated, so it's like a train.
No, that's not the issue. The issue is flying cars don't happen because they'll fall from the sky.
Oh, that's what Elon said too.
Right.
That's why he went with the Boring Company. But now he's started to consider maybe there is value.
Did you want to add anything?
No, nothing major. Do have a question though about Casper Coffee.
Yes.
When are you guys going to ever add tea?
I don't know. So we'll look into it. Here you go. We'll add tea.
Any kind in particular?
We gotta find a distributor and we gotta start producing our tea.
So like a black tea, a green tea, and a red tea.
Rubos?
Yeah, those are good.
I like hibiscus.
Hibiscus, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, hibiscus.
Great.
Have you ever eaten hibiscus? It's good. When we went to Savannah, they had this there's this bar where they do like champagne spritzer things, and they have candied hibiscus in it, and it tastes like a gummy bear.
Yeah.
It's like it's a flower, but it tastes like you're eating gummy candy. It's amazing.
Hibiscus is good, yeah.
Red tea.
But hey, listen up. We're actually doing a lot for Cast Brew. So we're gonna have we're working on MCT protein mixes. So, look, whenever I make a protein shake, I put like heavy cream and protein and then water, and I'm just like, just give me the powder, man. MCT, protein. You do 2 scoops, boom, boom, water, shake it up, and you get yourself a milkshake. Bang.
I love it.
Jocko Milk is the best protein powder I've ever had. No, there's no bullshit in it. There's like 5 ingredients. It's crazy. And
O/LK.
Was it?
Took the O slash.
That was the umlaut.
Oh, umlaut. Oh, okay, yeah.
Mjolk. It's pronounced moik or whatever. But it tastes best, and it's a mix of whey and queso and whey isolate. So, yeah, man, that's what we're working on. But thanks for calling in.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. See you. Have a good one.
Tomorrow's going to be lit in the morning. We've got Ann Poulter and Dinesh D'Souza with Hannah Clay will be joining as well. So there'll be 4 of us, and it's going to be a based AF conversation. Ann, of course, is very opposed to Trump, very pro DeSantis. Dinesh, of course, is very pro Trump. So it's going to be interesting, and they're also friends. So it should be very enlightening. Blair, thanks for hanging out.
Thanks. You got to get me set up on a debate on that show. I would love to do some kind of.
Let's do it. We'll set it up right now. Yeah.
Right now.
Do you know Lisa Reynolds? She's the one who handles it all. We'll talk about Lisa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. Thanks for hanging out, and we will see you tomorrow morning.
Bye.
This one was supposed to be crazy. It's very good.
LAPD to increase patrols after Hamas urges global day of jihad on Friday the 13th. Jeez, talk about just like, wow. Friday the 13th? Come on.
What a perfect alignment. And I'm flying tomorrow.
We have
On a
this.
flight you guys booked.
That's right. We have this from the Philly Police Department. Public safety.
I have a question about number 2. I'm 99% certain that the answer is C, but couldn't it also be D? Let's take a look here. Sure that's what you want to do? Yes, I'm sure. Okay, let's think about this for a second. Oh, I've thought about it. And what did I say about sentences having more than one subject? They can have more than one subject. So in this case, his dog is not going to be an object, it's the subject. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, and one more thing. Remember to use active voice instead of passive voice. So instead of there's a gun in my backpack, you say I have a gun in my backpack. Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson. You got it, buddy.
That's disgusting.
That's fucking hilarious.
I hit Fogo de Chao on
Really?
Monday. It was Spud's birthday.
That's awesome.
Dude, it was. I brought a gallon-sized plastic bag with me. Filled it with it was harder than I thought it would be.
They're probably all over that.
And I like, so as soon as you start, if you're gonna steal meat from Fogo de Chao, you gotta just keep going little by little by little. Because I was piling up the meat, so I was doing a quick plate dump, and they see the fucking meat coming out. They see the pile, and they go, the little fucking Brazilian dude's like giving you little, teeny little slivers, and I'm like, motherfucker. So I started putting it in little by little, and then I think they told someone, so manager came out, dude, I was sworn. And they're coming up to the table, and I'm
It's
pulling
like
it
counting cards.
Dude, I'm pulling it out. Like, I got my fill. Like, they kicked me out. I was like, fuck. And then, like, this guy comes up to the table, I'm holding the bag on me to the table, and, like, trying to block from all angles so they can't see. And this guy's like, move your fork. And I'm like, I can't use my one hand that I should have used, so I'm, like, reaching with my other hand the weird way. And, dude, I was just, like, I got out of there. I got, like, probably 3 pounds.
They're like some moron stealing food at that table.
I got, like, 3 pounds of fucking prime rib.
Wow, meat.
Dude, it was
I've never
awesome.
been there. I've heard it was like the best place ever.
It's fucking good.
Oh,
You just flip the card over and they just come fucking.
I don't think I can handle that. That's how I went to Panera with the iced coffee. Just flipping that card and bear claws.
I was, what's funny is my brother stopped eating meat, and I'm at the table like, dude, you need meat. He's like, you shouldn't eat as much meat. He's like, yeah, bullshit, dude. You need so much meat. And then I got up from the table to go to the bathroom after eating, and I'm like, I couldn't breathe. I couldn't take full breaths. I was so full. And I had 2.5 pounds of meat in my pocket.
That's awesome. Wait, your brother went to fucking Fago de Chao?
Yeah, my brother went to Fago de Chao.
Without, and he's just not
Being the salad bar there, you get the salad bar, it's only half.
Alright.
But that's the other thing. You can have one person with the salad bar, and I can chuck people. There's a lot of that, dude. I'm living in a whole new digital world, dude. Where I help myself. Like I like, dude, with water. If I'm in a store, like a convenience store, I grab a bottle of water while I'm in there drinking. There's no one. If you just hold a bottle of water in any store, store, no one's gonna be like, hey, what about that? You just drink it and bring it up and go stuff.
Nice.
So I've been
That's how I was putting on a clinic over at fucking Trader Joe's or whatever.
What were you doing?
No,
You were snacking?
Whole Foods.
Oh yeah, man, you can
I was putting on a
snack.
clinic.
Dude, it's
I ate like 3 pounds of chicken just walking around the store.
and no one at Whole Foods there's that vibe there where like people were just kind of like, I don't know. It's like the most non-confrontational
Bunch of
people who work
docile
there.
fucking losers. Although against a straight white man, I bet they're just tearing up. They're
Yeah,
probably ready for that
fire
war.
and fury. But Whole Foods, they fucked up because they do this little sample cup thing. So if you just like, I put a big piece of meat in the sample cup and just hold the sample cup under the meat that I'm eating. And it's like the sample cup. I claim amnesty over the sample cup.
That's nice, man.
Dude, there's that.
You gotta go to Whole Foods again. I haven't been there.
I love going to the hot bar, dude. It's not that
Yeah,
expensive.
it's so good.
You get breakfast there, it's like $5.
Really?
It's cheap as fuck. Dude, when we went to
I'm not awake for breakfast.
True that.
Going to lunch and double dinner. Whole Foods again. I haven't been there.
I love going to the hot bar, dude. It's not that
Hot
expensive.
bar's so good.
You get breakfast there, it's fucking $5.
Really?
It's cheap as fuck. Dude, when we went to
I'm not awake for breakfast.
True that.
I'm going to lunch and double dinner kind of guy. You got 6 p.m. dinner and a midnight dinner.
Dude, my newest thing right now is the automated cashiers. Like the self-checkouts.
Really?
Here, I have the perfect legal guy, so it's like, I'm not trained in a cash register. No one trained me to use this thing. I just so happen to mess up and end up with a bunch of extra shit in my bag. Talk to my lawyer, dude. I didn't sign anything that told you I knew how to use this machinery. I went in there the other day.
You have the legal defense. You have jungle fever legal defense.
What's that?
You have black lady legal defense. Like, I ain't trained to know it. Nobody trained me how to use this. I don't have to use this.
If you think about it, it's like I never asked to fucking check myself out. I'm an unknowing customer with a low IQ, and I walked it over. I got fucked by the machine.
We've talked about this before. It's like I can go full retard and just walk around like.
I hit Target for fucking like $75.
I just gotta tuck in my tracksuit.
I got a new talent collection from Target. I hit them for like $75 or
Nice. What'd you get?
I got a bunch of natural hair products from my babe. We're going natural together. It's our journey.
Oh,
Dude, they're like $20 a piece.
Also, I forgot to. Speaking of you and your bed.
Yeah.
We had a lot of concerns about how much she was washing your ass.
Why?
Last episode, I got a lot of people being like, dude, what the fuck was that thing about Mac and his ass washed?
Try it out. It's awesome.
I'm never, ever trying that
If you
out.
go and steal your babe a bunch of fucking hair products from Target, she'll be washing your ass too, dude.
Yeah.
I fucking love it. Dude, nothing turns your babe on.
Wait, you need to do it now. Call it.
Do you want to call it?
Unless you got more gay shit to say.
No, dude. I just wanted to say one thing. This is something I've discovered.
Oh, all right, nice.
Just the self-checkout machines, dude.
Oh yeah.
Because like this is someone was telling me this the other day where like Amazon, like Walmart destroyed a bunch of small businesses.
Yeah.
They didn't not destroy it, but they took over the part of the market. But Amazon's put Walmart out of business. Now Walmart's just trying to do all this automated cashier shit, dude. I'm telling you, you might not be into fucking shoplifting, but you go there and get like 5 or 6 things, scan to and leave. I mean, dude, it's
Wow.
easy as it gets.
You're talking shoplifting from Walmart.
All you gotta do, all I'm saying is like, if you say you're getting like some computer paper, throw in 2 more reams, hold it all as 1 unit, scan it, chuck it in the bag. And they're like, what the fuck? They're like, I thought they all scanned. It's foolproof.
It is.
And it's a sinking ship, so it's like, don't get greedy.
True.
And dude, here's the cool thing too. So you slip a couple extra things in your bag, you go back and just return it, give you a gift card, you go buy shit at Walmart, steal more stuff. Dude, it's a never-ending money ball, dude.
I'll tell you when the money ball ends. It's when you get arrested.
No, because you don't get greedy, you don't pig out. You just, every day, a little money, 15, 20
It's a little off the top.
A little 15, 20 bucks. You walk out with your bag, dude. And I'll purposely put a
I bet this is going on at Wakanda all day, every day.
I'm in Wakanda.
You're in Wakanda doing that?
I do the Wakanda every day.
Well, they probably think you're a cop.
Because it gets so busy, dude. And then like, in my head, I'm like, in my head, I'm like, this lady, there's a lady who goes to Target. There's no person checking the receipt.
Target's
day.
white people trust.
All day long. It's like
Target's the whole.
Yeah, they have the whole food.
Walmart.
Like,
yeah.
No, but at Walmart, though, the funny thing is they have somebody reading a receipt. Do you think like, how much does this person give a fuck? What's in your bag?
Yeah, how much
Answer is
are they fucking reading?
0. I'll have paid for one item and have like 4 things. Then here's the receipt. And they go, boom, and you're out of there.
Yeah,
Dude.
yeah.
And it's like, it's all day long. And as they go, because it's going to go to automation eventually. So it's like you might as well get what you can from Walmart before they close down. And then then it's fucking tough times. Yeah. So this is a fucking call to the boys and girls, dude. It's like, go start fucking thinking.
Start pillaging.
Start taking. No, I'm saying every time you go, just get fucking $10 for you. You know, $10 worth of shit for free. Because
Treat yourself.
They're saving so much money cutting cashiers out. It's like, well, let me fucking save a couple bucks too, bro.
True.
I'm telling you, go to self checkout. Go to Acme. Buy produce. Yeah. Hold the bag up a little bit, dude. You know, you buy 14 or 5 pounds of apples, fucking check out, hold that back, little Wild Wild West trick, dude, you save like $50 at the supermarket. And they're all going out of business anyway. So it's like, you know, treat yourself.
It's like a sinking Titanic, dude.
Yeah.
All you're doing is stealing a little chandelier off the sinking ship.
Exactly.
What's the difference?
And then Walmart's about to own all of us and give us universal basic income in like 50 years. We're all going to be peasants.
Nice.
You're not going to be able to really start a business like that because everyone's going to shop online. Walmart's just going to give us money, so you might as well steal from Walmart. That's money. Or Amazon's going to give us money. So
you think Amazon's
Jeff
going to
Bezos?
control us?
It's going back to the Old Testament. You're going to go to Jeff Bezos and be like, no, your servant loves you. I am your servant.
I can't fucking wait to get servant income. I'm going to be fucking balling out.
We're going to be pure serfs, dude.
No, not me.
Pure serfs. Self-dude. So I can't wait.
I got red blood, warm blood rolling through my body.
Jeff Bezos is just going to be sending us fucking shit. I ordered something off Amazon the other day, got same day delivery, and was just blown away. Ordered it at 10 a.m., came at like 2 p.m., and I was just like, oh my God. I go steal from Walmart, right?
Yes, dude.
You got a good, I'm telling you, man, it's yeah, that's a thing.
There's a speed trap ahead.
Thing. Get the 5 other things that are, you know, add up to $25 in the bag. And then they go, sir, and you go, oh my God, I'm sorry. You didn't leave the store yet, so it's not shoplifting. You go, I'm so embarrassed. Then you never go back to that one again. Fuck it, go back tomorrow. Go back again.
Go back tomorrow. True.
Like
camera.
Sentimental. Bro, I look, I'm like this into those cameras. They look at your face, you just go, and it's like, stop it. That's though the one thing they finally get you. If they run back, if they do facial recognition, you just scan your face and they're like, they play your greatest hits like, take me up, for me, like towels like
Oh no, man. You gotta check yourself.
Wait till self-driving cars come out.
What do you think's gonna happen then?
It's just gonna be fucking hilarious. I was laughing at like how I was telling my girlfriend, I'm like, dude, when self-driving cars come out, it's going to be so funny seeing you trying to backseat drive just like the computer program.
Oh, dude, you're bad.
Fucking bad, dude. Always got shit to say. I can't wait till this shit just drives itself.
There's a speed trap ahead.
Dude, we're all self-driving. I'm just going up like, fuck you, bitch. Fuck you.
Road rage pretty sick. It's pretty fun.
So fun. Wait till you don't have to drive. Wait till you can pull next to someone and be like,
maybe you can drink and just funny.
Get out of the fucking car.
Man.
Now, everyone's going to be fucking with each other. Especially if you're in traffic, you're self-driving cars, you're like, dude, I got like 10 miles to go. We just get out, hop in someone else's car, bullshit with them, jump in your car.
Yeah. Get some head, dude. Smelled HED, dude. Get some fucking head.
What the fuck is that? It was like when we were in Wawa that one time, and it was just drunk, fucking shitty finance guys.
Those are our dogs.
Remember this dude who was stuffing Doritos down his face? He had Doritos all over his face. He looked at me ashamed. He's like, this is the only way.
Yeah, I was like, dude, you're really crushing those Doritos. He's like, it's the only way. Kept walking. That was the night of the heist.
Yeah.
Let's not get into
We can't talk about it when you heisted
Wawa's. There's still time for them to arrest
us. I stole my dinner tonight.
You stole your dinner? How'd you do that?
Take exit 111
top bar, baby.
Nice. Hopefully
fill it up.
Oh,
fill it up and get on out of there, dude.
It's sick.
There's too much going on.
There is.
It's too much.
You took me that place. I eat like a pound of chicken thigh, just walking around through the aisles. The place is awesome.
Don't look at questions, dude. I'm gonna eventually get fucking nabbed in that. That'd be sick if that's how I went out.
Such a Pepsi commercial up there. Oh, dude. I saw like black dudes, like overalls with one unbuttoned, and like
Stay left for Market Road
yeah,
North,
white
then
dude
after
dreads, like sick.
359 feet, turn left to Market
It's a
Road
wild
North.
place.
I saw lunch the other day.
Where?
Drexel, black lady made me steal it. I got salad, and she was like, yeah, you can swipe, go ahead. And I was like, damn, dude. All right, so I went to the next register and started to pay. why don't you go get the drink? Dude, he's like, all right.
Turn left
He, like,
to
made me
Marvin Road
steal
Northeast,
the
then after a
meal
quarter
and the
mile,
drink.
turn
She wanted
right
to
to
smash,
Pogo
dude.
Bay
She's a
Road
big
Northeast.
black lady covered in tats, dude. She
Yeah.
was the real deal.
She wanted to smash, dude.
That's my fucking alpha presence.
100.
I was the first man she saw walk through there in
Exactly,
hours.
dude. Oh my god.
She's in a Drexel lunchroom.
She's probably fucking dressed
Probably
herself.
all Indian kids with fucking cool haircuts.
100%, dude. Fucking spikes and like Dragon Ball Z dudes, dude. Yeah, man. Shit.
Yeah.
You gotta go back there. Anyway, what the fuck are we talking about? Chipotle?
We were talking about Chipotle. Yeah, the chicken or whatever meat.
Yeah, that's the big thing.
If the last thing I need in my day is somebody half-assing a fucking meat portion, and now you're putting me in the position where I gotta say, hey, come on.
Yeah.
Why don't you give me a fucking portion?
It's a fucking weird ordeal. Especially to be like, especially when you're paying for guac. You're paying fucking $2.
Well, I'm not paying for guac, but I am in there. I fucking, dude, you taught me how to Chipotle.
Dude,
that is the fuck. This was pretty much like Dancing with Wolves. I just showed up thinking I knew culture. Matt fucking indoctrinated me into his world where he's fucking stripping the Tatanka of everything.
Dude, I maximize. When I go to Chipotle, I have like a Native American.
You get those
dude.
3 shells.
I get everything I can possibly get
It's
out
crazy.
of that for free.
It's crazy.
So you go to Chipotle, you order your food. First of all, it's like you totally fucking shit on them. They don't give you enough rice. Like, yo, they'll always give you more.
They'll always give you more.
The rice,
they give me extra.
Yeah, you're like,
you say the words, give me extra chicken.
Proceed north on Market Road Northeast in a quarter mile, turn right to Pogo Bay Road Northeast.
Now you have to be charming and charismatic. We don't need a bunch of you fucking white retards that was going out there like, give me more chicken.
Give me chicken. Gay black eyed Chipotle.
Yeah, dude. No, you gotta have some fucking level of
little guile, dude.
Proceed north on
The
Market
rice, by the
Road
way, like,
Northeast
give me a
in
little more rice.
700
Rice,
feet,
no
turn
problem.
right
I
to
hate with the
Pogo
chicken.
Bay
It's
Road
like,
Northeast.
oh man, let me get a little more.
A little more pollo, especially if it's a Hispanic. They love when you use
Oh,
their
a
native
little pollo,
tongue.
dude.
Say, hey, listen. Especially if you use a racial slur but get it wrong, and then
then you go to the guac, dude. That's when you can bargain because you have some fucking leverage. It's like, dude, I'm paying $1.85. What the fuck is that little green turd?
Yeah, true.
It's like, get in there.
Yeah.
And then you can ask for double chicken. Sometimes there's a communication breakdown, and they just, by the end of it, they just totally forget they gave you double.
Yeah, they always forget to do.
Or the worst thing I ever did is I asked for guac, and they put the lid on, and the fucking cashier was fucking off. So there was no cashier for like 3 minutes. So they put a little thumb, wiped their coating off, so I wiped off the extra chicken, wiped off the G.
That was your fucking. You couldn't even help it.
That's how I know how to maximize the Chipotle. Right away, I always get 3 hard shells too. So I get a bowl and I put all my new fucking. Wow, dude, dude, I'm proud of that.
Proceed northeast on Pogo Bay Road Northeast in a quarter mile.
Wow,
Look for
it's
second
good
road off roundabout towards Pogo Bay
Because
Road
there
Northeast,
is
then
a
after
unacceptable amount of
138
chicken
feet,
coming down.
continue straight on
Yeah,
Pogo Bay Road Northeast.
Scoop it and then shake it. That might be J versus J.
I do not like that.
I'm gonna be E versus Black Jews, dude.
This is the
they're
fucking truck route?
They're fucking. This is pure sorcery, dude. It's weird. They give that chicken, they give it a little fucking.
Give it a little rattle.
A little fucking Old Testament shake, dude.
They
fucking. The ocean parts, they knock some of the fucking loose chicken off.
Look for second road off roundabout, then continue straight.
I'm in Chipotle with my big fucking shepherd staff, like, screaming. I demand more chicken.
Yeah. That's
Hell
nice.
yeah.
I like it.
I love it, dude.
Then,
it's so sick. I'm
Continue
a
straight
Jewish
on
comedian.
Pogo Bay Road
I
Northeast.
don't think you're ever gonna get that.
I am, dude. I got the blood pumping through me.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
Proceed northwest on Pogo Bay Road Northeast in
You're
1
too
and a quarter
frivolous with your
miles.
money,
Look
too.
for your destination on the right.
I do fall out hard.
I was gonna say, do I need to name it?
Yeah, I kind of do, like, spend all my money. Yeah, fuck, you're right.
I did more than
Proceed
Chipotle
north
last
on
time. I got chips.
Dude, that's
Proceed
right.
north on Pogo Bay Road Northeast in 1 mile. Look for your destination on the right.
I just said it. I already told about that.
Oh, you did?
You order a Chipotle bowl, or in case you're fucking off in Savannah and you want to listen to me.
In
You
1
order a
mile,
Chipotle
look for
bowl,
your
you ask
destination
for.
on the right.
This is fucking secret knowledge, by the way.
This is secret.
You ask for 3 hard tortillas, the crunchy shells.
Yeah.
They pop them out and they give them to
They
you.
give them to you for
They were
free.
pulling some bullshit where they only give you 2 for a while. And I raised up against it. I was like, dude, how much is an extra one? I'll fucking give you an extra $1. Give me it.
Yeah. Now you can aim it. You can just be like, give me 4. They'll
Yeah.
give you 4.
They'll hook it up.
Yeah.
So you ask for shells. Now you get a bowl. Mix your guac in your bowl up, with sour cream if you're gay, and then you make 4 tacos and it's delicious.
And yeah, so that's
That's how you maximize Chipotle. That's literally the art. That's the art of the deal.
I love that this podcast went from like fucking bullshit, like just this, alt-right brands up top to now it's just like, and that's how you maximize your experience at Chipotle.
Listen, we're basically Bear Grylls here in West Philadelphia.
We are, yeah, for sure. You got candles, mattresses, you got an air mattress, I eat beans. If I get my hands on $20, I ball out, lose it immediately on takeout food.
The best is when Bays figure out I have an air mattress. It takes minutes. It's so high up. Every time they came in, like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm inflating my bed. Dude, it's the fucking absolute pussy hand dryer, dude. When they hear the bed go,
it's good thing you got that acoustic guitar sitting right next to it to equalize it.
I have to, dude.
You have to, you can't play it. That just has an acoustic guitar sitting next to his air mattress. Strictly, literally can't play guitar. It's just there to counteract the pussy.
Make me shred right now.
You can definitely shred. Definitely do not shred on the podcast.
I won't shred on the podcast. That's every time I play my air mattress, I have to play like 2 songs of Bad Fish by Sublime to get the pussy back.
You gotta play Wonderwall to get it.
I need to get the pussy back to hook up Stacey and Stu. They can play like a G chord and be like, alright, we're back.
Yeah. So he has
an air mattress, bro. Put on an air mattress.
That's a good air mattress. That's a fucking nice air mattress. What are you fucking breaking up, man? Keep popping thrown while you're burning field day, dude.
I keep fucking, I miss the pussy and break the air mattress, dude.
Matthew. You think that's how you should speak? You had too many sites. You finish that idea?
Almost.
Pop, chug it. Hurry up. Stop it. Stop it. It's not funny. It's immature. Chug your side on the cat. Finish the whole
Your
thing.
destination on the right. Arrive at destination.
Receiving is blocked. That's fucking weird.
Okay. Around the back of the building, he says. There's nothing around the back of the building, so I'm gonna do a loop. And we'll frickin' find out. It's a lot easier when you're in that seat. Door that says receiving. Receiving. Guess that's gotta be that, right? This door is gonna say no parking, so that's why I'm gonna park here. Evacuation area D. Turn that off. Try. Okay. Dynamite. Come the fuck on. coding driver expenses app. Got it? It's stupid. Nope. This
Asking for route. Building route. Drive to route line behind you. Or route from current location.
On the road again.
Proceed south on Hogan Bay Road northeast in 1 mile. Look for first road off roundabout towards Willamette Drive northeast. Then, after 37 feet, turn right to Willamette Drive northeast. You are traveling in the wrong direction. Please turn around as soon as is safe or route from current location. First road off roundabout towards Willamette Drive northeast, then after 37 feet turn right to Willamette Drive northeast.
No blinker, huh?
Fuel stop at pilot number 386 has been added on your active work assignment.
Training and moving up, as long as you were a good worker and hard, you could be making $80,000 as a manager or a water worker. I know, it's kind of exciting. We talked about different potential career paths to get you more money. We talked about wanting to get more money, so you have more ability to you know, catch up in life because you're in your mid-30s, $0 for retirement, and paying off the debts and trying to take control of the situation. Why did you stay where you are, even though we talked about potentially the opposite?
Well, my expenses kind of reduced drastically.
Go on.
I think I'd rather save that for when we get into the...
When we go through the bills?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to leave a little to the imagination for now.
Okay.
Also, I was really...
Build suspense.
Yeah.
I love that to myself.
I was really excited when you called and said, like, hey, Brian and Bo are coming to Austin. If you can, money guys, to record. We're going to see each other on this day. And I was like, oh, that sounds cool. I'm like, yeah, I can't miss that. And we hung up, and I was like, wait a minute, this is an intervention.
Okay, I do have a quick question.
Yeah.
When I watched your show last, you had mentioned that you had an outstanding tax bill.
Yes.
You still have an outstanding tax bill, or you know, with the IRS. What you have going on with that?
I have taken into account that I would be paying. I think Caleb, you mentioned that you could do this quarterly. But is there a way to do that monthly just to pay?
That was when you were self-employed. Are you self-employed?
No longer, no. But don't I still owe those taxes?
Wait. I'm not exactly sure of that context of that. I think. Did I say that?
No, I was just
I
a
don't
gig
think so.
worker, and I've been doing that for like since 2015 on.
Oh, what I was recommending for a lot of the gig work was doing
30%.
estimated
I was trying to do.
That's different than owing back.
You owe him back taxes. Because I know we were talking about that.
Remember I saw a letter in the mail for about 3 years. So I want to knock that out of the way for.
Did you?
On Willamette Drive Northeast,
no.
bordering from current location.
But I
Have
wanted
you
to.
not touched it? Have you talked to the IRS trying to get a payment plan, anything before potential legal action, or wage
Because I
garnish?
could get. Yes, exactly. But I've taken that into account. It's like say like 250 a month going into this month, next month.
Instead of actually taking care of your situation?
Like you're actually paying that to the IRS or the $250 a month right now?
Oh, I think he's saying he's taking that into account for his
So like I do my expenses like okay 250 is going to
But you don't send it to
maybe
them.
more and no.
So
Because I haven't gone about calling them yet.
when I watched your show, I found myself yelling at the screen. And I want to tell you, because there's a tool, and I can even send it to Caleb after the show. The IRS offers for anybody who has outstanding debts and there's concern that it's not collectible, and they even have a feasibility a tool built on the IRS website to let you kind of go through. Have you gone down that process to see if maybe you can work out a compromise with the IRS? Because they don't want people to be so far in debt that you can't function. So they do have a process to kind of minimize that. Have you ever heard of that or gone down that pathway?
No,
Okay, well, I'm listening to it. And you ought to try that as well as get on some type of installment basis because unfortunately the outstanding liability just keeps building on itself. And interest rates are now pretty hard.
About 15,000 was it?
Yeah, something crazy.
Yeah, that's what I was using. It was 15,000.
So imagine if you did do the offer and compromise. I can't do this. Can we get on a plan where I can pay back 8,000? I'll pay this much. Think about what that would do for you. Yeah, that'd be a huge opportunity. You obviously.
Say they do a chunk of salary too. Yeah.
Is that something you're actually interested in? Because it sounds like you haven't tried to pursue anything. You're just literally assuming that $250 is going to be taken out of your account in the future from your pay.
That's not too generous.
You just haven't taken action. So I'm curious if you're, even though this is resource, that again, the most knowledgeable people I think in finance on YouTube are, they're going to send our way so we can send your way. Is that something you would actually pursue?
The last couple of months, I've been focusing on, I guess what I call a triangular system, where like I figure out, okay, the checks are going all into high yield savings, and every month, every first of the month, I withdraw from the high yield savings what I need to pay my bills, and then for allowance. So I have 3 different accounts, and so like once I had that sorted out, I was like, okay, what do I have left to pay for taxes?
No offense, but as somebody who's gone on a worse debt than you were in at the beginning, why not follow what I said for 3 episodes? Why make some triangle plan? Why a triangle plan when I said what to do? No, I mean, I'm glad you're taking a step. I'm just so confused why we're sitting here and you're like, I've created this brand new invention of a plan, which just sounds convoluted and complicated for no reason. You don't actually things that are actually taking advantage of it. How you saving them money?
Continue on to I-5 South.
You weren't listening to what I said.
Proceed west on I-5 South. It's 71
Sorry, I get
miles.
lost.
No, it's okay. So I want to understand this. You have these three accounts, right? You have a high yield account, and then and you pull money out, and that goes into a bill account, and then your third account is an allowance account.
Yes.
So that's like spending, bills, high yield. Is debt coming out of your bill account? Like, are you actually decreasing your debt through time, or are you just covering
The bill, I was thinking the IRS, the debt, the IRS could go
It could, but it hasn't. Like, what's going in the bill account?
well, like for this month, I was just gonna leave like $200 to $300 just for the taxes. I was thinking of talking to, well, I was gonna go like some lines about seeing how to get tax preparation.
Buddy, it's been over 6 months.
Yeah, you said this month. Wasn't your last thing in like January, February? What happened in the 8 or 9 months?
Oh, because I told you recently you'd be coming on the show, so you're like, it's time to actually fix what I should have fixed the last 8 months. Buddy, I love you too much for you to just turn around like that. Sorry.
I'm only interested in something. I'm only listening to
Well, it's good to get reasons why, so we can at least know how to address.
What do you want? Like when you think about your financial situation, where you are today, what do you actually want to look different a year from now? Like, what would be a positive thing? Forget the steps, forget the things you have to do, forget advice that you give the three of us.
Yeah.
What's the outcome that you would like to see?
Are you running short for ideas on short or I would say so much time for me just
looking at first the credit score needs to come up, and then look at houses.
Okay.
Make sure you have a plan and a schedule to get your full 35 hours of RVT training, period. But don't forget to have fun, period.
So you want to improve your credit score. The reason why you would improve your credit score is so that you could borrow more money. I'm not going to fault you on that, right? Because buying a house is a necessary thing. So you want to improve your credit score so one day you can be a homeowner, right? So that's like this that's this goal way down the line. Back forward a little, or back up a little bit from that. Before you get to home ownership, what's the goal what do you want your life to look like 6 months before you buy a home?
Halfway done with paying taxes before I'm garnished.
How long would it take? Because these have been back for
years.
What?
Yeah,
$15,000
in debt. That's huge, right?
Yeah.
I would like to know how much debt you have, because I know that's where we were talking. I'd like to kind of just know how far, because I think those are noble causes to get your credit score up, to do the house. And I want to give you a compliment too, because you were nice enough to send us some of these account statements. I did notice, and I don't know if it's because you were coming on the show, but in August or July, you had tons of transactions with the credit card. And I mean, I was like, whoa, why is Joseph even using a credit card? But then I noticed last month's
not in the plan.
Yeah, last month's credit card, it was a desert of transactions. It was just like payments and no spending hardly. I mean, you did have something, but I was like, wow. So I mean, you can shut it down when you want to, and I wonder if it's the accountability and the awesome hotness that Caleb can take his notes to.
The dollar bill bros, which is our trio name, I guess has to audit you every month so that the previous month is the desert of spending. You know what else is a noble exercise, by the way? Hitting that subscribe button. We're trying to get to a million subscribers, and thank you all so much. And thank you for being the guest on the show. Thank you, everyone. Should we go through your debts?
Oh, yeah, please, let's get the roasting over with.
This is Capital One. This is your mom's, correct?
Yes.
We talked about how to potentially address the solution.
When you said your mom,
Social Security. Well, let's see, the interesting thing about that is she says, oh yeah, we pay back every month, but 1 month in particular, I guess my brother used it a bit.
Whose social security number is that? Is yours or your mother's or somebody else?
Both brothers, because
It's a joint account?
yeah, because like my credit scores affect my
So yours is first on the account?
believe hers, because I tag along with her.
Now, in
Either way, it
this,
impacts both of us.
Yeah.
in the month where you didn't know you were getting audited, what did you do? Okay, we made a little bit of a payment to the $2,610. That's awesome. Then you went and purchased $1,718. Well, interest is being accrued of $86.58, bringing it from a total balance of $2,600 to $3,600 because you knew you wouldn't be on the show. So accountability. You knew accountability wouldn't be put in front of you, so we're just like, we can pick around, we can just spend on Whataburger, things that, your service work, getting a car wash? We're washing our car lane, we can't pay off debt? Rent a car, who knows? I don't know why that's happening. You can answer that in a second. Spotify, guess what? We can listen to ads when we cannot pay off debt. We can listen to ads. This is the... That's like a double on Spotify, isn't it? That's a little more expensive than on Spotify. Chipotle, Cinemark Theaters, so let's go to a real movie theater like Alamo Draft House, Hobby Lobby. We can do free hobbies, I promise. We're taking lift rides, we're going to the deli, we're going to Cinemark again.
Are these all you? Are you the one doing
Yeah, who's swiping this
or
card?
is this your mom and your brother? Who's doing it?
Okay, none of it was mine.
Oh no.
I just couldn't help myself.
What do you mean? What is that? What does that possibly mean?
I was like, okay, I haven't done any or much spending personally, but those were all like either my mom or my brothers, because that's just kind of, and it just racked it up. But here, you have to know this, hopefully. There's like snuff video of them cutting up the cards and setting them on fire. So, and that's why you don't.
Well, what happened? Oh, what caused that?
You only see the Spotify transaction because we forgot something.
Hello, this is Keenan.
Hear me back.
I was gonna say there's a lot more eating out, but I mean you just said what you said. So what took us to that? What was the cause between what was it, July and August?
I think my brother, he was just graduating college and he didn't have money. So he's like, hey, I still have this card, so swipe. He's like, okay, whatever, it's your last month of college.
What is it? I'm confused how that equals us chopping up the cards and catching them.
Oh no, this was all
that?
this caused
that? What caused that?
My mom says, like, you know what, we should get into a house, because like the rent that we're paying, it would be cheaper to go split a mortgage versus pay rent.
So I think, I mean, this is just my perspective and the way you're talking and the way your parents have talked. The goal of getting out of debt is not a goal within itself. It sounds like you guys need that goal that is further beyond that. And for both of you guys, it sounds like house is that goal. So getting out of debt, getting the credit score up in order to take advantage of a mortgage on a house, sounds like what you guys actually want to do. But getting out of debt itself is not a goal enough.
I'm just balancing at what point, so like when I have a savings, at what point is it safe to just pay off debt? You know what I mean? Like, should I save 1,000 or 2,000 and then pay off the credit card?
This is how I like to do it, and I know how you guys do it as well. I mean, there's Dave Ramsey who does 1,000. I don't like that because people have been on the show and they've encountered emergencies, and more emergencies cost them $1,000 than ever before. Then they end up in a worse situation than they were before they saved $1,000. Okay, lovely. I do a 1 month emergency fund or 2 months if you have kids, and you guys cover all the
highest deductible.
Yeah.
Highest, you go look at all your insurance, like primarily your health insurance is probably going to be the highest, so get your highest deductible covered, and then let's start attacking.
Yeah. So that could be a number if you added that all up. That could be, okay, we have that, then we attack that.
Just, okay, 1,500, so next check is going straight to the credit card.
Yeah, I mean, your interest rate on your credit cards, Joseph, when I was looking at this, was like, I didn't even know this existed. I mean, I thought credit cards were above 20, you know, I hear people talking about 20%. Yours was north of 30%. So, I mean...
Welcome to financial audit.
I mean, it breaks my heart because a good investment year is if I can get you 8 to 10%, and then when I see that the credit card companies are charging 30%, it's criminal. You won't, it's definitely punitive to the point that you can't get away from it. So that's why once you get your highest deductible covered, in our eyes, you've got to just, without mercy, destroy whatever debts before you, because 30% will never recover from it. You don't just pay it off.
$516.61 as of July has been stolen from you this year. Interest on justice card.
Thank you, Mr. Bryan. No, but my.
No, thank you, Mr. Hammer.
So is the 36? So the so you ripped the credit card. It's not getting used anymore. There's still about $3,600 in there. Is that who's going to pay that off? Is that you?
Right.
Is that your mom? Is that your brother? Who does this debt belong to today?
How's the conversation been surrounding that?
Well, my thought process is like, okay, if we're gonna split a mortgage, we'll need a signature, and by signature I mean we will need like each party will need like $7,500, and that's like $5,000 towards the down payment and $2,500 towards just towards an emergency fund, because with our luck something's bound to happen any month. And but as far as the card, between my mom and
So the two of you are responsible for this $3,600.
Yes.
You will chop that up.
And you guys like decided like joint, like is it going to be 50-50? Have you gotten that in depth?
Well, it could be 50-50, but I can afford to knock it out faster because my expenses are lower. Because, I mean, I could throw a few checks at it, like, I can have it taken care of in a month. My question was just, it's like, can I do it with, like, you recommend I do it with $1,500 in savings, $2,000 in savings? Because I have, like, $1,000 in savings right now.
But Joseph, you're trying to make these things coexist. I don't see how they can coexist. You can't get a mortgage house while you're running this debt. I mean, the credit card as well as the IRS debt. I think, just being honest with you, I think it needs to be gone. I mean, you're skipping steps, and it's kind of dreaming and not connected to reality.
Plus a 6-month emergency fund before we consider putting a down payment.
Absolutely.
Year.
So what is your health insurance deductible? Do you know how much you are responsible for your health insurance?
I was under the impression that I was enrolled, and I didn't see like the $50 deductible from my check.
This is, I said, on your report, this is health insurance.
No, I did. Or so I thought, like, because we had a conversation toward the end of September. It's like, oh yeah, you're good to go starting in October. And so I thought, like, with my first payday in October, that I'd see like some kind of deductible or some kind of deduction on the paycheck. And I didn't see it, so we're gonna talk about that tomorrow.
Like tomorrow, like yesterday. Like that has to be something, right? Like you were flying naked right now. That's not a good look. You don't want to do that, right? You know what I mean?
Naked, that's southern.
That's a southern. So do you know what the deductible on your health insurance? What's it in play?
Let's go roughly $50.
But that's just the deduction. That's not the deductible.
Like if you, how much do you have to spend?
Oh, deduction. Oh yeah, the deductible. I don't remember, to be honest.
Because just to let you know, health insurance and a lot of, we haven't seen your policy, but most of them now just are glorified programs where they still want you paying, like you go to the doctor, the doctor's going to try to charge $300, but and then insurance company goes, no, we're not going to let you charge us $300 because we're part of this insurance, it's $80, and then they're going to send you a bill for $80. That's what you've got to cover all those out of pockets, and if you spend enough, if you had a lot of medical stuff, you would reach a deductible amount where they'd say, okay, finally we'll cover more than Joseph and your family would. But right now, I bet it's just a discount program. So you need to not only have the deduction, but the deductible covered as well.
So you said you have $1,000 in savings right now.
Yes.
We don't know the deductible. And you
Good
said,
job, by the way.
And you said what? The goal, according to your plan, would be 1 month of expenses.
That's what I like, just to make it simple.
Sure.
But
What's your burn rate? Like, what's it cost you? Because you just told us that your rent was down to up to $640 and $640.
well, actually, I will say we will figure that out. We will figure out that burn rate. We will create his budget.
What's a burn rate?
How much you spend?
Oh, okay.
I'm roughly
$1,000
is to get to on that cash, because then everything else above, whatever that number we uncovers, has to go towards the debt. Like that, it has to like militantly go towards that 100% of it.
Yep, absolutely. Let's continue going through, and then we'll create your plan.
Just FaceTime them and send them some flowers. Is is going to save you months of trying to dig around and get those online trainings like you did before, period.
Where your money should go and where it's actually going right now. That's it. That's all the debt, right?
Is that it?
That's all the debt, right? The car? Car. That has been a thorn in me every single time.
So, you remember how I said that car's gonna, like, I did the boy math and said, well, it's a $14,000 car, but I was charged about $22,000 after interest, packages, but like, whatever, it's gonna last 1 million miles, it's a great value.
This thing was at like 25%.
Yeah, something comical, and yeah, I was kind of hyping up how that car was immortal, and it got booked.
But you had...
So does this explain all the lift?
I am intact. Lift?
Oh, no. Oh, okay. Keep going. I'm sorry.
That was for my brother to get around, I believe. There's some, yeah.
So your car got towed.
So I no longer have car payments.
Okay, so the insurance will be like
the
insurance got your check.
So that was the
check and paid off the car.
That was the one time I inadvertently made a good decision because
I wanted to give you a high five, and you're okay.
Yeah, that was. I'm actually really grateful that it hit me.
Sure.
Because had I gone any slower or even gone any faster, it would hit me directly. Okay, what he did? Wow. He hit me like in the rear, the driver rear, and we just 180. 120 is a heavy car, so we just 180. And
did you have to go to the hospital or get seen by anyone?
I was really sore the next day, but after that I was fine. So
good.
I'm not disabled. I can still make an income.
How'd you get here? How are you getting around?
Bus.
Which is what I recommended. It's just an left. Was it not before? We don't have the worst bus network in the world. We don't have the best. We don't have the worst. You can make it places. It's B tier, but you work at the airport, and if there's a place buses go to,
I made sure I did go. I figured out logistics. Like, okay, can I make it via bus? Yes, I can. When can I make it? It's like, okay, I can't make it in 1 morning, so I have to get a schedule change.
Yes.
So yeah.
Well, good on you for doing that, though. And I am glad that you like this.
So all we have is 36.
So like, hey, I took care of the car.
50,000 taxes, no other debt.
Is that correct?
Or the insurance. Yeah, insurance did.
Is that correct? Those are the two debts, though? Capital One and IRS.
Capital One and IRS, yes.
And the current balance on the Capital One is 3,500.
Okay, before you call me out for lying, I did honestly forget that because I was talking to someone at one of the debt holders collectors, because like collections agencies, right? And I was like, yeah, I'd like to take care of this because like at the time I had like about like I just got paid. I said, yeah, let me just take care of this collections to get my credit up. And they said, well, what we can do, we can dispute it, and you won't have to pay anything. And I was a bit cynical. I was like, okay, how much is this going to cost me? It's like, oh, okay, it's a case-by-case basis. And then it's like, I was getting this script like twice in a row, so I got really suspicious. Like, okay, I'm going to see what they have to say about it. That's like,
that's how it ended, though?
Yeah, because I wasn't too comfortable. Like, okay, let me give you my credit card.
You didn't give them like your social security number or any of your dates of birth, any of that stuff, on this debt consolidation.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I should be right.
He calls me once a month and we talk. You could have asked me that.
Yeah, but then I thought, like, what if I just come on as one show? Because I wasn't sure. It's like the interest. There's no accruing interest in collections.
So you do have debt in collections too?
Yeah, can you pull up your card number?
Got a screenshot and send it with my 4 kilobytes of head memory.
Can you just pull it up so I can scroll?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can send us that. Yeah, if you want. This is a new phone. This wasn't the phone you had last time.
Oh no, it's the same phone. It's just
okay.
Yeah, and also I cracked.
Phone's like naked.
Yeah, it is naked.
Yeah. Well, interesting enough, the case cracked.
Okay, so we're in the 500s, 534.
Now, before you kill me, I had a
being bullied right now.
What's in
$200 and $289.
For the record, I'd rather
Oh
take
man, you could have wiped those, dude.
So there's about $700 in collections right now.
Wait, what's Sunblock?
Oh yeah, I actually took care of that. It just hasn't updated on.
Okay.
I said you were short about that.
I'm
Yeah, I
sorry,
should update
read
it
those
the next few days.
balances again for the collections.
So Jefferson Capital, $400. I forget where that. Oh, that came from Uncle Stone. I borrowed from them last year, and that just came up last month. National Credit Adjust, I guess, from Speedy Cash. You know what's interesting? What's interesting is
You haven't taken out the payday loans, is that right?
oh no.
Good enough for long.
Well, this is pretty interesting because like I don't even remember. But see what happened was okay. Forgive me, gentlemen. I went to Speedy Cash because I needed like I guess like $100, and when I applied there, they told me actually you owe us. I was like, what? I could have sworn I paid you on that. And the very next day, that appears on my credit report.
But since our second episode, you have not taken out the payday loan, right?
No.
Awesome. That's where it's at.
Good.
That's where it's
That's
at. Come on.
improvement. These are like
That's a life
right
change.
direction. That's
Yeah,
all.
that's a change. Because you were taking them out all the time. We were like, okay.
So I think more we just kind of.
You wanted to get a computer once you took out like your payday loan.
Yeah, I did take. Did I take it? Oh yeah, I did. I just did. Yeah.
It wasn't on there. So I mean, that is legitimately showing progress that you're at least changing things in your life. Like you're no longer going into those stores the last 8 months. Actually, so almost a year. You have not gone in and taken out a payday loan. That's incredible. Almost a year.
Full disclosure, maybe a pawn every once in a while, but I think I've done that since about 6 months.
Okay, please. No.
Are you? Is it like you're pawning stuff that you're trying to get back, or you're just pawning stuff to get cash for it and get rid of it?
No, like the collateral. Having spots for $100.
But you haven't done that in 6 months.
No.
And we won't do that, correct?
Not the last time I did that.
And we're not going to do that?
Assuming my savings doesn't get like that, buddy. Okay.
What was the amount on that second question? Sorry.
Well, it was $298.
So there's $400 for. Let me just go by the original creditor.
Oh, that's fine.
Oportun, $400. Speedy Cash, $289. And hold on, that's on.
But that's good. So those are your actual.
That's on Apple Fats. There's more on TransUnion.
But just like that other debt wasn't updated or taken away yet, what's like most up to date? You know?
Let's see. Okay, I guess we'll go close to. I could have sworn I seen one.
Okay, they could have fallen off. I mean, you're 33, so I could see you taking out. You know, that wouldn't be collection centers.
You last episode you said I think Caleb put together a loose budget for you after looking at your income and then what you had expenses in.
Okay, let's go. Round 2, second week in a row, another one of these stories. And I have to wonder, is this like intentionally trying to convince women to quit their jobs to be adult stars on OnlyFans? Or is it the reality that women are quitting their jobs because they would rather not work? I wonder. All of the arguments around gender norms, and I can't help but notice, as most of you probably do, you go on social media and you look at the average female hobbyist account, and the female will post images of herself. The average male hobbyist account, less likely. It's a tendency, it's not absolute. But of course, the theme, as I mentioned 50 million times, is that when a woman takes a picture of a new object she acquired, perhaps a video game, she's in the photo doing a selfie with it, whereas men just take a picture of the object. Men are focused on the object, women are focused on the human element of it. I said last week that it's a good thing, actually. And I think, for some reason feminists get offended by the concept, despite the fact that it's actually equal to men. Men don't care about people, they care about stuff. They don't care about people. Makes sense, right? But that brings us to this story. Single mom of 4 who quit her job as a receptionist to be an OnlyFans model reveals she now rates in $30,000 a month after enlisting her 14-year-old sister to shoot her racy content. I don't quite understand that last part, but sure. Chloe Sajik, 29 from Arizona, turned to adult content creation for extra cash. She soon started earning thousands of dollars and quit her job as a receptionist. The mom of 4 now enlists her younger sisters to help despite facing backlash. This is the trend, my friends. I have to wonder. Let's make up a conspiracy theory. Here you go. Conspiracy theory. Men, venture capital firms are secretly creating bank accounts to give women large sums of money to force them to quit their jobs. There you go. I suppose the question is, given the choice between doing adult content and working, what would the average woman choose? I don't think it would be adult content. I don't. But honestly, I think it's a rock and a hard place. I wonder if the average woman would choose to work with people. We see that in work. Women tend to take jobs like nurses and teachers, working with other people. Men take jobs working with things, because men care about things and women care about people. Again, it's neutral, but you could argue that's more beneficial to women because the human experience is the most important thing. But this brings me here. How many women do not want to work? 9 to 5. How many women are working jobs that are not about people, insurance companies or something, just like filing paperwork? Do they really want to have those jobs? Or would they prefer to socialize, interact, have a family? Maybe they have a family. Be wine. Be wine moms. Your kids are drinking wine with the girls in the morning. What's preferable? I'm sorry. I think anybody who says that the average of people would rather work is just lying. Because nobody works. Most people don't like working. I saw this post about the IQ bell curve between men and women. And it showed that men overwhelmingly are stupid, but there are more male genes than women. This is the greater male variability hypothesis. Makes sense. So you have most women being of average intelligence around 100, slightly below, slightly above. And then you have the majority of suck, I must say. But I say, when I look at this, I'm like, nobody likes working, right? There's very few men who are high level who want to work endlessly to the bone. This past week, I went on the Pressure Fit podcast, and I was asked what I do to relax. And there are some things I do. I like playing poker. I like skateboarding. But skateboarding it's all work. All of it is in the same mindset. That's why I'm kind of like nothing. I work all the time. I don't play. There is no circumstance where I like to zone out. That doesn't exist. And Myra was saying the same thing from Pressure Fit podcast. If I'm not working, I'm stressed out. So what stops me from stressing out? Working. But it's rare, isn't it? So I look at this. You've got a young guy who would rather not work. He wants to play video games all day. They exist. Hikikomori exists. They don't want to go out. They don't want to socialize. Sorry. Ain't nothing you can do that's going to make you money. And then on the other hand, you can take out a camera. And guys are going to get that money. So the question then becomes, crisis we are facing, if this turns out to be true. So you can go back, you talk about the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, and whoever else, and blame them for it. The conspiracy theory there is that they realized they could double the workforce and slash wages. They said, we need more workers. Let's get women to work. Women can work. Why should they be at home? And who's going to raise the kids? They don't care. They want short-term profits. Here you are. Well, now, perhaps the great conspiracy is to get women to stop working because it's easier to get money doing this. But the question then becomes, as people get older and become less desirable, in fact, how are they going to make money? This 29-year-old woman, she better be saving all that $30,000 a month, which honestly, a lot of money. I don't know about enough money. She's saving for retirement. Because how many years can you really do this? For real. Now, the average woman is not going to be making $30,000 a month on this. Just not reality. So apparently, I think most women who try to only make a couple $100 a month. A couple $100 ain't nothing. But for a lot of these women, they are basically selling away their dignity in exchange for a larger money up front. Perhaps that makes sense. Perhaps what happens then is they can save this money, create a retirement fund, and then never work again. I think the terrifying reality is you're going to have a bunch of single women without kids. Of course, this lady does have kids, but there's going to be a lot of single women who have no kids, who do porn, and then when they're 45, the money is going, I mean, by the time they're in their late 30s, the money is going down. And then they're going to be unable to work. They're going to be shunned by a lot of people. Maybe that's what I'm trying to normalize such women. And then they're not going to have fun. My friends, I've talked about how I think the future is going to be conservative. I want you to understand this doesn't happen today. As liberals abort their kids, sterilize their kids, or plain don't have kids, and conservatives do, the future is skewing in the conservative influence direction. Of course, it doesn't discount the left's attempt to indoctrinate children. The point is, That's not a strong enough pull factor. Having kids and teaching them your values and having them of your genetic line is substantially more powerful than giving them a creepy book. That's reality. Now imagine this scenario. The future is overwhelmingly populated by conservatives and liberals aren't any. But those liberals are still alive. They're older. They're in nursing homes. What do you think is going to happen? If the future, as I see it, does come to be, then these more conservative individuals are going to pull entitlements. And they're going to say, that's your fault, not mine. I'm not paying for you. They're going to come to this 7-year-old woman and say, you decided you do porn and blow your money, and now I've got to pay for it? Not happening. Uh-oh. Then what? I don't know. You end up with a bunch of former hookers and prostitutes all over the streets that can't work and they're doing drugs, or, I mean, or horrifying things. That's the future I see. But I must be honest. Conservatives have been conservative. Women like this, and I'm not saying this to be a dick to this woman, she's making a lot of money. But she may end up finding herself institutionalized. Now, she's got kids. Those kids are going to grow up. Kids aren't going to let their mom, go down rap. But for a lot of these single childless women who have gone the route of owning and not saving money, many of these women who have gone the route of selling their bodies, they're going to end up institutionalized. You're going to get conservative-leaning individuals who say, we will not allow you to be on the streets, we're going to help you. And so for these women who can't make money on OnlyFans anymore or whatever it is, in fact, I actually think these women are all doomed, right? What's going to happen is men are going to create AI women. And it's going to be men, titillating other men while pretending to be women, which already happens. But now with AI, no one's going to need these women to do this. Why pay a woman? Now, some women will run these companies, but if geniuses are overwhelmingly male, then the highest level of success in the business is going to be male. Men are going to create AI girlfriends that are indistinguishable from real women, and men are going to pay to interact with them. I don't think we can even begin to understand how insane this is all going to be. When you look now at where Midjourney is with AI-generated videos, we are a year or two away, right? 3-4 years from now, there's not going to be art. There's not going to be music. Imagine being a graphic artist. You're going. The writers are striking, Hollywood writers, because they know AI can write for them instead. Already, I can make images. I'm a graphic artist. Now, if you want precision and good art, you have graphic artists for that. But we're getting really close to the point when AI is going to be all. Even movies. It'll be no art, there'll be no music, no TV shows. There will simply be someone saying like, hey, I made an anime, I hope you like it, 5 minutes. And then someone will be like, oh, that worked really well, I like this thing more. And then there's going to be 87,000 episodes of, Naruto or whatever. And people are going to be like, which arc do you like? Infinite possibilities, infinite realities. Anyway, I digress. My point. Why would this lady have a job? There's going to be a revolution of sorts. I don't know what it'll look like, but it'll be great. But I suppose, I'm wondering what will happen to women in the workplace if this trend over there. Next segment's coming up at 1 p.m. on this channel. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you all.
Yeah, man. Well, I really do think that's the only thing that can replace religion now is people, again, could be wrong, but these people start to acid questions. So.
It's interesting to think this is the time in history, human history, where we replace religion. It's a little, I'd say, borderline arrogant of you. What do you mean? You think I don't know.
I mean, it started in like the 1800s.
Religion?
Yeah. I mean, it started to kind of falter on a massive scale, at least in the West.
Okay.
With the Enlightenment, it started to kind of like fall apart.
Okay.
So it's like, but I think we're stuck in a weird like, what's it called? We're in like a weird purgatory right now. People like,
that's religious too, though.
I don't think of the word. It's like when you kind of like believe in stuff, kind of don't, you don't know. So it's like, I mean, I don't have a word. It's just a second.
I hear you.
That's what I'm on right now, mentally.
Yeah. I heard.
So I talked to my therapist about it. She's like, okay.
Oh wait, you see it there?
I still do psychoanalysis.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
that's my shit. I love it. I love it. It sucks because I'm so into psychoanalysis and I started psychoanalyzing everything. I'm like, wow, this is why I feel uncomfortable in the grocery store. Well, I did get lost in the mall one time. I thought I was following my mom. Well, and I started, she was like, well, all right. Let's take it easy.
Oh, you try to do like her job while you're in there?
Well, I tried to, like, well, you know what I was thinking about? And like, maybe.
Oh my god. I can't even, I mean, I guess I was about to be like, I can't even imagine being your therapist. It's like, oh wait, yeah, I can. I've done it 105 times.
Yeah, exactly.
I've done it 105 hours.
My last therapist ghosted me. This fucking never call, no call, no. Some other lady was like, hey, I saw your file. I think you're mine. I was like, that's what's up. What happened to the other person? Didn't he call you? I was like, no. I'm like, that's really fucked up. It doesn't call you. I was like, is what it is, babe. What time do you want me to come in? Here I go.
You're gonna find out why. Yeah, I told you I went to therapy once.
It's fun. It's
and the guy was like, well, you're depressed. Here, take these pills.
Oh, you went to
definitely don't do stand-up.
I just went to a psychiatrist.
Yeah.
Nah, you gotta go to a fucking,
went in once. I was like, I ain't taking no fucking pills, doc.
Should have smacked him
I'm
on his
gonna
hand.
come to stand-up comic. I'll show you.
Yeah, I'm not into the psychiatry. I mean, it helps some people, but I like just talking. It doesn't, you know, here's what it is.
Everybody I've talked to, a lot of the comics in New York do therapy. Like, they all do.
Yeah.
They're all very strong proponents of it. Like, you gotta fucking do it.
It's pretty tight. Well, it's like, it's cool to do. Just you basically, it's just you figure this shit out for yourself. They kind of only point stuff out here and there, but you just talk, and they just kind of like, oh, that's weird. What about this? What's that? And you're just kind of like, it makes you hit your blind spots. You're just like, I never thought of that. I like it's something I look forward to. You gotta find a good therapist. The one I had sucked. The first time I hated it, and I was canceled. The lady I had now.
Yeah.
She just, she just sits there and it's just like, that's interesting. And like, this is like, so this is what you're saying? I'm like, yeah, pretty much. And she's like, well, okay.
You should probably not do that.
What? Oh, yeah.
They're like, don't mail bombs.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I feel like Soros deserves a package. They're like, please don't.
Yeah, she's, God bless her heart.
Yeah, every New York comic that does it's also like, everybody that does comedy is and then it's like, well, yeah, or maybe everybody that does comedy is just open.
Yeah, exactly.
Because pretty much everyone's, like you said earlier, is like pretty fucked up.
Yeah. No, I don't buy that.
Like, that bad shit happens to a lot of accountants.
Oh, for sure.
They're going through some tough times.
And they're in an environment where they completely repress everything going on. It's like, while like scrambling for that fucking CFO position or something. That's a sick, twisted environment. I mean, comedy's a fucked up, weird environment too.
Yeah. Comedy, all you have to worry about is Lemaire Lee getting named.
You gotta watch out.
Yeah, you can't ban the Lemaire boy.
That was one shot too far, dude. That was the literal edge.
You think? I don't think so. This will blow over. Nothing matters. Literally none of this fucking matters.
It matters, dude. It's just, you gotta be at peace with the fact that one day you get to fizzle out, you know. Enjoy everything. Go down, somebody do.
This is a dark chat. That's what happens. I've
been reading a lot of real dark stuff at nighttime before I go to bed.
You read the dark arts before bed?
Yeah, a lot of John Gray. It's a dark book.
Yeah.
But it's not like everything I've been talking about. The whole thing of people that how progress is a myth, and now it's just like progress is like the decaying Christian myth, and now we think we're gonna like separate ourselves. We're separate from nature. It's really not a depressing thing. His whole thing is like, you know, like people think like we say like, why do we come into this world? It's like we don't come into it, we come out of it. Yeah. We're just like waves pumping out the ocean. We're just like, oh man, I'm down. You know what I mean? So it's like it's a nice way to think.
I had a thought when I was a kid that because we were talking about predestination, like predetermined and like free choice and all that. And when I was young, I was like, well, we're all animals. And because I remember they were like, dogs don't have souls. I remember Catholic school, they're like, dogs don't have souls, they can't think.
That was some bullshit.
They only make decision off instinct. And I was like, well, so do we.
They didn't like that?
I was like, we're all instinct. Therefore, everything's predetermined. Maybe instinct is God.
What they say.
They're like, you're a fucking weird kid. Here's an extra fucking lunch. Here's double lunch, dude. You're gonna play O-line.
Nah, it's so
we're gonna hit your head. These dumb ideas, get out of there. Now I think philosophy is gay, so they won.
They won, dude.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
But philosophy is fucking lame, dude. I
hated philosophy.
Dude,
there's never an answer, so I fucking hate it.
It sucks. Yeah, it really. There's a thing called School of Life on YouTube, and they go through all of the Western thinkers from like the very beginning, and they give you like a 9-minute rundown of like what. A lot of the stuff's kind of cool, but yeah, a lot of it's just like. Just jerk off stuff.
Yeah, I remember one guy, like morality. He was talking about how we're all just bags of meat, basically.
Yeah.
Like we're all just running on like nothing matters. And then the guy who was telling that to just kicked the dog, like in front of them while they're walking. He's like, "What the fuck, man?" He's like, "Where's it? You're not supposed to feel bad, dude. We're just meat." Yeah. He's like, "See, you got morality."
Well, what sucks is the function of philosophy back in
I think I got that story right.
That's a sick fucking story. The function of philosophy was to continuously like figure out what's going on, and people would talk, and then it just got kind of like ruined by nerds, basically.
Yeah.
They're just kind of like, yeah, I'm the best, and then it gets lined up to college, and it's like, it's supposed to be for just two people to talk.
All my philosophy revolves around dogs.
Oh, for sure.
I kicked a dog when that teacher told me dogs don't have souls. I watched there's a dogs documentary. Soder told me to watch this documentary.
What's it called?
On Netflix. It's called Dogs.
I gotta see this.
I watched the first episode this morning, and when I'm hungover, I cried pretty easy.
Yeah, for sure.
Dude, I was watching it in front of Claire. 5 minutes into the first episode, I started crying. I was like, I can't watch this fucking...
What's it about?
The first episode's about a little girl who has seizures, like horribly. So they're gonna get her a dog that's trained to detect seizures. Like, stay with her at all times and bark when she's having a seizure.
What?
Yeah, so then it's like, this little girl's in bed. She's like, I'm so excited to get my puppy. He's gonna save my life. And like, they show the puppy, like the dog getting like trained and shit. I was like, God, it's so fucking nice. It's so good.
Dude, that the John Gray guy doesn't believe for a second that animals aren't conscious. He's like, we're all conscious. Like, humans are the ones who are conscious enough where they're cursed to actually like know that they died. Yeah. Animals are conscious, but they just don't know they're conscious. They don't care. Yeah, they're just kind of like I literally took a nap on my couch today. My dog goes, "Fuck yeah, dude!" Hops over the thing, lays down, little cuddle buddy, dude. And he's just chilling. Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm like, the woman's receiving this house. My fucking girlfriend always gets mad when I wake her up from a nap. She's being honest.
We gotta contact it. We gotta get you on the horn with O'Leary.
Oh yeah, dude.
We'll hit you with all this. They study all this. So it's a Republican primary. Everyone's up on stage, and they're all still doing their political. So like the first couple guys that talk are like, "I'm from Kentucky and I love education." The crowd's like, "Nice." And the next guy's like, "I'm from Georgia and I love religion." The crowd's like, "Pretty good. This is a good one." This is a heated debate. And then it finally got to Trump's turn to talk, and it was just like, "Rand Paul is ugly," and the whole crowd was like, "Oh! We didn't know you could do that in this. You can just do that as your thing." And Rand Paul's like, "All right, everybody, settle down. We're trying to have a debate here." And the whole crowd was like, "Shut the fuck up, Rand Paul. Ugly bitch." But it's a Republican primary. Everyone's up on...
What about the China-Taiwan situation? It is very real and going to get even more real and scary soon. There are very few months in the year that an invasion works for Taiwan because of the wind and the sea state. An amphibious invasion or an airborne strike are really hard to do. You have 100 miles of open ocean between mainland and Taiwan. If Xi decides to go for it, he's literally putting his life on the line. If Xi goes down that road to start that kind of contest, there's only one way. He's got to win, and win it all, or it's toast. All scenarios are not great because you have massive firepower organized on the Chinese mainland, all focusing there. Anything that can get on board our submarine fleet will be more important, essential than ever. It's the only thing that could get in any way close. What about the China-Taiwan situation?
Welcome to the Late Schmite Night Show. Today's guest is none other than my future wife, Zendaya. Your future what? Zendaya. Where will you know? Okay. Today we'll be playing a game called Who's the Better Kisser, and I'll be the judge of that. So, what's the... So, Zendaya, tell me, what is your motivation? Could you please get your hand up my leg? So, Zendaya, we all heard about your breakup with Tom Holland. What? Tom and I aren't breaking up. You sure? Yeah, we love each other. I love her. So we all know that Zendaya always gets up at 3 a.m. to go downstairs to get herself a glass of water, which is why you should have Wait a minute. How do you know that? I heard about... No, I don't recall ever telling anyone this. How do you know this? What the fuck? Are you the one that broke into my apartment 3 nights ago? Oh my god, yes, it's you. You stole Tom's underwear, put it on your head, and then started running away. I don't recall. Yeah, you ran against the glass door, vomited on the floor, and then jumped out the window and left a butt print on my car. Welcome to the Late Schmite Night Show. Today's guest is none other than my future wife, Zendaya. Your future what? Zendaya. Where will you know? Okay.
You alright? Good. For a little more? Oh. That's nice. Plus, restriction. You know how I stopped you, sir? What's that?
We read your tag and it's coming back as a weapons owner. Go ahead, set up, Carter. Where's this?
Oh, ain't no big man, my goddamn chicken.
That's good. Come on. Am I going to do this?
Sir, that's a whole rifle, isn't it?
Is there a dog in the car? You got a dog in the car? Good roll on that. You all right? Go ahead, bro. A little more.
Hey, over here real quick.
What's going on? Go ahead and get your plate. You scared?
No, I don't know like that. I won't be disrespectful. Grab me a plate right quick.
You good? This is my family. So make your plate.
All right, slow down. Now we'll make your plate right quick.
Yeah, you good. I got you. Anybody want chicken? Anybody want chicken?
All right, welcome back to Bucket Socks Podcast, episode 115. Today on the show, in housekeeping, we give you guys some updates on the Israel-Hamas fighting, and we also play a few rounds of Is It Racist? Then, in Cringe of the Week, we show you the different ways parents handle their trans kids. And in Urban Decay, we explain what per capita means because some people don't seem to get it. And on top of all that, we're giving you guys a chance to break a world record. All this and more is Bucket Socks Podcast, episode 115, ranked the best new podcast of all time.
Because words are just words until action actually starts. And actions speak louder than words. But at the same time, words speak louder than actions because sometimes it's the right thing to do. Very cool. Very cool.
Bucket Socks Podcast featuring Richard and Brad.
All right, one for one on the intro, as always. Guys, this week's episode is brought to you by our friends over at My Patriot Supply. Are you prepared for the unthinkable ahead? We need to pray for the best, but prepare for the worst, which is why I'm telling you it's time to pick up some emergency food kits. Right now, you'll save 25% on a 3-month get same-day medicine of emergency food. All right, we have some updates. Israel-Hamas stuff is obviously popping off. Today is the day of terror that Hamas called for. Head on a swivel. Head on a swivel out there. Yeah, definitely a day to keep your head on a swivel. I've noticed a lot of celebrities are chiming in on the situation in Israel, but like no one really knows what they're talking about. Of course. So a lot of celebrities will post and then like delete their post 5 minutes later because of all the bad comments on either side. And it's just kind of like makes you realize like we don't really need to hear from everyone.
And that's a common theme. Not everyone needs to do everything. You know, Matt Damon, he doesn't need to weigh in. I mean, unless he wants to say like America, no intervention, then Matt Damon, you're free.
Yeah, good. Exactly. We don't need to hear from everyone. If you're a stupid girl who thinks she's an influencer, you don't really need your half-baked opinion. Guys follow you because you work out in your underwear and post pictures of it. Yeah.
And you post an angle that you really know what you're doing with. So let's stick to that. No Israel-Hamas, no Middle Eastern relations.
Exactly. We don't really need to hear your international relations opinions on this ancient blood feud.
And exactly. And that's what it is. And people, obviously people talk about, oh, they did this, these are the atrocities. And then that side is saying, well, these are the atrocities from last month. And then the cycle continues, and it's the Hatfields and McCoys.
The cycle continues for a long time.
Thousands? Yeah, thousands of years.
Yeah, exactly. And our take, which is the correct one, obviously we're never going to warmonger. We wish the best for the innocent people on both sides. Terrorism and innocent killing is obviously bad, and that's what we've seen. That's always bad. Other than that, I'm not really involved. Is kind of how I'm seeing it. We have our own Hamas back home, people that want us dead. We also literally have Hamas here, in the United States. So we have our own things to worry about. They're a finger snap away from going global with whatever they want to do.
We'll see. The release of this episode is 11 a.m. We'll see what happens on the day of terror.
Yeah, same with Russia and Ukraine. Not our fight. Not really involved.
And exactly. And we're consistent with that. And Dan Crenshaw talks about, our allies. We need to support our allies and stuff like that. And technically, he's right in an international relations standpoint. Like, America needs to show strength. We need to do this. It's like, not when inflation's fucking this bad. Not when the border's wide open. Kind of an order of operations I'm not really worried about exuding American strength on the international stage when a used car is 30 grand.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
It's
Like,
called we got some other stuff going on.
Exactly. And it's like, oh, dude, if we were drilling our own oil and we're richer than ever, and the price of a hot dog everywhere was what it was at Costco. All right, run a few ships in the Mediterranean. Who else can we help? Yeah, exactly. But, and then also in terms of that, we need to show American allies how strong we are. Imagine if you borrowed 20 bucks from me, and it's like, we're a $20 borrow ally. But every time you borrow 20 bucks from me, and I haven't asked you one time, is that great? Sounds like a one-way street. You know, yeah, it is what it is.
Keep in mind, too, also in these areas, the IQ level. Like, I think the Palestinian IQ average is like 70 or 65, which is worse than far as come. So something to keep in mind. It's not the same as here. You know, it's a far ways away, and we should keep it that way. And also keep in mind, the deep state wants World War III really bad. And get everyone on board for a World War III, they're probably going to need to make customers. They're going to probably use us as sort of.
Yeah, I don't know. And we've had this talk. I actually disagree with you. I think the deep state wants to sell a record number of missiles. They don't want nuclear war. Nobody wants nuclear war and uncertainty and retaliatory shit. But they want to sell a lot of 100K missiles. That's my take.
I take it a little further, where I think they want World War III so they can cancel. Cernovich had a good tweet about what's going on that kind of sums up our view too.
He said the left spent the weekend finding ways to support Hamas. The right had a difficult and nuanced conversation of eradicating terrorism while not harming innocents. Not hard to see the evil and good at work. The left is too far gone. We must take power for it.
I agree with that. And then Chicago BLM posted, I guess, in solidarity with the Palestinians, and they posted a picture of the tan glider, which was like the terrorist attack.
Yeah.
That wasn't the correct. That's not the Palestinian.
That's not the correct take, but that's their take, you know, and that's the whole point. I like it because it's a true mask-off moment, you know. Yeah. You have the guys, the previous Jewish supporters of BLM who are like, what? I will never support BLM ever again. So, yeah. So I could have told you that they were. What did you think decolonizing meant? You know, that's the whole point.
Yeah, we do have that before and after from that guy. Yeah. And it says, I will never stop saying Black Lives Matter. And
might even get a shirt myself.
And then, fuck them. Maybe the right was right about Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, it's easy to be consistent, you know.
Yeah, exactly. And then there was another tweet too, right there. What does that say?
You're making me read this. You're the one who put this in here.
What does it say?
The tiny voice that says Jews do seem to control a lot of industry/power is the same voice that says black people do seem to commit more crimes. Muslim people do seem to commit more terrorist acts. If you knew the last two are bullshit, please acknowledge the first is too.
All right. Well, let's not get too far into that one. We can skip that one. Let's just move on. Yeah. Let's move on to the border, which is kind of related. The border
put me into the reading chair.
All right. Well,
I should have let you stutter over that.
I don't know what that last tweet even meant. I don't know.
I have a 70 IQ. I'm from Palestine.
All right, let's move on. All right, we have a border update. Obviously, a lot of migrants are here illegally still, millions and millions. And there was an update that was given from this guy on, I think it's Twitter. What does it say?
Yeah, this is from Chicago. So we've obviously covered Terminal 4 in O'Hare and all of the migrants who are sleeping at literal police stations. So this guy said, just an FYI for those around the CBD stations that are housing migrants. Instead of hanging on corners asking for money, they are now roaming the neighborhoods. I was walked up on this afternoon. There are folks saying they are knocking on doors asking for money and goods.
Yeah, so that's not a good sign. A lot of people come here and they have no ways of making money, they have no plan, and they come to third world countries where they do third world shit, which is why I've been telling my family and close friends it's time to be prepared. Home invasions, I think, are going to be going up. Petty crimes, robbery, brazen, middle of the day type shit is going to keep going up. You know, it's time to have some self-defense stuff prepared at home.
Get a gun. And then also, Yeah, they actually can go door to door, but that's Halloween, so they gotta wait for that. Nobody's just gonna give you more shit.
Exactly. Bill Mallusion had a nice update too about special interest people apprehended.
Yeah, new internal CBP data provided and confirmed by CBP sources reveals that thousands of special interest aliens from mostly Middle Eastern countries have been apprehended by Border Patrol while crossing into the U.S. illegally over the last 2 years. Syria, 538. Yemen, you know Yemen, 139. Iraq, 123. Afghanistan, apprehended by Border Patrol. Yeah, new internal CBP data provided and confirmed by CBP sources reveals that thousands of special interest aliens from mostly Middle Eastern countries have been apprehended by Border Patrol while crossing into the U.S. illegally over the last 2 years. Syria, 538. Yemen, you know Yemen, 139. Iraq, 123. Afghanistan, crazy numbers, 6,000. Lebanon, 164. Egypt, Pakistan, Mauritania, Uzbekistan, Turkey.
Turkey, 30,000.
Turkey, the Turks.
And these are the last 2 years. These are special interest people have actually been apprehended and caught. How many people do you think got in? I think probably the same amount, if not more, have gotten in.
I think iceberg theory. You see the top 10% rule. So extrapolating 300K from Turkey or here.
Yeah, exactly. And there was a tweet about the FBI watch list, and who's on it. It says, guess which one is on the FBI watch list? The Mima from January 6th, and we got some guys here with the mask supporting Hamas.
Masked Palestinian / Eagles fan.
Yeah, Eagles fans. Go Bird. And then Ann Coulter had a good tweet that kind of summed up what's going on too. It says, when Muslims in Canada drove their trucks through the streets, celebrating the slaughter in Israel, you figure Justin Trudeau froze any of their bank account? Or no, he did all the freezing for the truckers. Nobody wanted them,
Just not to be forced vaccinated and lose their jobs?
Yeah, exactly. So that's what's going on. Let's move on. You ready to move on?
Yeah.
We have a new poll out of Pennsylvania that shows Trump has a massive lead. I think about 10 points. Can you better read?
Yeah, Emerson has Trump at +9 in Pennsylvania, but how legit is it? Looking at the crosstabs, I can see it says 18 to 24-year-olds. This is from Nuance, bro. 18 to 24-year-olds vote Trump over Biden by 10 points. Do we think Zoomers are this conservative in PA? It's possible. Other point is we see Biden vote amongst blacks only at around 60%. It will certainly be higher for this. So I actually agree with both of his assessments there. Like, I don't know if Zoomers are going to be that high. I don't know if blacks will.
But higher than expected.
Yeah. I mean,
which is why they need World War III to avoid the election. Right?
No, I already told you. I disagree with you on that. They want to sell missiles. They want their friends who donate to them so that they can get elected. Lockheed Martin, General Dynamics, all those. The guys who make the dog robots. Boston Dynamics. They want to sell a lot of high-end missiles, is what I think.
All right. So we disagree, but hopefully none of us are right.
Yeah, well, no, I think I'm already right. Like, that's what's going to happen. But I don't know.
Well, who knows? We'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's 50-50 between us. Nuclear war ending, election suspended, or a lot of missiles lining pockets, same old continuation. It's basically 50-50.
Basically 50-50. All right, let's use this opportunity to tickle the post, help us juice the algo. You guys have been so good. Leave comments. Make sure you like the video. Leave comments again. Make sure notifications are on. Get involved in the conversation in the comment section. It goes a long way.
Talk a little shit to someone. Start a fight in the comment section. Give me us 80 replies.
Get into a fight.
Slander someone.
All right, we are in our Doppel section. It is Friday. We don't do Doppels anymore, but if we did, these would be our Doppels. We got, is that me?
That's you in some sort of advertisement on YouTube.
Is that really me?
Yeah, that is really you. And then this one's you too.
No, that one's you. I put that in. Man breaks into Burger King and drinks gallons of deep frying oil. Wow.
I've seen you do that. I think I've seen you do that.
That's why you've been so greasy on the show. It's all the oil's coming out. All right, here's me again.
Latino.
Angel Molina.
Here's you again.
I'm a woman with a beard. Yeah, that does kind of look like me.
Is this someone doing AI with you?
I hope not. Those guys got hatched from a big bird egg. That doesn't look like me. That looks like me. This guy on the hinge.
Yeah, Rumble or something.
That does look like me.
Yep.
I wish I looked like that guy.
I know. It shows you what it could be.
And then what do we have? A couple more. Oh yeah.
The Pakistani Hulk.
The strongest man in the world, Pakistani Hulk. He moves cars, he picks stuff up. arm wrestles 3 men at once. Picks people up like they weigh nothing. That's me.
And then here's another Middle Eastern one of you.
Yeah, there's me playing guitar in my costume.
Yeah, that's the Hamas Memorial Fundraiser concert.
And here's you.
Yeah,
There you go. Here's you with your
trying to
glasses.
pass.
Trying to pass.
What
Same
can I do to
glasses.
pass?
All right, now we're in shout-outs. We have a lot of shout-outs to get to. We had a pumpkin carver. Ashley carved a pumpkin for us. And we also want to shout out her husband, Nick. Happy 37th birthday to him. We also had a wedding shout-out.
I'm not ready to move on.
It's pretty good.
Pumpkin is crazy.
Best new podcast of all time. That looks like really neat, really
I
neat.
know.
That's
Crazy.
really impressive. Yeah, let's slow down on the shout-outs. I'm going too fast.
Well, just for some of these.
Yeah.
Some of these, a couple of rock kicks, whatever.
Yeah. All right, we have some birthday shout-outs. Shout out to Tommy. His birthday is today. That's him with his dogs in our merch, the Buckets Talks Burger King shirt. Happy birthday to Danny Woods. His birthday is on the 15th. Happy birthday to Christopher. Your fiance Christine getting married this weekend.
Yeah.
Very well respected. This counts as the people that watch the show stay together. We are in the background of this company's meeting during a PowerPoint presentation.
This one I want to know more about. Somebody put this on. You sent this to me, and I go, yo, like I ran over. And I said, yo, where is this? What are they doing? Tell me more. And he was like, oh, I don't know, I didn't ask.
It's like a company.
Give me intel. What happened? Who said this?
I don't know. It's a company presentation.
And we're in it somehow?
We're in it.
These are real 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people
Those
watching
are like
this.
old people too. Those are like serious business.
So
adults.
please, I need to know more. Like this didn't give me any intel on that.
Yeah.
DM me.
DM Richard, tell him what happened.
Yeah.
Byron and Britt Graham got married today. Shout out to them. They watched the show.
I like that.
Pretty cool. And then we have a... So, yeah, the other names are Lincoln, Joshua, or Snarf Snarfo Bank.
Thank you.
So, we're hoping for that. And then we also had a wedding for Best Man speech. Best new couple of all time. Let this play.
Greatest new couple of all time.
He has, like I said, got a bit of housekeeping. All right, so congrats to them on your wedding. Congrats to Everett. He's the one who got married. And thank you to Trent. That was Trent who shouted us out.
Trent and Everett.
And we also have some rock kicks, which we have every week. So we have some people kicking rocks over here. Thank you guys for sending that in. And then we also have a drywall shout out. People are putting the show on their drywall and to get their interior of their house.
Just in any sort of construction projects,
And it gets covered up, and then someone redoes your bathroom in 30 years, and they go, what the fuck?
Those two guys are dead now. Those podcasters are dead.
Yeah. All right, let's move on. We are close, as you guys know.
Hey, shout-outs are getting out of hand. People are starting to say, and everyone's got a birthday, everyone's got a wedding. I think we're going to have to maybe even press time out. Not time out, but like, you got to bring it. You got to show me a video. The pumpkin, hey, the pumpkin and the wedding speech guys, they're up here. Everybody else,
Right on the drywall?
Yeah.
You're up there too.
You're
That's permanent.
You're right here. You're not a pumpkin carver. You're not like that, but you know. All right. I just wanted to get that off my
Happy
chest.
birthday to everyone else. Okay.
Oh, and happy birthday to Typical Liberal.
Typical Liberal, his birthday as well. Big Instagram account, great friend of us, great friend of the show.
Coming up soon. I won't tell which date exactly. It's coming up soon. I want to announce it.
All right, as you guys know, we are always trying to name things snarf on the show whenever there's an opportunity within the public contest to name stuff. I'm not going to say what, but we are very close on one. I think we're going to have an announcement by Tuesday's episode. Okay.
Awesome.
No. It's a mascot for a stadium.
Oh.
Let's get into some fun stuff. This is page 4 of housekeeping. So this is where my favorite stuff is going to be living. The horse lady before and after. Let's get that going. So this lady is singing the national anthem on the horse. And some guy's trying to help her because he thinks the horse is getting out of hand.
Grabs the reins.
She's saying, no thank you, I don't need help. And there's her getting carted off in an ambulance. Or I guess she maybe did need help.
Santa Clara.
Yeah, if you don't got it, you don't got it.
Yep.
You
need help, you need help. Yeah. Don't be a feminist about it. Exactly. All right, first things first, sandwich of fall. Everyone's getting mad at the French dip idea. Some people like the French dip idea.
Who got
this
mad?
way. People are saying French dip, oh, it's un-American. You don't like French dip. And then we talked about Reuben's last week, but then I said, you know, it can't be on rye, and I barely like Swiss cheese. So people are saying, do Reuben's anyway. I can't get behind it. A lot of people are saying Thanksgiving sandwich would be good.
Yeah, cranberry, turkey cranberry type.
Yeah, but I don't like that because I think it'll desensitize us to Thanksgiving. So we're not going to do that. I want to float the idea of bread and butter. No?
That's unlike, well, that's it. That's like you.
Yeah.
But it's not really a sandwich, so I don't know.
All right, so we'll decide by next week. Keep getting your ideas in. Keep tagging us.
This is the last week for submissions.
Yeah. We're punting to next Friday, and we'll get it figured out by then. All right, let's go to the Bills Goes to Collections meme. This is posted by Chinese.
As soon as a bill goes to collections, it's not your problem anymore. There's a guy in a suit whose job it is to ask you for $100. He went to law school to learn how to be a bum. You're a winner. You don't talk to people like that anymore. Go buy a sandwich.
That's what I like.
Yeah,
that makes a
it's
lot
not
of
your
sense.
problem.
And that was posted
Law school to learn how to be a bum. You're a winner. You don't talk to people like that anymore. Go buy a sandwich.
That's what I like.
Yeah,
That makes a
it's
lot
not
of
your
sense.
problem.
And that was posted by Chinese Donut Boy, who is my literal brother.
Law school.
Collections meme. This is posted by Chinese Donut Boy.
As soon as a bill goes to collections, it's not your problem anymore. There's a guy in a suit whose job it is to ask you for $100. He went to law school to learn how to be a bum. You're a winner. You don't talk to people like that anymore. Go buy a sandwich.
That's what I like.
Yeah,
That makes a
it's
lot
not
of
your
sense.
problem.
And that was posted by Chinese Donut Boy, who is my literal brother, and also 2,000 away from 100K. So he's my brother, which means he's your guys' brother too.
Yeah.
Go make sure you follow him on Instagram. He's tagged in the description. All right, world record muffin eater.
Another piece of shit from Guinness Book of World Records.
This was posted by Guinness Book of World Records Instagram.
This is the same girl we showed before.
What is with all the chewing? Just down that shit.
In 1 mile, take exit
That's
3
the world
on
record for
right
fastest
for Allen
muffin
Street,
eating.
Washington
15
Ford, and
seconds.
Kelso.
Guys, please go beat that. I'm not going to do it myself because it's too embarrassing to disrespect myself and get muffin like a fat fucking crazy guy. Just inhale it.
Yeah. You do that in private. You keep it private. It's 20 seconds. You don't rush.
You gotta keep a difference between personal and private life. But you guys can easily beat that, and if you want to do a timer, do it. If you want us to add the timer in post, we can do it too. Please beat the 15-second muffin eating record and tag us.
Also, what's the standard muffin size? Like, what are we doing here? Guinness is scraping the bottom of their barrel. They're like, what else can we squeeze out of this?
15 seconds, and it's a girl, and she ate it like that. Guys, put the muffin in front of you. Ready, set, go. Take the muffin, crunch it into a ball, swallow it. 6 seconds. Yeah. So please tag us in that. We'll repost you, and let's get some more record show watchers. All right, let's move on. Bigfoot got spotted in Colorado, maybe. The train was going by, and they saw this. He squats down. That's good.
It's just a guy in a ghillie suit.
Yeah, it looks like a guy squat.
Yeah.
So, looks like a squat. I don't think it's a real squat. Okay.
Looks like a guy. They wasted all of our time.
Oh, I need to
I thought you were going to go schizo and I had to balance you out.
No. That's just either a squatch or a guy in a squatch costume.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But I know everyone needs to know this kind of stuff because when these type of things happen, like Tucker's not going to show that. And then in a month from now, they go, oh, we found a squatch. And so they go, from where? And then they show this clip. Saw it here first.
Hey, for me, personally, to believe in a squatch, I'm made. So show me his body. Show me the body. I want to see him on the table. I want to see him medically, you know.
All right, last week on the show, we talked about that prompt where you type in a random thing and then say, is it racist into Google? And we had some really good ones. Let's just rip through some of the highlights.
Okay. Babies. Are babies racist? Science says everyone's a little bit racist, even babies. Tainted treats. Racism and the rise of big candy. Candy is racist. Is ceviche racist? This is just from a fan of the show. I don't think we got conclusive evidence. I don't think.
So ceviche is still, jury's still out on ceviche.
Yeah, ceviche is clean. Dessert, is ordering dessert racist? How food deserts are inextricably linked to racism in America. So that's, Google took the typo and they said one letter off, so food deserts instead of dessert.
Yeah.
But then Vice came in with eating these foods might make you racist.
So that might be key lime pie or something.
Dogs are racist, systemic racism in the dog community. Gardening is racist. The article just says gardening is racist, the title. That's it. So thank you for that. Is hard work racist? The Smithsonian Institute explains that rationality and hard work are racist. Is food racist? So well, there's multiple angles here. Yes, the answer was yes there. Passports have long been silent tools of racist discrimination. Underwear is racist. Bananas are racist. Or pooping is racist. Now, this is kind of, is pooping racist? Guys, people were sending in screenshots asking the question, and then there wasn't an article that confirmed it. So
pooping's not racist.
You kind of missed the prompt, yeah. So pooping was not racist, unless someone can find me an article. Is playing tennis racist? I'd say yes, based on those articles. Sleep gap between white and black Americans causes racist. The racist history of toilets in America, racist. Racist trees. Are trees racist? Yes, there are racist trees. They usually separate white from black people. And then here's the finishing piece, the last thing that's racist. Why being not racist is racist. So you might as well just be racist, guys.
Yeah, good luck out there in the minefield.
If not being racist is racist, then you might as well throw everything out, you know?
Yeah. All right, so that was the nice section of Is It Racist?
Yeah.
I guess everything is. All right, I'm going to bring you guys into a little inside joke we have here on the show.
Oh, okay.
At night, before the release, Richard Ratboy and I meet, and we go over thumbnails. Build the thumbnail. So for the last month, there was like that episode, like 5 episodes ago, where I described how to clean shit out of a urinal. And it was like disgusting, right? It was a stupid bit. It was fun, but it was gross. So every night, because Ratboy and I, like, we don't dread it, but it is like the final thing we have to do is like make a thumbnail, and sometimes we don't feel like doing it.
And it makes a big difference on the algorithm. And it's like, you need something snappy, and usually higher def performs well, and you need something that fits in the middle of us. And it's just a logistical nightmare, and I'm always like, okay, what are we doing for thumbnail? And Fleckus is like cooking dinner or something.
And then the last like 5 weeks, I've like tried to make him feel better, but by tricking him, where I'm like, hey man, I actually got the thumbnail squared away, so we're all good on that. And then he's like, all right, what is it? And I bring it over, and like I draw it up, and here's the image in the background, and it's always clean shit out of the urinal.
So he wastes my fucking time.
So I have a couple options. We have these 3. Number 1, how to clean shit out of the urinal. So that's an ongoing joke, and here's the thumbnail picture I show him to ruin his afternoon. All right, let's go to the Aiden.gym, A-Y-D-E-N.
And then actually, sometimes he'll also say, like, it'll be late night on a night that it's not a podcast release, and he goes, what are we doing for thumbnail? And it's like, gives me PTSD, like I have something else to do.
Yeah. So, all right, let's go to the gym, how to work out if you're a leftist, top workouts to do if you're a liberal. So the vaccine hammer curls, kneel for the pledges, count and fake vote curls, and Joe Biden hair snips. So these guys are a nice little workout team. A few of them, Aiden.gym, A-Y-D-E-N.gym. That's pretty funny stuff. They posted a part 2, so go follow them for that. All right, we're almost done with housekeeping.
Okay.
We watched Mission Impossible the other day. Mission Impossible 2023.
Yeah, what's it called? What's the name of the movie?
Mission Impossible 2023. Great movie. We liked it. I liked it. They're doing the same bits. They got the masks on and off.
Oh yeah, they love the mask bit.
Really, yeah, the mask bit, they knew everyone likes that.
Tom Cruise is the last true movie star.
Yeah.
He bangs it every time. He bangs.
Drives the thing off the cliff, does a parachute. There is one thing, there's a lot of pickpocketing. A lot of people like just standing there, and then it's like, I got this thing in your pocket.
They link up with this girl who's like a thief, a pickpocket. So then it becomes a one-upmanship pickpocket chain. And they must have used pickpocketing in the plot 15 times.
Yeah, and everyone's like talking face to face like this,
but I guess they're just like rifling around in their shit, digging around in their clothes. In tiny girl pockets on tight women pants. Yeah, it's like I pickpocketed you. It's like my shit's skin tight. You were 3 feet away from me. It's like, don't you feel me kind of like going like this? And everyone's like pulling things out, like looking for this. And a lot of the important stuff that they needed to track down is being put in outside blazer pockets. Yeah, there's a key. The whole point of the movie, there's a key that they need to get. And so the key is being pickpocketed probably 10 times, switching between people's blazer pockets. And the guy's like, I got the key. And he puts it here in like an open right blazer pocket. And he walks out the door. He gets pickpocketed immediately. So that's what I don't get. I don't know. Digging around each other's pockets looking for this. Some lazy tropes. I don't know. A couple lazy tropes. All right, last piece of housekeeping. I picked up my fixed car. Oh yeah? And when you pick up the car these days, you have to say, no one from the deep state put anything in this, right? Did you really say that? You have to. Oh. Because they have to tell you if they did. It's like a police officer. Yeah, some weird guy came in who doesn't even work here. They don't. Just had to dig around your car for a day or two. That's why it took so long. Other than that, your car is good. Yeah, so if anything happens to me, we know who put it in. Okay? All right, moving on. Before we get into Cringe of the Week, this week's episode is also brought to you by FleckusTalks.com. Do you want me dead? Or maybe you tip the Uber Eats guy? Of bonus land joints. We have some cringe stuff. We're going to move a little fast through the first few. The first clip is the gay-ass pep rally. Yeah, there's no audio on this. This is a high school pep rally where, of course, someone in some type of cat suit, Catwoman who's a man, is like doing a table dance or a chair lap dance in front of everyone. Everyone's cheering. Yeah. And then we have another guy who's a guy in a dress who comes out and is doing like an inappropriate, provocative dance as a drag queen or something, and the whole school is cheering it. And then we don't forget, 25% of Gen Z identifies as LGBT. Yeah. So this is just mainstream and applauded. That would not have gone down in my high school. No, certainly not. Gay shit like that. All right, we also have the Spider-Man on the subway. Spider-Man is on the subway, doing a little Spider-Man routine. And everybody's looking and they're laughing. They go, oh, it's Spider-Man routine. And then it turns into gay shit. And look at this guy in the back. He goes, oh, Spider-Man. Oh, it's gay Spider-Man. It's gay shit. They're doing gay shit in public. So it used to be whatever consenting adults want to do in their bedroom's not my business. And now we have to watch gay Spider-Man. And pep rally, gay Spider-Man. They ruin a superhero on our subway. They make you watch. Get me pictures of Spider-Man. You don't want twink shit. You don't want these twink photos. And they also need to be careful if you're on the New York City subway. From Palestine might fuck you up for that. Yeah, they're everywhere. Sleeper cells are out, and they're looking. Yeah, not the time to do industrial way. All right, moving on. Let's do the father and son talking about non-binary.
Is a transgender.
I would say he is transgender.
Instead of saying he transgendered last year.
I would say he transitioned last year.
Instead of saying he changed genders.
He transitioned or he affirmed his gender.
Instead of saying he was born a girl.
I would say he was assigned female at birth.
And you were assigned male at birth and you identify as
male.
And I was assigned male at birth and I identify as instead.
Yeah, you could have taught the kid baseball stats. You could have taught him dinosaurs. But no, he needs to learn non-binary because dad likes to get fucked a little bit. His dad's a little gay, so, you know, teach the kid all this shit now. Yeah. His brain could be an encyclopedia of random stuff. You know how moldable kids' brains are and how much of a sponge they are? And instead, you're doing this useless shit that's going to be gone in 10 years. Yeah, exactly. Clearly reading a script, too. Exactly. Off camera, a little teleprompter type shit. Also, remember back in the day when sometimes lesbian people would say, oh, I'm gay. Like a woman would say, I'm gay, and it was just a one-use word for being attracted to the same sex. Now everybody's just a little gay. All these non-binary, oh, I'm trans, I'm this. You can just say I'm a little gay. I'm a little bit gay. I'm not right. Something ain't right. And you don't need to involve yourself in that, because that would be me telling you who I'm having sex with. You know what I mean? Yeah. Keep it to yourself. I'm a little gay. I'm a little gay. You know, hey, Mike. Would you like to date Susie? She's a good friend. I think you guys would get along. Yeah, not for me. I'm a little gay. I'm a little gay. I'll sit this one out. You know, we don't need to know. We don't need to know. And then certainly the kids don't need to know. Exactly. And you've seen those flags that are like,
non-binary or asexual flag, and then they all have the color-coding meanings that this means this. I'm a little gay will suffice.
Yeah, exactly.
Free tip for me to you guys.
There you go. Enjoy it. The opposite of this kid is Giuseppe's Garage. It's the father and son who run a mechanic shop.
Jose, what are you doing over here? Still working on this truck?
Yeah, I just put the valve gasket on it. We do it. Imagine.
Really?
Yeah.
What is it?
My truck.
It's your truck, huh? What are you gonna do with it?
I'm trying to get the brake apart or I use paint.
Yeah, we'll get it in there pretty soon. We'll get it there.
So that's the opposite. You know what he has? You know what Giuseppe has?
Skill.
A skill, and he's got a
Look for your destination. Arrived at destination.
Holding yard past the front gate.
Hi. It says I'm supposed to go to the holding yard and go past the front gate. Okay.
par at the end of it. You know what the non-binary kid has? A messed up childhood and a weird dad. Shitty knowledge, dad who likes to get fucked a little bit, and no car.
No car.
So enjoy life, pussy. like a 7-year-old a pussy.
Well, that's the other side of it.
Yeah.
And then obviously there's something with the LGBT stuff and how everyone wants to be a victim and how important that is in their culture. And there's a tweet that non-binary equals person of color.
Yeah.
That's kind of like how they do the math. It just shows, it really boils down to race for these people. And whiteness is obviously so bad to them. It's the most problematic thing you could be. So the only way to get away from the whiteness is to give them a victim status. And be like, well, I'm white, but I'm also a little gay.
I'm a little gay. That's the theme of this episode. You're a little gay.
But not every parent handles it the same. Like we see with Giuseppe's dad, this African woman has a son who is becoming trans, and this is how she's handling it.
Stop this nonsense of the profile pictures. Your dad in the grave is not happy, so his dad's dead. That's why he's acting out, I'm begging you as your only mother, but I hand you over to your conscience and to my God that change is bad to good. And she sends pictures of him. Looks like a normal guy, nice mom who cares. This is the son God gave me, not a girl. I'm sending you all this for you to flash your memory back to what God made you. You are annoyed with me because I called you son. You are still my son. Almighty God will visit you soon. Still love you as my son. Yeah. Ready for the reveal?
Here's the reveal.
Blank. Little gay.
Well, there's a lot of gay.
Yeah. All right. All right.
A lot of gay.
He's really gay.
But that's how the mom's dealing with it.
That's actually, you can do that too. I'm really gay. I'm a little gay. And that's the difference between it showing and not.
Yeah.
I'm really gay or I'm a little. You only need two, guys.
Yeah, exactly. And as we discussed last week, you can go to a Planned Parenthood or a place like that and get a 30-minute consultation. And after 30 minutes, they'll give you the juice. They'll give you the estrogen or whatever you want.
Yeah. Are you a mildly or even extremely autistic 18-year-old? Come on down to Planned Parenthood. We got estrogen in 30 minutes. And apparently a lot of the trans... nurse practitioners. Well, and that was the example that was used last week. It was the kid just talked to a nurse practitioner and was prescribed.
Alright, let's see about this stupid fucking thing.
And I know a lot of nurses, you know, they're nice people. Are they smart like Doctor? No. They're nice. They're nice people, but they're not smart like Doctor. And so, this is from, we were talking to the medic systems about this, and he was the one who brought it to our attention that kind of like nurse practitioners are becoming more and more relied upon, and which also dovetails with the other information I got about how, that's a Sopranos reference, how
America's a pill farm. America's becoming one big Ozempic, depression, Viagra, whatever the fuck you want. Skype with the doctor on your phone for 20 minutes and he'll sign off on pretty much everything. So the nurse practitioner is kind of part of that too. And so
opportunity for them to get built.
Exactly. And so the nurse practitioners, I think this is choose from family nurse practitioner. I think this is like a recruitment thing. And it says complete in as few as 2 years. Take 1 classes at a time while you continue to work. So you can take online classes for 2 years, 1 class at a time, and then all of a sudden you got a script pad, you got an RX pad. And so the medic Sisyphus, he had a story about nurse practitioners, and we have another one, a woman who killed her kids and was on like 13 different medications, right? Benzos, Ambien, whatever the hell else she needed, antidepressants. She killed her kids. But the medic Sisyphus said this, nurse practitioner story. Just a few weeks ago in the hospital my wife trained at, a woman who had a previous C-section gave birth. Her OB was on leave at the time. The plan was to get another C-section. Since her OB was out, an NP, nurse practitioner, was dealing with the patient. The nurse practitioner convinced the mother to have a vaginal birth. OB called the patient explaining that this woman who had complications from her previous birth had a 50-50 shot of uterine rupture during a vaginal birth.
turn right to Industrial Way. Proceed northwest on Fiber Way. In 3/4 of a mile, turn right to Industrial Way.
Nice. During the birth, the baby's vitals began to tank, and the mother started bleeding profusely. Her uterus had ruptured. This left the baby without oxygen for 20 minutes. The baby did not make it. Very sad. So it's that Larry David bit. Pharmacist, doctor. You know, it's like choosing between those. So I don't know. We're not trying to slander. I'm sure there are actually some nurse practitioners in our audience, but like we want people to be aware of what's going on out there and how somebody who takes night school for 2 years is given an RX pad and going, here you go. Sometimes that makes sense if you're like, oh, I get this script every time and the doctor's out. Here's the nurse. You know, same exact thing the doctor would do. Last month, there's no change. But like, I don't really like that sort of decision making, and I just wanted to make the audience aware for it. So yeah, be on the lookout for nurse practitioners, and then I think it might even count as a PhD, so they can walk around wearing a white coat that says NE on it. Doctor. Oh, I'm trying to look like a doctor. So just be on the lookout. I don't know. I'm not slandering, but America's one big pill farm.
Right,
doctors like to take time off. Be wary of who you're getting really important, especially life or death, birth. Yeah. Let's go with MDs, guys, because there's malpractice even with MDs. So
yeah, exactly. All right, let's move on. Last piece of cringe is not related to the gay trans shit. It's just this woman who was doing like a slam poetry thing, and it's about how she needs to change her voice around to be less black, she says.
It's ever beautiful in its boldness, ever drowning in self-pity, this voice. It's indicative of where you are from, but that should have no relevance, because your home or college should not be indicative of your level of intelligence. Habitually, we are taught that our blackness cannot enter white spaces without a code, without code switching. Without it, their minds will be glitching, trying to compute our vernacular, but this voice is spectacular. It is the purest form of your articulated thoughts, like rainwater as the impurities have been vaporized. That other voice is not the real thing, just poorly plagiarized you, universalized you. Stop treating your voice like a cat that disappears when company's around, boo. But I know you feel most vocally comfortable when you're around your best friends. Finger waves become commas, and claps encapsulate words like bookends. But you can't just roll your neck and refuse to articulate in a...
Down because of her race. So it's like she thinks that because she's black, she has to change her voice up for authority figures or at work or whatever. But that's like a universal experience. Yeah, if I get pulled over by a cop, I go, hello, yes sir, no sir, it's in here, and I'm very polite and very deliberate, but if I'm talking to you or on the show, I'm like a brain dead idiot. Exactly. So it obviously is a little different, but everything for her boils down to a race experience. And then it also goes the other way too, where it's like, oh, I'm getting pulled over because I'm black, or oh, I'm getting spoken to in a rude way because I'm black, or I'm not getting picked for a job because I'm black. So everything like this person experiences in their worldview, they attribute back to race when you're just having like a human experience. Yeah. My boss is here, I'm sitting upright, and I'm like, hey, how's it going? Oh, it's good. Oh, we're working on this. And everything's more professional and like fast and paying attention. But if I'm more relaxed at home with my friends, I talk like a retard. Yeah. And that's just what it is. It says what means. Yeah. How money goes up more? How makes more money? Yeah. Which sticker do I buy to go up?
Her tone and manic pacing reminded me a lot of those debate team champions for that viral video.
So this whole thing, it all just boils down to everything has to be about race. Of course. And that's how obsessed people are over it.
Oh,
Proceed east on Industrial Way in a 1/4 mile. Continue straight on 3rd Avenue.
what's she gonna talk about at the open mic night? You know, what's she gonna come in with? My cat died. I didn't feed it food. You know, like it's nothing. So it has to be, for it to be meaningful or powerful or moving art, she has to lean into the racism or the race dynamic. Otherwise, what? You're just talking about yourself, right? Yeah. And this is a way to talk about yourself while making it about everyone who's like you.
Exactly. That's a great way to put it. So everything is about race. It's all about race. Any inconvenience this person has or any pushback in society in any way, it's because I'm a black woman. You don't want to see a black woman get a home loan. Or you don't want to see a black woman get a B+ on the test.
Damn, your credit score is 450. I legally cannot lend to you. You know?
Man, you got a 72 on the test. Yeah. I don't know what to do.
It's pass-fail. It was a Scantron. Yeah. It was bubbles.
All right, let's move on. Don't get too down. Don't get too depressed. We're moving on to Urban Decay. Yeah. We have been a good Urban Decay.
Yeah. Urban Decay is, I think, one of our best.
Guy gets into a fight with the knife guy, and his wife almost kills him.
This is in Chicago, I think.
Washington 432 East.
And the street rat has a knife.
Yes, so the street rat has a knife.
Continue on to Tenant Way.
But pay close attention to the woman.
Yeah.
This whole time.
You see her grabbing both of his arms from behind? That's good. We get play in the background as it's going. Yeah. But the wife comes in and grabs both of his arms from behind like this. So that's how you get your husband killed.
Yeah, that's, you open up his jugular to the street rat offender.
And then she also gets in between her husband and the guy with the knife, pretending that they're not in a knife fight right now.
Yeah.
And this guy's rational and honest understanding. And like, I think women do this a lot where they think they're more rational.
Where they can de-escalate it, tensions are too high. And which she's right. This guy shouldn't be, she's right, but you can be a lot more wrong.
Exactly.
In this situation,
like, it's right. Never fight. But this guy's got a knife out and your husband's squaring off against the guy with the knife right now.
You want to hold his one arm back?
You want to hold his one arm back so you can get stabbed in the neck? Yeah. So it's like, oh yeah, don't fight, don't fight. Okay, good advice. The fight's already on. The guy has a knife. Don't get in between it. Don't hold me back.
And not only knife fights, but this is fist fights as well. Let me tell you this, I guess as a general rule, I've seen a lot of women try to break up a fight, right? Drunk, whatever, sloppy. I've never seen a woman actually break up a fight. I have seen a lot of women get knocked out or get their partners knocked out during that. So I've never seen a woman successfully go, Mike, pick them up and move them away. But I have seen multiple people get knocked out as a result.
And then you hold your husband's arm back, he gets knocked out, maybe stabbed, maybe killed, and then you get the ick.
Yeah. You get the ick and then you leave anyway. So what was the point of the whole intervention?
And you can't hold him back. So all you're doing is handicapping him for the fight. All right, let's move on.
So that's an Urban Decay tip.
Yeah.
For the ladies. Don't get involved.
Don't get involved. It's already too late. All right, we have some looting. We have the 7-Eleven looting and the Philly looting.
This was a takeover in Sacramento County. Free. Hey, if the lights are on, it's free. Come in, do whatever they want.
Everyone's saying, cover your face, cover your face. So like the people filming are on the looter's side.
Yeah.
And what we see a lot is looting like this happens when stuff is popping off elsewhere in the world.
Yeah, I think so.
Like, oh, Israel and Hamas are going at it. Oh, shit.
7-Eleven's wide open. If they can hang glide into Israel, commit war crimes, I can give them snacks.
7-Eleven's wide open.
I think that's what we saw a lot during 2020. It was like, and it's the same thing for illegal immigration too. You see looting, more looting happens. You see illegal immigration, more illegal immigration happens. I think it's easy. It's like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Green light.
Exactly.
A global green light.
And then here's another one from Philly. This is a Rite Aid in Philly.
Here's Philly getting ran through by just 30 people. 30. Guy brings his bike in. Yeah. Probably can't leave it outside because it'll get stolen.
Yeah. Imagine one of the looters takes his bike instead. So we were talking about this a little bit, and have you ever seen an all-white looting group? I don't think I have. I'm looking for one. Yeah. So if anyone in the audience has ever seen an all-white looting group, please send it to me because I'm trying to prove a point for scientific reasons. Yeah, data. Yeah, exactly. So please, if you see one, send that to me. 'Cause otherwise, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, me neither. I have not seen a full white group looting. Also, I do hear people say, oh, looting has nothing to do with race. Looting is all about low income. People with no money, that's who loots and steals. And we actually have a graph that debunks that.
Yeah, we've kind of showed some similar stuff, but this was a database of 21 million Americans born between 78 and 83. The guy who did the study knows their parents' income when the kids were between 11 and 22 years old, and if they were in jail on April 1st, 2010, when they were about 30, and how much income they reported when they were in their mid-30s. So this is a graph of Raj Chetty's data, percent of incarcerated black and white men versus their parents' income percentile.
So basically it does say that the lower income people tend to be arrested more, but the difference in white versus black is the red line.
Yeah.
And it shows how disproportionate it is, where poor black people are outperforming poor white people when it comes to looting and stealing and crime and getting arrested and put to death.
Yeah. So is it at the left, that's the left's biggest thing. They just say, oh, well, it's poverty. It's all poverty. It explains away, it's their magic wand, right? And, you know, we're on a constant battle for truth. We're constantly seeking out, well, what's real? You can't just say that, we need to look. And we're constantly proving that there's also big differences between the races, even when controlling for income. So,
even when you control for income, black people outperform and are more incarcerated. Outperform in a bad way. And then also there was a tweet about it was a Reddit post about a white teacher who doesn't discipline their black students. So this can kind of like play into it, where it's like how races are perceived by progressive white people.
Well, this is a new phenomenon, right?
This is very new.
Or at least the last 15 years.
Yeah.
Right? So this teacher says, I'm a white teacher in a diverse school. I have read, heard, seen that students of color are disproportionately written up, disciplined, and suspended from school. I know student mental health issues are at an all-time high. I know the data. My question is, what do I do when it's the students of color that are the ones causing 90% disruptions, defiance, etc.? I have white kids do the same thing, but not at the same rate. I am conscious of the data, and I don't write kids up unless the behavior warrants it. We have the same expectations for all students. We have the same supports for all students. I have the same compassion and empathy for all students. How do I make a difference to change things?
See, that's the problem. You're trying to change the data, which would mean manipulate the data, which would mean not be clear on what the data is showing.
Well, and it would also mean I'd like to change reality, please.
Yeah.
I'm goal seeking on this little percentage, this little piece of paper right here. How can I cook these books?
Yeah. And some kids are just built different.
Some kids are just little pieces of shit. Love to thrive on negative attention and love to be disruptive.
Yeah.
You know, I was kind of one of those kids. I was very disruptive when I was a little kid, but I was smart. And I made it out. You know,
you didn't get in like a lot of trouble. You didn't do anything that was getting you in jail.
Exactly. I wasn't built for sitting around in class for 8 hours a day, but you know, I still was built for retaining all the knowledge, reading at grade level, and getting into an Ivy League school.
Yeah.
So I'm built different, but you know, some kids are built different in that way, and then also can't read.
Yeah, exactly. I talked to Mehmet Sisyphus about this. He said when he went to high school like 15 years ago, there was a stat from a teacher that was read to him where it was like, America is racist because 1 in 4 black men will end up in jail over the years. And then Mehmet Sisyphus said, doesn't that mean that they're just committing more crimes and going to jail for committing crimes? And the teacher said that's racist to him. So the whole goal is to not deal with reality, not look at the data, and then anyone can kind of push it back if he wants to.
There's a speed trap ahead.
They hesitate to, and then everyone else kind of backs off, and then you kind of paint the big picture you want to paint.
Of course, it's a tale of Zolta's time, and it's like, okay, so yeah, so they got set up. Oh, the cops are planting drugs on people. Let's move to just murders then. Yeah. Let's go to where someone died and there's a cold body on the ground. Are those people white, or are those people black, or what? You know?
And then people will say, oh, the murder rate, white people kill more people, or white people, you know, they're not getting caught going to jail as much as black people. They're always trying to make excuses. And there was actually a medic system, this tweet about this that really summed it up nicely. Read the original and then his response.
This leftist type goes, when most of the cops are in brown neighborhoods, it makes people of color seem inherently criminal in crime statistics. If cops were everywhere equally, there wouldn't be such big drug problems in West Virginia and Idaho. But cracking down too hard on white people makes POC look too good. This is just like some narrative that you made up yourself. It's interpreted a woke essay. And Medic System has said, in order for per capita murder rates of blacks and white to be the same, there would have to be 40,000 unreported white murderers a year. There are only 22,000 murders by all race reported a year.
That really debunks it.
It's pretty damning.
That's why we like the medic system so much. He's so smart and he puts it very nicely into words that you can understand. Which is why we only tell you guys to follow him. He's on Twitter and Instagram. Links are in the description. Consigliere, friend of the show, friend in real life. What did we know? You don't like him in real life?
I've never met him in real life.
We never met him in real life, but he's still a friend. He's my friend.
Well, not in real life.
Yeah.
No, not in real life.
If I needed a favor,
When's the last time you talked face to face?
Never.
And so that's not in real life.
But if he needed a favor, if I needed a favor, I think he would do it, and I would do it too.
I agree.
I have a lot of
That
friends
doesn't mean in real life. In real life, words matter, and the Medic System would agree with me on this one. The words matter.
All right. But real life has merged with online life.
That's true. But it's not in.
We're friends. We're friends. All right, let's move on. There was that football brawl. So this is another thing about this bad kids.
It's a football brawl. Just fucking the parents, the kids, punching people with the helmet on.
People are just swinging on everyone. Everyone's swinging on everyone.
Oh, there's a white kid in the mix. There he is.
This is probably the part where you hear pow, 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 and the whole thing shuts off. Let that thing pop.
Yeah, so sad, pathetic. You know,
It's sad.
That's a commentary on that. It's just a joke. It's pathetic. It's like, how do you get to that point? I'll also look for a white version of that as well if you guys have it.
I was involved in one when I was a kid.
I mean, they definitely happen.
Especially by Italian.
Yeah, it happens.
It happened. And then my dad went on the field and got the whole team on one side and said, come over here, and everyone stay over here.
At what age group? That sounds like little kid shit.
I was probably in 6th grade.
Okay.
Yeah. My dad jumped in and started fighting everybody. He didn't pull his Glock with the switch out and let that thing come.
He should have. He was close.
Big Steve just handled it.
He
said,
had the
Cardinals
Glock with the switch in the back of his pants, and he said, no, not this time.
He said, Cardinals over here, and we all listened. And then the adults fought, and some guy was fighting some other guy, and then this lady was clawing at him because he was beating up her husband, and he didn't see her, and he turned around, and boom, he knocked her out.
See, there's another example of the women never break up the fight, but they do get knocked
He just
out.
turned around, threw a punch, and then he knocked out a lady. And then he wasn't allowed to go to the rest of the game, so then he'd go on the sideline, like far away, stands, and he would kind of give us like signs from the sidelines.
Nice.
Yeah, so we all do shit like that, for sure. All right, last thing, the Ebony Alerts. It says California just created the Ebony Alert to find missing black children. The Ebony Alert will be used for missing black people ages 12 to 25. Wow. 25 is pretty much an adult.
Yeah.
By a lot.
Part of me doesn't even think that this should go to 17 for like normal kids.
Yeah.
That's kind of runaway age. That's not kidnapped, child snatched.
Once you can drive a car.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So they're kind of giving black people like the baby treatment.
Yeah. And it's a law. So it's systemic racism. It's only for black people. It's systemic racism.
Yeah. Where's Jarquavion? Jarquavion, where are you?
Jarquavion, he only graduated high school 7 years ago.
Jarquavion, he only has 1 year left on his parents' insurance. We need to find him and bring him back.
Yo, oh shit, I just got an alert. Sean Drekika's missing. She just rented a car last week.
Where is Sean Drekika?
So, I mean, it's so bad, man. The data shows black and brown are indigenous brothers and sisters. When they go missing, there's very rarely the type of media attention, let alone Amber Alerts. So it's like an anger thing. They did a retaliatory Like, we're not getting enough, so we need to go above and beyond for 25-year-old kids.
And everyone's phone's gonna be buzzing off the hook with another weird name, someone who's like temporarily missing.
Yeah, Darkwavion in a Nissan Altima with all missing rims. Everybody be on the lookout for
a black Nissan Altima with tinted windows that are illegal and no license plate.
Oh shit, Sean Drecka's in a Hellcat.
Alright, we gotta move on. Don't get too down, don't get too depressed. We're moving on to uplifting gold. We have some uplifting gold that makes it all okay. The world gets ugly, but uplifting gold makes it feel better and not get too down and depressed. You know, the football head, the flag football head is the first one. This one, check it out. No audio on this, but they kick off to a girl and like a girls league, and then you get fucking wrecked. You're just toast. And everyone's got hands on their face like, what the fuck just happened? That was a good one. Good hit.
Yeah. Good hit. Clean.
Send you to baseball if that's you.
Women, that's kind of the risk you run when you're getting in the way of your man fighting too.
Yeah, that's exactly not that's what you'll run into. NHL's not doing gay shit anymore. This is uplifting.
Yeah, the NHL bans all theme night gear, which only happened because of Pride. Including Pride symbols from uniforms. You know, that was kind of like,
There's a speed trap ahead.
It's going to ban everything on theme night, and that'll get us out of Pride, right? Smart. And so this is a chart that shows where fandoms kind of are, how their voter turnout. You can see the NHL is squarely in the red, turning out for Republicans. Along with the PGA Tour is kind of one of the most.
It's important to embrace what we got.
And that's what I was going to say, like the NFL too, right here, like the NFL's done some gay shit, right? Yeah, BLM and racism, all that. But those are our guys who like it, you know? So I'm a little mixed feelings on them.
That's why you can't just abandon whatever institutions people have.
Because then they'll do it, you know? Like we can't create, we can't do, somebody better call the law, do music. We can't create a whole new music industry. NASCAR, college football. College football is much more red than the NFL is, which is fascinating. And so it's good to see one of ours, the NHL, is now coming back to the beat and getting away from it. And I thought this was a funny line. In this article, Jeff McLean, a spokesperson for Pride Team, said the company is extremely disappointed by the NHL's decision. We hope the league and all teams will again show commitment to this important symbol of combating homophobia. And it's like your company is literally Pride Tape, the one company who's selling gay tape to the NHL.
Pride Tape's really upset about this.
Yeah, Martian's really upset about the U.S. going to Mars. You know, it's like, okay, bro, yeah, we'll trust your unbiased opinion. Let the adults get back to work. Stop doing gay shit. The NHL is right.
Yeah,
right leaning.
We got to embrace what we got. We have NHL. We have the PGA Tour. We have NASCAR, bull riding, college football, shit like that. We're not going to abandon it. Yeah, we have to make it ours. And golf's a great one.
The NFL is a borderline one. They really push their luck. They really push their luck. And I know some of you are in various states. Yeah, exactly. So, you know, it's for every man to navigate on themselves, but I caution people from giving up.
Yeah. Especially golf. Golf is ours. Yeah, we got a whole golf now.
Golf is ours.
All right, let's move on to fish catch before the wedding. This guy is fishing before a wedding.
It's a big one, too.
Because he caught a big pike.
Dude, that's a big one.
You can fast forward when he pulls it out.
What are you going to do if you catch one?
He's getting covered in shit.
On a spoon.
Look at that.
It's like a 30-inch pike.
And he goes, hey, Dad. Nice. And look at him. He's got shit all over.
Kind of an RV type.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah, that's pure Americana.
That's Americana. That's nice. We're getting married. And we caught a fish before. It's like you said. It's nice stuff.
Was that from the line?
All right, last clip. The grandson and grandpa.
Got a grandson. Close the door. I don't know, open the door, baby. I gotta keep it.
You make a mess? You make a mess?
Kanye West is
reportedly trying to trademark the rights to the word use for his new company and plans to incorporate the phrase in everything from financial services to entertainment to real estate.
Don't you think it's kind of bad timing on this one?
In which way?
I mean, a financial services company called Hughes runs the bank.
I mean, I don't really see the connection, but I guess Kanye's new company and what just happened are both Jewish adjacent news.
Have you read this? He says he wants to have an army of you landlords.
Yeah, it's a real estate company. I mean, listen, I know the words rhyme, but I don't think everything's about Jews. Doesn't it have sympathy?
Yeah, I mean, it says right here we have you managers, you agents, you lawyers.
It's a company, yeah, they're going to have some employees.
And he's very excited about use central banking and usury. Come on, he's starting his own central bank.
Yeah, I don't see you're projecting here, but maybe you're being a little sensitive. I mean, people are allowed to start an agency.
It says here his plan is for Hughes to take over Hollywood and fashion, and his first product is Hughes hook-nose sunglasses. What even is that?
And you know the monopoly on sunglass manufacturing?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, I mean, the word Jew rhymes with you. Yes, it also rhymes with blue and clue. And if you go to Britain and the girl says she wants to go to the loo, are you going to take that as a personal dig? She dates a guy named Lou. Is that problematic now, too?
Okay, what about this? Sinus spray for use by use. He's selling sinus spray now?
I don't really get where you're going with this. Is the price an issue? Is that it?
What is that supposed to mean? And now they want to do an advertising campaign with the copy, use or cheap. Come on. They want to be competitive. Look, there's no way the actual user is going to like that.
And get eating well off your to-do list in just 2 minutes. Get 50% off Factor with the code POISECAST50 at factormeals.com.
And they'll want to affect the universe around them.
Why don't they? You think that was maybe the vaguest thing I've ever heard because they have more frequency. Is that quantifiable in any way?
This guy finished that sentence. He just lined, the girls just lined up and he just sat there unzipped and they one by one just came and sucked him off.
Not all at once, ladies. Is that a TED Talk?
That guy was doing a TED.
That's so funny because I just listened to the Coleman News.
If you're wondering what 10X has been up to,
they're like, Coleman News, not allowed to talk, and then this guy's like, women, hold on. Women are smarter than men. Oh!
What? Women are. They're smarter than men. They're better than men. They have more frequency than men. This guy's bathing in it though right now.
And there's just the one guy in the audience who's just like, you know, just watching it. They're like, pan to his seat. And
That guy is fucking taking the guy behind the come to watch that's taking it on the chin, eh? The girls are probably gonna get out of that thing real hyped up. They're just pushing that anyone in the hallway.
He goes, first Barbie, now this, huh? God.
The girls just walk out of there and punch a dude in the face. Calls her dad, fuck you. Piece of shit. That girls are going back to their work demanding promotions, I'll tell you that much.
I mean, they deserve that.
I want to raise how much? Double what you're getting. You want double. You're making 50 grand a year. You want to make 100 grand a year. You're a cashier. He goes, no, I want double what you're making. I
want double the CEO pay.
I think I misspoke. That's what's happening. That inspired me to support Cenk Unger for 2024. By the way, before we get into the thick of it, I was gonna say
he's wildin',
Cenk Unger. He is a little bit wildin'.
Yeah.
But you know what? Snoop Dogg, I've said this kind of before, that he'll do any commercial, but his new one, if you go through TikTok, I saw back-to-back Snoop Dogg commercials, and it's all just like, Elvis is on my nizzle, that's why I support Charmin toilet paper. He's like, and I'm on the bunch, and you got the crunch, and it's like every single...
Oh, you're saying that Snoop Dogg is not a principled artist?
My point is...
He's sold out, if you will.
It's kind of, you know, like you always hear that like black guys hold each other accountable more, and in some degrees it's true. Like black guys can never wear a dress or they would get killed, right? But the one difference is, I feel like white guys hold themselves way more accountable on like doing corny shit. But I think that they maybe have like a Snoop Dogg has sort of a thing, it's like, yeah, I'm getting paid.
Yeah.
It's like sort of how cool. Like if you think of, if like Travis Barker, and it's not just Blink-182 was the most coolest band or whatever, but like if Billy Joe Armstrong from Green Day was like, if you scroll through TikTok, it was like back to back, like, you know, him being like, hey, I'm Billy Joe Armstrong. Have you heard the car?
Yeah.
But Snoop Dogg seems to get away with just like...
Snoop Dogg would literally be like a Raytheon commercial if they paid him enough money.
He'd be everything, dude. He literally goes, is your plumbing having a problem? Tell him the dog sent you. The dog.
Yeah, like they're getting it for just like local commercials, like independent plumber.
They are, dude. I can't remember the one I saw last. It was legitimately like for dental floss or something. The stuff he does, I'm telling you, I don't think anyone I know can get away with that. The Snoop Dogg, he still goes on everything as like the cool guy.
Yeah. I mean, nobody's taking it away from him. Like,
I think the code for rappers is if you're getting paid, it's okay.
Yeah, because they got their. I mean, he's literally money on my mind.
Because yeah, if you
mind on my money,
and that's
money on my mind.
and that's sort of the difference between like white comedians. I think when you're kind of saying like, oh, my whole deal is I'm like goofy.
Yeah.
To some degree, or I'm not trying to be serious, or I'm not trying to like affect social change necessarily. No one really gets as mad at you when you wear a dress because it's funny, right?
Because it's all just.
If you're a black guy and you wear a dress, you get very hit on it. It's like you let the man like tell you what to do. You can't just be like, I don't know, I thought it was funny. He's like, nah, they got to you.
Yeah.
He's like, this bitch who wears Snoop Dogg would be the guy being like, you know, these motherfuckers be out there wearing a dress anyways. Support Dr. Scholl's like bunion. Somehow that's okay.
Just do an ad for high fructose corn syrup.
It really is. Okay, so
good on him. Good for getting that bag, Snoop.
I gotta say one quick thing. If you're on I have a thing on the Patreon for the $50 tier people that I said I'd put their names in sketches, and I had a big list of the 3 that I was gonna do, and I just lost it, and then they messaged me and I lost it again. So if that was you, send me a message on the Patreon. I'm such an idiot, dude. I scoured my notes trying to find whose name it was, and I released a video today. I was gonna put one of the names.
Yeah, I can't find it.
No, I'm an idiot, but so anyways, hit me up if that was you. And I scoured all my notes.
You do one where it's like, I'm a queer for Palestine.
I don't know. Well, I don't think they care. I usually ask them, like, would you care if there was a certain thing? No, because it's funny even if it is something bad like that. Yeah. But also, catch me in Kansas City and Omaha next week, then Edmonton, Los Angeles, Irvine. I'm not here to make jokes about all the stuff that just happened, you know what I mean? Some serious business. Well, I'm not here to say that Israel is Republicans Ukraine. I'm not here to take shots like that. Has anyone said that they should have a Gaza strip club?
They got the strip. I think I have, maybe.
Has that happened? Is there a Jewish strip club called the Gaza Strip, or would that be? They are.
Jewish strip club sounds like hell on earth.
For the strippers.
Yeah. Everybody. Why you want to know? You don't want another lap dance? How much are they? $20. Thank you. 2 for 30.
How much is the lap dance? It's $20 for having out. $10. $5 for a strip club dance. Like Drake makes it right now.
Drake does make it right now.
Right? Half the black Israelites waited on everything that's black happening. Did they let him in the black Israelites? Because technically, do you know what I mean? Do they? Because he's black. But he's like, yeah, I'm a black Jew, and they're like, no, not what we meant, guys. You know that's not what we mean, Drake.
We should go track up to Harlem and see how they're checking on the black Israelites.
Yeah, I didn't like.
That was literally this happened, and that was my literal first thought.
Danny's Twitter. I recommend going over and checking Danny's Twitter because it's really
it's still on.
I had a lot of people. We had a group chat too, but I had people message that you're on being funny.
I'm cooking.
You were sort of cooking.
My mom was
not consuming gas, but you were cooking.
Yeah, I was good. So. Cooking so hot I got kicked off Instagram temporarily.
Did you check that any of the black Israelites were up yet?
No, they're pretty silent on this. I don't know. I do follow some on Twitter actually, but I don't know. They haven't weighed in. But I guess that they're probably
must like it. I guess.
Yeah,
right?
I guess. Yeah, because I guess the way they see it is if Hamas wins and Palestine wins. I guess like if that's the ideal goal here is like what, just they kill every Jew in Israel and then it's just all theirs again.
But it wouldn't be theirs, it would be Palestine. Then the
Well,
block.
that's what I'm saying. Palestine. That's what I'm saying. They're saying like Palestine wins and then the Black people are Israel. So like they go back and then.
Well, Palestine might not want them back either.
Yeah.
They might be in for a little bit of a surprise with Palestinians.
They show up and they go, "What? There's no black people here?" You go, "Yeah, we've been trying to tell
By
you."
design, yeah. The Jews are probably, if you want to.
There are black people there, but
No, but I'm saying
those Jews.
Jewish people are probably more, like Israel people are probably more down with African Americans than Palestinians.
Yeah.
Hard to say.
Yeah,
Hard to say like in the UK.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Muslim dudes.
Yeah, it's a hard one. I'm not sure.
God really did screw you guys by putting that piece of land that's the Holy Land in the worst spot in the world, eh?
Yeah. It's. I mean, I don't know. Screw you, I guess. I don't even.
Everyone. It's just constant.
I think they should just literally kick everybody out. Turn it into
Israel for anybody.
No, literally turn it into an amusement park. Be like, because it's all the whole point is like it's all these historical sites. So we're like, oh, we're gonna put up some like ticketing booths. You can come visit it like for like pay $5
You're
to
saying
come check it out. The mosque, all the stuff, the Christian stuff, the Jewish stuff, the Muslim stuff.
You think any Jews were like, you're like, kick everyone out, and you're like, what the hell are you talking about? And then we charge admission.
Oh yeah, I wasn't totally on board with this, but I didn't know that there was revenue streams involved. There you go. Surely there has to be like a fucking piece of land that they can all just like. I used to do a joke.
They want that one though. What if they move that piece of land somewhere else? Where they go, we're taking Israel. They airlift Israel to somewhere
That's
else.
what I'm saying, dude. I used to do a joke about it, but I'm like, they should just like kick them all out, make it like a reality show. Just kick them all out and find it. Dude, I looked it up. Israel, the entirety of Israel is 8,500 square miles. Small. It's like probably like the very tip of like southern Ontario. It's
Crazy.
a tiny place. Just like move them like not that far over, kick them all out.
But the Bible says that's the spot though, right?
Well, they can't sort it out.
Oh well,
Shit. Well, you guys can't figure it out, so it's no shit.
Well,
now y'all live in fucking Africa.
I was laughing about people not being able to figure out their statements. I did a video about it, but it's like it really is. You never see whenever Israel Palestine comes along, you never see more people that are just like they know exactly what to say. They have all the stances. They've never missed posting a square. And then this one, they're just like, no, there's no real answer that you get no flack for them.
For sure. Oh yeah, the best is because the thing I'm like, you have to put like I saw like The Rock put out a statement and
He does. Yeah, I saw that too.
And I'm like, you have to put out a statement.
Yeah,
You're
it's interesting,
Rock.
right?
Like there's
informal.
Yeah, like a formal statement from The Rock, like Rock Inc. I guess it is because it's like at this point it's Rock Inc.
I guess you do have.
So you're like, he has to, and then all the Palestine people are like, we're so disappointed in The Rock. You're like, what side did you think The Rock was taking?
Right.
Are you crazy?
You think The Rock's an idiot?
Yeah. Like, I mean, not even. Just like, what side do you think The Rock is going to torpedo his whole fucking career by being like, I stand with Palestine? Like, he could have stood with Palestine previously when it was like a little more nebulous, but you're like,
The Rock, even his pro-Israel stance was very like cryptic.
yeah, for sure. I mean, he's got
It was very, there's bad stuff happening.
Yeah.
We need to
very fine people on both sides. That's my favorite thing right now. Is literally everybody who gave Trump shit for very fine people on both sides. Like literally all these liberals are like the very fine people on both sides are now like, can we all just think about that there's good people on both sides now? You go, all right, I'll do it.
The smartest stance that people made, like I think, probably the smartest one is it was the word equivalent of like, duh.
Yeah.
What? Terrible. What part is all of it? But which is the actual truth. Yeah, it is all terrible.
It's like it's literally like this most unwinnable thing.
Yeah. So there's just a couple funny things, but I do want to talk about it. But probably the thing that was in some way, I guess it was by design too, but just making me laugh, the idea that Ben Shapiro,
that's so
that when it happened, it was on like a Jewish holiday, so he couldn't tweet, to the point where like people that work there had to be like, just so you know, like he can't tweet.
And he doesn't know about this other than rumors. That was another thing.
He must have been going
that I'm gonna say I don't believe. I don't believe that. He like just happened. Someone definitely,
Do they get people to turn the taps on? You don't think
yeah, exactly. You don't think someone was just like, hey, like someone just held Twitter up for him while he's like,
he's reading it to him probably.
Scrolling.
He was having a meltdown probably, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah.
Dude, can you imagine not being able to tweet like right then?
Dude, he was probably just staring at the fucking sun. No, the sun, because it's all based on the sun going. He's like staring and burning into his eyes, just waiting for it to go down, just like a psychopath, just direct staring at the sun.
I thought you kind of had the right sort of opinion on it. I guess bad way of saying that, but there was this vibe of like even if you were super pro-Palestine, it was just like, what do you think's happening now?
Yeah.
That's the thing that I didn't get with people. You know what I thought of? It was kind of the analogy of, because even if you see it as like, hey, these are occupiers, this is Palestinian land, it was like, it kind of reminds, even if you see it as like, hey, this is the protagonist in the film that's finally standing up to the bully.
Yeah, the freedom fighter.
Yeah, like that's how your worldview is. You go, finally this is like payback, even though maybe you wouldn't have liked the way they did it, but this is payback. You go, the protagonist in the boat that stands up to the bully and comes up and punches the bully in the face. Like in the real world, what happens next is that fucking nerd gets sent to the hospital by the bully.
His fucking teeth kicked.
He gets his teeth kicked in, and then also in this thing, you have to remember that, and kind of in this one, the nerd also doesn't stop with the bully. If the nerd punches the bully, he needs the bully's family dead. And then now he's a school shooter. So he's like, he didn't want to just punch the bully. It's like that bully's whole bloodline's got to go down, right?
Pretty much.
And then what happens is the nerd gets sent to the hospital, and then you're the guy that encouraged your friend to go punch the bully. Now he has his legs broken, and you're just like, no, I don't know.
Yeah.
You have to go to the hospital visit and be like, got that punch?
Yeah, but then I guess the best analogy though is that you go, like, see, these monsters broke his legs, and then like, because that's kind of like one, I guess, one strategy or one theory about this is that like Hamas basically does this stuff, Israel responds like disproportionately, and then Israel looks bad.
Which is kind of true, right? But then America spends a lot of money and bankrupts himself more.
Yeah, and I mean, the World War III people who are like, who with the Ukraine-Russia stuff is like, this is technically one step closer in that direction, because you now like have a second war happening on front, and now you have like China, Taiwan. Like China might be like, well, we can definitely take Taiwan right now.
Now you have three.
Well, because you're like assuming that people are going to intervene. You're like, well, you can't intervene in 3 wars at once. You're like, you're spread too thin.
Watch them try.
They're not going. Well, I guess they would see that would be China's response. Be like, I guess you can try, but like it would be difficult. You're not going to really be able to do that. So at this point, and then at the same time, America is the weakest financially it's been in a very long time. Right? Like, dude, like we're talking to this guy Criddle, but like. They announced, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, it was when we were at Skankfest, where they're like, the national debt just hit 33 trillion. It's like, it's already at 34 trillion. They're like, they've already they're fucking just printing money like unprecedented amount. And, I guess everybody's the modern monetary theory people are like, they can see how far this can go, but you assume there must be some breaking point.
You're sort of more in that camp, but you're sort of saying,
like, very real. When I go buy groceries now, sometimes I don't believe it. And I mean, I go
steal groceries.
I called, and I don't know how much you noticed this, but I called it like right when the Russia stuff happened. It's crazy. Like literally everything.
I know. I looked down. I was 7 inches.
Everything costs more now, and there's like just less of it. Like if you go look at anything you buy, it's just like the packaging is all smaller.
Yeah, that is kind of true.
But it's all slightly more expensive as well. Yeah, so.
Now, there's not good things all around.
Yeah, there's a lot of it. And then you have fucking Sleepy Joe at the wheel, so. Although I also.
This is him running the money printer. They just let him sleep and they put the nightcap near the money printer.
He nods off.
Yeah, you wake up and he's another trillion. The only thing I fell asleep on the money printer.
Everybody's like, this wouldn't matter. You don't want Trump in charge. Like, nobody would do this under Trump. And you're like, who would you rather have? Like, this kind of bully in Trump, or like a dude who's literally senile?
Trump.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying maybe the senile guy's like more of a wild card. You're like, who knows what this
you're saying from the other side.
Like, at least you can kind of have a model of what Trump's going to do. Whereas, like, you're the senile guy.
Sleepy Joe might actually attack the wrong country.
Yeah, like the range of options for Joe Biden are actually greater
Yeah.
It's actually like there's more potential.
Oh no, we just printed another jug and what happened? Sleep, Joe, fell asleep on the printer. Joe, man. he wakes up, he's at the International Monetary Fund. Sleepy Joe just sleepwalks into the Federal Reserve because he's got the scan code for everything. Or tell him high scan codes, right? So he's just like, he's walking. I can imagine him very fun doing one. Add an extra zero, Mr. McDo. Add an extra zero to how much they're printing. No, they're ordering, like, he's just ordering drone strikes by accident all over the place. Just,
anyways, I thought at first when it first happened, maybe this would be like one of those little quick flare-ups, but
I guess when you know that in the chess where you have the hindsight bias, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's also sort of when everyone's discussing it, it always get back to people go, what they should do or what this shouldn't do, and it was like, well, regardless of what you think, the situation now.
Yeah, of course, yeah, for sure. Like with with like, well, Israel, that shouldn't be the way, and they're like, well, it is. And, you know, I mean, look, someone said it, I can't remember the guy, I can't remember what his name is on Twitter, but he said it very well, but he's essentially like, you know, if Americans were in this, like if right-wing Americans were in the same position as the Palestinians, it's like they would fight, you know, twice as hard, like they would do way crazier shit, you know, like it's just, like there's people are in tough spots. Like it's not like, you know, I think it's very important to understand like other sides of the thing, and they're kind of just like under a kind of crappy government that doesn't have their best interests.
Oh, that's okay. But yeah, I think you go the other side if you were Israel. Like if you put yourself in a situation where it kind of shows, like it's just where stuff goes, right? You see like even in the where it's like, hey, let's you can't censor this, or we need more women in this. Like there is no end to it. So it is kind of, if you're Israel, you're like, well, what would you do? I guess you're like, okay, let me just try to barricade them out a bit. And you're like,
yeah, I mean, like the most liberal argument would be like, hey, end all the blockades, right? Like they'd be like, hey, like take down the wall of the Gaza Strip.
And then would that lead to something worse in the future?
Yeah, I mean, it'll just like, it's one of those things where, you know, I guess they're not wanting to test out that hypothesis, but you're like, okay, say we do that, we just like open it up. To them, and again, like they have another border on the Egypt side. Like it's not like Egypt's like, yo, come on in here. Like Egypt doesn't want them in there either.
Yeah, right.
Like, so it's not even like specifically Israel thing. But you're like, look, take down the wall. I can't imagine they're like, oh, thanks for removing the wall. We can just live in peace now.
It doesn't really shake down like that.
No, it's like they'll just have all these problems that will result in the wall getting put back up.
It's sort of a different one than Ukraine too, because like Israel can probably tune up Palestine people pretty good without anyone's help.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they don't have really like much of a, you know, military. Well, Israeli military is way more advanced. You know, they get. I mean, it's crazy that they still get money from America.
I know.
Like, they don't. I mean, it's not crazy actually. It's obviously like America does it for America's interests, allegedly.
Well, some people argue that.
I mean, well, what does Israel need the money for? It's not even a percent of their GDP that they get. Like, they don't. That's why I always like, because everybody's always like, yeah, Israel, America should stop giving them the money. I'm like, they should stop giving them the money. Like, Israel doesn't need it. It's $3 billion a year. Israel's GDP is like literally, I don't know, 300, whatever. Like, it's,
yeah, they have money.
It's a drop in the bucket.
It's not like a show of good faith? Is that what
no,
it is?
it's like
they're not giving everyone money all the time.
They're not giving everyone money, but it's like for America, it's like, I mean, this is how I feel about it. It's like it's in America's interest. This is like a 51st state.
And then they get to say like, hey, we gave you money, so you owe us a little something maybe.
Well, they're like, yeah, they're, you know, it's generally people in that region of the world that are hostile towards America. Like most of those countries are like not, even if they're.
So we can have we can have our we can have our intelligence there. We can have
of course. It's like strategically beneficial to America.
And the argument against
Israel
that is that it isn't.
I guess, but I don't know how that could be. How anybody would say it's not beneficial. I think we're just like people in America are like, why are we giving $3 billion to Israel? They're just like, why do they need the money? And I'm just like, I agree. They don't need the money. I think they should do it because it's a strategic like decision by America.
Okay.
That's really my feeling on it. I'm like, I don't know. Because Israel doesn't need the money. That's for sure. Like, if any person lost 1% of their net worth, they would not notice it. Like, nobody is that tight where, like, 1% is making any difference.
Yeah.
Like,
especially when you can print money and take loans and all that stuff.
Well, that even too, but like, I don't know, so.
It's kind of, there's a lot of like, just wild takes or whatever, but the thing that to me was, I noticed a lot of girls just like have their sort of natural inclination, like in our industries, to be like on Palestine, because it kind of became the, you know, it's just you naturally, it's like, who's less white, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's kind of the natural thing, but it also was, I was just like, imagine those girls.
People like an underdog story for sure.
Of course, but you go, if you were here, it was the same thing though. If you're like, oh, we're on stolen land or whatever, it's like, okay, well imagine that like actually took it to its full extent, and then the natives started like taking it back, and then there was Coachella and all of it. We like, would you be happy with that? And they're like, well, everyone likes like their position in theory almost, it feels like, you know what I mean?
Well, especially when it's like on the other side of the world, and like,
well, that's exactly
like zero, but like, I mean, there's so many flaws in all those arguments, because everybody is, you know, all the same people who are like, you know, the colonizers, blah, 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 and you're like, well, but yeah, you're only using, you start at 1948.
Well, it all depends on where you start, right?
Right, exactly. You're like, why does like in America it starts at, you know, whatever, 1490, whenever Columbus came over, that's where we started here, but then you're like, at this one, you go, no, we start that one in 1948, and you're like, all right. Well.
You were very, very picky.
Very picky and choosing.
Well, you sort of point this out, but it is the breakdown of intersectionality is really...
Oh, this is, yeah. Because that's it. When you have, like, this is pretty current or whatever, but, like, you know, when you have, at first people are like, yeah, freedom fighters, and then, like, stuff started to come out, and then people are like, well, that's not true, and then it's like, okay, that is true, and then they're just like, shit. Like, there'd be, like, that stuff's coming out, and then now there's people who are, like, for it are, like, now rooting against the stuff being true, and then it comes out, and they're like,
of course, yeah.
Like, shit. And they're like, damn it. And yeah, for sure.
Well, that's what
nice to see.
I'm used to seeing a lot of people have just mental breakdowns about it. Like Sarah Silverman has been, well,
yeah.
And she's, but it's,
what did she expect?
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like, you're kind of realizing, you're just like, so the people that you're like rolling with or whatever, so they were right about everything except for this. It was like, no, it's the ideology that's against you, but it's like, I think it's almost like convenient when it's against white people, but then because you're sort of, but then when it's against Jews, you're like, well, I don't like that one, and you're just like, the whole ideology is whoever is the more powerful one to that one. That's in every scenario.
Yeah.
So you go
regardless of like what is happening.
And I think what their problem is some of these people are just like, no, we're not the powerful one here, and everyone's just like, you are though.
Yeah, you are though, and they go, but I marched with you, and they go, yeah, we know.
Right
about that? Are you kidding?
Yeah, so I think a lot of people are having meltdowns here, and it is very much like a breakdown of that sort of stuff. Like a lot of
nice to watch.
Liberal Jewish people are finding out that it's like that Jewish card don't go too far.
All their brothers in arms are not exactly not exactly on their side.
Yeah. I get it when anyone's like, if you're Jewish and you're just like, even if you don't really have a good argument, if you're just reflexively pro-Jewish, or if you're like Muslim and you're just reflexively pro-Palestine, it's like, I get that, because you just go, well, I'm rooting for the ones that's me. I mean, that's when you're rooting for the
That's a weird one, though, because like, it's not like the Muslim world like is super receptive to Palestinians specifically.
So, but I'm talking about more in North America.
Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah.
They probably just see it as all like,
no, like a lot of people in the Muslim world are exactly. Like a lot of people in the Muslim world are like, the Palestinians are kind of like troublemakers. Like it's not like
it's like in India, everyone
like it's funny because everybody's like, the Jews have been kicked out of everywhere. Like so have the Palestinians.
Interesting.
Like they've also been kicked out of everywhere. Like they're. It's not like anybody wants them either. So it's kind of I don't know. I obviously. Like if you're Palestinian, I fully accept.
So you're saying everyone in that area? It's kind of like the bad kids. Your parents don't really want to.
The island of broken toys. Everybody's just been given the boot.
So they've both been kicked out of a lot of places.
Yeah, they have. Yeah. So
there is a lot of white people, like the academics. Academics never like to see their theories have to get tested in the real world. But you've seen a lot of them when it's like, what did you think decolonization meant? Like, you think they're just going to sign a contract and get their land back? This is what it looks like. You know, some nerdy 60-year-old lesbian teacher posting that or whatever. But it's just funny watching when white people just have just such a fantasy about being wiped out. You know, because they have to play, when they do have to play the things out, people have said, like, okay, so if the natives came here and be like, well, yeah, and whatever happened to me, that would be my fate.
Yeah, but you're like, also, you're not doing anything, like, all those people could be doing something right now for the indigenous population of the country they live in. instead of fantasizing about indigenous population that's technically not even indigenous.
Killing some other people.
Yeah, in some other
I think they have fantasies about it with themselves too, though. They have like that's their like fantasy. Like the natives come in and like kill their husband and rape them, and they go, I deserve this.
Yeah,
I think
it is really funny though that like with all the talk of like the Jews being in charge of the media and manipulating it, they sure did a shitty job of not making themselves like the fucking devil.
Well, I think the reason for that to some degree is the same as censorship, and it's the same as you could probably say feminism or whatever. It's like when you jam shit down people's throats, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Like it's hard. Interfering with markets like is hard, even thought markets. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Markets where the thoughts are.
Thoughts are. That seems like a lucrative market. I'll tell my Jews.
The thought.
Hello, this is Keenan.
In 1 mile, stay left to continue on I-5 South.
Yeah, I think I've already talked to one of your agents.
Yes, sir. You're well connected yesterday with the agent bearing the lowest price they support you with that.
Yeah, I can't take a call right now. I'm driving. So I can't give him any information.
If you want me to recommend you with the agent bearing the at this moment.
No, not right now, thank you.
Okay, no problem. So we'll try later today, that's okay. Or I will resend the information to you and you can contact them later, if that's okay.
Either one is fine. If you want to try calling this evening, that'd be fine.
Okay, perfect. So just for your normal request, this call is continued to be recorded for quality purposes. I will leave the note here in the system so you know you're working with the agent Eric, and we will give you a contact later today.
Okay, thank you.
Alright, thank you for your time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
One thing that I think that the Jewish people are wrong about, and you can tell me your opinion on this.
Sure.
I've watched a lot of people that I know that are even smart being like, this is what anti-Semitism's always bubbling underneath, and like this is, you see the true face when something like this happens. But to me, I think that's somewhat incorrect. What I actually think is that you're just white, and you're the, like okay. The same people that are saying anti-Semitism is like, you could see how bad the anti-Semitism is.
Yeah.
I'm like, if this was if this was a white country and a brown country, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You would see the exact same thing in my opinion.
What do you mean?
Okay, so I think people are like, everyone's cheering for like dead Jews because they're anti-Semitic, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying there's none of that, but like, there's some, the overarching thing to me is more, when I see it with people, I'm like, I don't see them being anti-Semitic. I see them as cheering for the brown people.
Yeah.
Against what they see as like white oppressors or Jewish oppressors.
For the underdog, yeah, for sure. Yeah, so I agree with that.
So it's like, but
I
I
think
guess you
it's
could call
like,
it
it's just
racism, but it's like almost, it's racism, but really it's, really what it is just like, no matter what, undying support for who's less powerful.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So it's more of like a commie sort of intuition than it is anti-Semitic.
Yeah. But some of it is like, I mean, again, there is some fraction of people who don't like Jews, and it's that for them. But yeah, I agree. It's not like blanket anti-Semitism when people support the Jews.
Yeah.
Or support Palestinians or whatever. No, I don't
But I've just seen a lot of that on the internet right now, and I'm just like, yeah, but you would see the same thing if it was a white guy. Like, you know what I mean? That's how I see it.
Yeah, I mean, even when it was a white place attacking a white place with Russia and Ukraine, they still took the underdog.
Over under Jordan Peterson cries. Oh, dude, he's really out there banging the war drum. You see him?
Yeah, I know a lot of people.
Calling like, you fucking you fucking little rats. You get exterminated. What you fucking
listen up, you towel heads! We're coming after you! Jordan, Jesus, man, you don't talk like that anymore. Towel heads, man, it's fucking not cool, dude.
Yeah, he's been on one. Yeah, I think there is some the right-wing people.
that definitely like Lindsey Graham and stuff like that, when they were telling him this news, he probably did actually like get a legitimate boner.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
They're just
yeah.
like, he's just.
That's the thing though. I wonder.
Because we're gonna wash the streets with blood. I think one of them said that. That guy's just like, he probably smelt it. The fucking. He's like. He gets up. He's just fucking so fucking hard.
I mean, again, unless like America is actually and I mean, I don't know. This is even like sort of hot take, like you know, even in 1967, like I could be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure Israel defended itself against multiple countries at the same time. So you're like, they have a pretty powerful military.
And Israeli guys are tough too. They have a lot of chest hair. They have.
Yeah, they got all the stuff. I mean, they have a powerful enough military. I mean, they could definitely defend themselves against fucking the Palestinians, no question. And it's like, even if Lebanon...
I think your theory is right, that it's so Israel does bad stuff now and then they look even badder. I think that's a good theory.
No, that's like a known theory. They just do that. Like, they provoke them.
Seems accurate.
Because everybody's like, oh my god, they like bomb, the Israelis like bomb a hospital. They're like, that is an actual tactic of Hamas, where they're like, yeah, we keep our, like, all our weapons in hospitals, right? So that, like, because that's safe, because we essentially force your hand to bomb a hospital. So even if we lose all our shit,
that's the whole deal.
Then you're like, well, then you just bombed the hospital. So
yeah, they sort of said they think of it differently, where they're just like, yeah, if we all die, that was like for a good cause, so it's actually good. But it kind of does show you how like relative morality is too, because even you just see so many people that are cheering. It's like human brains are so hackable in some ways, because even if you said, like, in real life, any of the stuff you saw, if there was like a guy who went and like, kidnapped a bunch of women and did this or whatever, it would be the news story of the year of like the psychopath killer, like that would Jack the Ripper style, that would have his own like docu-series for years or whatever.
Yeah.
Whereas there it'd be like, in this scenario, could be like, yes, everyone cheers for him like a hero, you know?
Yeah, I don't even look, like, there was like a stat where it's like, there's 2 million people in Gaza. 1 million of them are under the age of 18. It's like half of them are basically teenagers and kids. We're like, they had a war in whatever 2005, which is when Israel left, and then like all those, that was 18 years ago. So yeah, 18 years ago. So you're like, a lot of those probably like kids who like lost their brothers or their parents are now like military age and waiting to like avenge those deaths. Like you're like, what the fuck is that?
That's happened in lots of different places.
Yeah, you're like, I mean, whatever this is.
That's every movie. What happens is the amount of movies I've seen that the kid was revenging the parents' death.
Yeah, it's like, which I think is pretty normal, like a pretty natural response. I'm like, this is shit's only a matter of, and this will cause a new cycle of this, depending on how long this goes. Where you're like, you're just assured that it's probably 18 years from now, there will be another one.
That's why you need like Bono or something to go in there in the middle of warfare and go, stop, blows the whistle and goes, heal the world.
What do you think of
make it a better place? And then like, you need a few other people join in. Michael Jackson can't do that right now.
What do you think of the,
come on everybody, me and Italian memories, everybody, now the Muslims, heal the world, now the Israelis, come on everybody.
They should build them, like when they start rebuilding parts of Gaza, they should build them one of those spheres they have in Vegas.
That would be okay, yeah, that's what they're
trying to keep their mind off of things. They got a sphere.
We're bringing in Wiki Barton. They get the people that are on like the Vegas circuit.
Carrot Top gets beheaded within a week.
All of his bros are like, sorry, I'm just trying to get ahead in life. All right, now those up for these.
Hey.
There you go.
if you're one of those scumbags that head into a toothbrush, mint coffee,
Stay right to continue on I-5 South.
other people that do podcasts all know because, and I have that conversation with people that, well, you know, you have that conversation where like, you do AG1? Yeah, I'm going, fucking all that stuff, dude. Parents, friends, you name it. So One Scoop Daily combines what you would normally get from multiple individual supplements and provides comprehensive support for your brain, gut, and immune system. DrinkAG1.com slap it together to be like, that was bad. Like, guys, don't look over there, it's bad. Because people can just kind of...
I mean, there is misinformation.
There's misinformation on the news, too.
Yeah, there's misinformation everywhere.
Dude, if you look at the official Al Jazeera and the official BBC and the official CNN, these are all the quote-unquote official places. They're all saying different things.
Yeah, for sure.
At the very least, you are saying the, you know, omitting things and, you know, making your narrative the one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, look, like, people get their news from... I mean, the only thing I don't like, my only criticism of
Twitter right now, I actually said it's become faces of death.
Like, it's like literally a gore website now. It's like
you are right though. It's literally you see less gross stuff on go.se.x.
Oh, dude, it's brutal.
Am I Diet Coke from yesterday? Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. But in terms of misinformation, like, that's such a nebulous.
By the time talking about that, can you give me a little...
By the time this comes out... Okay, so by the time this comes out...
You kept saying something about your preciouses?
Yeah, my preciouses. Is my coins. But by the time this comes out... I can make my 40 coins.
Quarters.
By the time this comes out, though, this episode, it'll be 2 days later. The story might be totally different. But so, there was like a kibbutz basically got like, you know, Hamas came in there and like killed all these people. And then this one reporter was like, there was 40 dead babies and they were decapitated. And this was like this one reporter, and then the Israeli official Twitter was like, they decapitated like all these babies. And then the reporter was like, well, I didn't see it, but I was told that this happened. And it's like really like, it just, the story keeps changing. And then all these people are, and I'll even say rightfully so, who are like anti-war people are like, you know, because this could be used as a pretext for like an escalation. So then now we're at the point where all these people are like, I have to see 40 decapitated babies.
I gotta see it.
Like, if I don't see 40 decapitated babies, this shit did not happen.
Sure.
Right? And you're just like, I'm like, I don't want to see 40 decapitated babies.
I can't just see your
and then there's also people who are like, well, you know, like, well, it's 40 dead babies, but they like weren't all decapitated. And you're like, I think that's still bad though.
You're still, yeah.
You're like, it's like, there's just all this like kind of posturing.
Yeah, why don't you just tell us what happened and we'll decide whether we're bad.
I know, but the problem is that people don't trust anything anymore, right? So people are like, so like CBS and like even me, like there was like the community notes was like on the 40 dead babies, people are like, this is false, and then there's a community note saying like it's true, but then the source is Business Insider. And you're like, well, that's a fucking like.
I don't get any better, yeah.
But I don't believe that shit personally either, right? And then they'll be like, CNN said it's so true, but you're like, well, I don't really believe CNN.
They never got anything wrong.
Yeah, exactly, right? So then you're like, but we're now like at the point when things that are like, I guess considered critical like this, you're like, I guess we just gotta see 40 dead babies. Like, I don't know. I don't know the solution to this because nobody is trustworthy anymore, and you're like, the stakes are high.
Yeah, exactly. So you sort of have to. So I guess your eyes is the closest you can get.
Yeah, but then they're like, well, we're not. But then obviously you're like, well, CBS is not airing 40
And I have sort of a weird thing, like, obviously you're Jewish. I don't trust Jews or Muslims, so it's like, for me, it's even harder.
Dude, you're preaching to the choir. But no, it's just, it's like that.
What was the thing that we used to say that when you and your family, was it you and your dad, when you say hi, it was like, hey, you give each other a hug and you both have each other's wallets. Remember that? And you're like, you and your dad.
The old scamp.
You and your dad haven't seen each other for a while. Daniel. You give each other a hug and both pickpocket the other one. Still got it.
I think it was on The Simpsons.
Really? I thought it was.
I feel like
we were saying that about you at some point. It was years ago, I think.
Yeah, but anyways, yeah, that's like where we're at with a lot of this stuff. Is you're just like, and everything is missing. You know, every side is like, well, that's fake. Like there's like, here's all these burned bodies, and then they're like, you know, people on the Israel side are like, look, they burned all these bodies, and then people on like the other side of it are like, well, they'll be like, here's a breakdown of why this is fake or whatever, and they're like, I don't know.
This is one of these wars now are some of the probably most wars that it's been hard for the governments and media to propagandize people.
Oh, it's Twitter is
it used to be
a real problem.
Like back in the day, if they were like, there's 40 dead babies, it was just like everyone in the whole country thinks this, and everyone in the whole different country thinks
when
something.
9/11 happened, you're like, yeah, there's fucking 4 news outlets or whatever. There's 4 news channels and there's 5 newspapers.
What they say is that
and just like that's it. I don't know where else are you getting information from. Like that's it.
Some AM radio guy that still can't read.
I guess who has like, or whatever, or he has a friend like in Baghdad or some shit who's like giving some sort of contrary information. But you're like, that was it. You're like, and they probably have like the same owners, and if they didn't have the same owners, they definitely all have like the same friends. Like they're all friends with all these like news organizations, and they just kind of like put out a story. That was that, and now you're just forced to kind of parse through it. Part of me thinks though, like it doesn't even matter though. Like with the 40 dead babies is like if
people are gonna do what they're gonna do.
Like yeah, like if there's 1% of Twitter who's like this is bullshit, and the governments are like, yeah, well 99% of people don't see what you're saying and don't care, and like
I don't know. Some people have pretty big. Someone like Jordan Peterson says something that those things change kind of.
It could, I guess.
Or Elon Musk. Like if Elon Musk says, "Hey, this happened," it does change a lot of opinions.
Sure, but like enough opinions to the point where like the Israeli government will change their strategies.
Yeah, that's a start of it.
Maybe, I don't know.
The other funny things was,
especially if it's not a provable thing too. Like nobody can actually, like a lot of people are saying like, oh, this is bullshit. But you're like, what if you can't literally disprove it? All you're saying is they're lying with no proof. Just because, and a lot of the reasons people give for the lying is go, well, they lied before, like with and they did, like the kids in incubators, like they're killing kids in incubators. I think it was in Iraq or like Baghdad or one other thing. Like that kind of thing. They go, they lied about this stuff before, so therefore they must be lying. And you're like, they could be lying, but this could probably be a while though.
Well, the last couple things was just it was all of the people that were like yelling at everyone for getting mad at Kanye West. Like for everyone that was like yelling at Kanye West is now on the other side of it. It's like a pretty funny thing to watch that switch. All the people that, dude, it is funny. It's like you have people that would call like me or you anti-Semitic, and you like I would call it anti-Semitic.
Yeah, I've got it about 20 times. They didn't like my Israel story much.
Yeah, it is like that. The UN women, it's funny the people they're just trying to ignore it. The thing that happened when everyone was posting the UN women put up with this trans lesbians are lesbians too. And it was just like everyone was just like Palestine, Israel, and they're just like, just so you know, lesbians with dicks, you still gotta suck on lesbians. Don't be avoiding the lesbians that got a dick, okay? Like, let's stick to the real issues here.
Yeah.
That just shows you how far culture's gone though. Like some of these places are so off the reservation that when like a big world event happens and what they're talking about is that just make sure that if you're a lesbian, like you're not out here just only moms.
Oh, this put a lot of people's bullshit on the back burner.
A lot of bullshit on the back burner.
Trudeau, that's a big win for Trudeau.
Oh, because he was on the thing.
He was just like at Target fucking number one. I mean,
shopping mall. I know.
A million things. And all this stuff, and now
you are a big, I mean, that's the oldest trick in the book. It's the big world event, like a war sort of washes all your sins away, right?
Yeah, nobody, I mean,
a lot of war washes all the sins away.
The FTX trial would become way huger right now.
I know.
And the free trial.
He might be Sam Bankman getting freed because people aren't paying attention.
So far.
Yeah, but Sam Bankman freed article, but we're going to do it later, maybe on the Patreon if we don't get to it, but I got it just for you. The other thing, the last one on this sort of thing, well, is that, I don't know if you saw Noam Chomsky. He has what are the courses called where they do the fancy courses? I kind of parody of one once. The master class.
Oh, yeah.
The master class on fighting disinformation. Which is
just like so crazy that the guy who wrote Manufactured Consent is legitimately doing a fucking course on how to make sure that there's no one like disagreeing with the manufactured consent.
Yeah, how do you like this? I pretty wild, like spreading this.
Yeah.
Yeah, my WNBA thing, I made it on the Community Notes official page.
Yeah, what was that?
So many community notes. I made
You made that?
I made that.
I didn't know you made that.
Yeah, I made that.
Okay,
And only in like 3 minutes.
Okay,
Shout out
that's hilarious.
Shout out to Canva.
Well, read it.
I basically just, so when everybody was putting out their, when every organization was putting out their, we stand with Israel thing, and then I went to check on the WNBA, which is like the most...
Not related, you just checked on it.
Yeah, I just checked on it. Dude, it's the fucking WNBA finals right now. Are you kidding? What's going on? Yeah, people are like, is it? It is. But anyway, so I go and check on the WNBA, which is like the most organization in sports, like in American sports or whatever. And they're trying to pretend like, you know, we're basically the NBA. So I figured they'd have a statement, and they didn't have one. So then I just made one. Essentially, it was just like a pro-Palestine. I don't know what thing, but it was like this pro-Palestine thing. And then I just said this is a statement from the NBA. And like, I literally made it in 5 minutes on Canva. Like it took like no time.
Was it aggressive or was you?
No, outrageous. So we are horrified by the acts of terrorism, and I made it look exactly like Henley out there. We are horrified by the acts of terrorism being perpetrated against the Palestinian people by their Israeli colonizers. The rape and murder of all those festival goers was a needed reaction to aggressions by the Jewish.
That's pretty aggressive.
The WNBA strongly stands with the government of Hamas and the people of Palestine. Full stop.
Full stop.
Anyways, and then it started cranking on Twitter, and all these people.
I know it was fake, but I didn't know you made it.
Oh no, I made it. Yeah. No, I made it. With the original right there. And but anyways, and then I was that would be fun.
But it did immediately, right?
Immediately, yeah. But then like,
and you made it. How do you make it to the front page?
Community Notes has its own page. Like this Community Notes has it's called Helpful Notes, at Helpful Notes, or at Community Notes. It's one of them. But there's 2 Community Notes pages, or at Helpful Notes, and basically like the best, most helpful Community Notes make it on there. Like, I don't know if it's a personal shame of mine or a success. They put me on there.
Well, so one of the things that I thought was interesting, like I just kind of mentioned the Sarah Silvermans of the world, like a lot of people are having, you know, I've seen it just a ton of activists kind of be like, I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. And I feel like me, I'm just like, I think 100%. Yeah. It's like very much in line. It was kind of just like people coming out of a cloud of being like, realizing that, you know, that their ideology is retarded. You know what I mean?
Sure. I mean, the only thing I couldn't believe seeing was like the paraglider things or whatever. I couldn't believe it. Crazy, but then the commercial for the paraglider.
What was the commercial?
I put it in our group chat. It's like, so there was like, I thought it was fake, but it's real, and it's literally like like, you know, like when you watch the Super Bowl, and there'll be like a Navy commercial. Or,
yeah.
Like one of those, but for Hamas. It's like shot properly, like with like good cameras and edited and everything, but it's them just like firing up their like lawnmower dealies as they go paragliding.
What?
It's like join the Hamas like paraglider defense force thing or whatever, and they're just paragliding around.
That's crazy.
Wild.
But it's almost at around the same time that you started to basically like some of these like New York Times type have started to come around, and like maybe the shit that they were spewing is retarded, you know what I mean? But for New York Times did an article, anti-racism was never the right answer. It's like, so I mean, it's an opinion piece, so I guess they do have different opinions, but it's just funny saying like New York Times. Can you imagine New York Times doing probably anything like that, like, you know, peak 2015 or whatever?
I mean, they're probably like...
Well, Invermex Kendi, it was like they're basically finding out you can write like a waste management like money laundering operation, essentially.
Yeah, and it has like basically no results. Like there's no results of this.
It's the opposite of results.
It's like a fucking money pit.
It not only is there no results, it made a lot of things worse.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, the same as like the defunding the police thing. It was like, you look at the things and they go, more black people were like dead during that time, and they're just like, I think by most metrics you'd say that's a pretty important metric.
Yeah, I think so. You would think so, yeah.
Well, I thought that just like wild that they did that. And then there's another one, so basically they did an open category for transgender swimmers, Because it was just, I think the same people would all be like, you know, they just want to swim. It has nothing to do with the chef. They happen to be a girl, and be like, so then they made an open category, and then none of them would go in it.
Yeah.
So they closed it down because it was 0 people joined the.
Well, that's stupid.
Isn't that funny?
I would have joined it just to take the gold medal. You know.
Oh.
Nobody gets me. All right.
I think what has to happen.
I'll be like first open category champion, baby.
You're right, but I think you have to register with the Olympics and do all this stuff. But yeah, I guess that proves it was never really about just like, oh, I just want to compete.
Well, it's never about I just want to compete.
It was about where we're women.
Yeah, but I'm like, nobody's ever not been allowed to compete. It's just the category. So
Yeah.
you're like, they've always like, even if you're Leah Thomas, you're just like, yeah, you can compete against men. Nobody's stopping.
No, of course not. So you always said girls can compete
But
against
then
men.
they're just like, well, it's just like it's, you know, it doesn't affirm my gender or whatever.
Well, but my point is, it was never about sports. It's about politics and activism, right?
Yeah.
But so I've always said, kind of, it's a little bit the thing I was saying about the anti-Semitism thing, but I was sort of saying this about with Karens. You always see the thing,
the right.
that Karens nail it.
And anti-Semitism.
You always see that Karens are right, yeah. But people were saying like Karen's, you know, like racist or homophobic or whatever, right? Or like misogynist. But it was like really, it was like no, it was that you support an ideology where like white people are bad and that got turned on you. You know what I mean? But they're like, yeah, white men are bad. But this girl in The Guardian did. This is the season of crunchy leaves, chunky knits, and pumpkin spice latte misogyny. So her thing is, she's just like, women can't get like lattes without misogyny.
Without getting made fun
And she's
of.
saying it's like men, and it's the same thing. You go, no. What happened is you support like anything that like white people do is like bad.
Yeah.
And then people are like, that's the thing that white people do. It's like, yeah, white guys don't do it. And then, you know, it's like mainstream to just make fun of that shit,
Yeah,
right?
it's just like basic. I mean, even women who drink that shit are like, yeah, I'm like so.
It's like mean humor.
basic.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, yeah, it's stupid.
For me, I knock it out of their hands. They go,
You ever tried one of those things? It's fucking disgusting.
oh, it's a cup of fucking sugar, dude.
Not only that, but it's like, it's this weird, like, synthetic, especially if you get the one from, like, Starbucks, it's like this weird, like, synthetic pumpkin. How the fuck are we eating pumpkins? I don't know. I'm not a big pumpkin.
You don't like pumpkin pie?
No, I don't. I don't like pumpkin pie.
What do you prefer, pussy or pumpkin pie?
Pussy, man.
No, come on. You don't know that?
Oh, pussy, man.
You go, I ain't never tasted no pumpkin pie. That's the line.
Pumpkin pie, yeah.
He said, pussy tastes like pumpkin pie.
No.
I ain't never tasted no pumpkin. I said, bitch, I never tasted no pumpkin pie. Hit it!
I think I only ate pumpkin pie for, like, the first time, like, very.
Okay, tell us the review.
Not a fan.
You're not a fan? So out of 10?
Honestly, it's like real old country shit, to be honest. Like
what country? Old country?
Like old country, and like the way that, like, you know, when you go to like third world old countries and they just like use everything for food because they're just like, yeah, we just gotta use it because we got it.
And then I ate the bowl.
Like, yeah, basically they're just like, yeah, like how like everything is made out of potatoes or whatever in like fucking Eastern Europe or Ireland. It's like, yeah, we got lots of potatoes, so everything's potatoes.
If you're not familiar with the idea, there's a predominantly male tendency to mock the predominantly female enthusiasm and deride it as basic. And it was just like, no, this, I feel like most guys I know probably don't even mention this. It's like, this is like online woman humor that yes, some guys have picked up onto that are into like meme culture, but this is like not something that any dude I know is talking a ton about.
Yeah, nobody's like walking down the street, see some like white chick drinking a pumpkin spice latte. It's like, hey, you stupid bitch!
That's a white chick thing, not like a chick thing.
Yeah.
And other Pinterest sports signifiers. Women dismissed as vapid, and while men who pour over coffee that tastes like stomach acid in vessels. So she goes on and on and on, right?
Yeah.
But no, what happened was everyone agreed it was like fine to make fun of that stuff. And then they also have another one, this is a weird thing, the disturbing colonial history of pumpkin spice. You know what? And I was always kind of, when we talk about going back in time,
colonial history of pumpkin spice?
well, you can probably guess is the pumpkin spices were stolen from someone back in the day. But the thing that they do, and I've had this argument with people in real life too, a lot actually, because they'll say this has like a racist history. But what they mean is at some point in time the thing was used for something bad.
Yeah.
So it's like, by that case, you are right. If you go, the racist history of robes, it's like, you know, they kidnapped people in Afghanistan once and they put them in robes. It's always just like,
cotton comes from for the roads, lady.
well, yeah, but that's what I mean. Everything is, they go, the racist history discourse is always that there's basically
a time where this thing was used in conjunction with something bad.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like that doesn't make it.
It's when you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. You know, it's just like if you're trying to find the racist history of any product, like you can find it.
I agree, but I sort of disagree because I don't think that makes something. Like, I don't think that this thing is inherently racist because it was once used for something bad. But you could say that, like, the serial killing history of knives. And you're just like, oh, you use a knife to cut your sandwich? And like, don't you know that has a serial killing history, a connotation to it?
Yeah, it's the Hitler as a dog thing or whatever.
It's the Hitler as a dog thing.
Yeah.
You're right, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, it's stupid. But, I mean, again, when you're a blogger, you're fucking grasping at straws to make your deadline.
No, they're not grasping at straws because they're a racist connotation.
So it's I'm really grasping at straws.
Straws.
Oh my god.
The word
plastic,
grass.
rubber, plastic. Oh my god. I have a new series.
You could definitely come up with that. Oh, it's like back in the day, the farmers that used to whip the people used to put the piece of straw in their mouth. That's their piece of connotation.
Endless options.
Another one that they're wrong about. So actually, if you're not getting what I'm doing right now, after this, because I was saying that they're all realizing that their ideology is like falling apart in intersectionality. I have a list of other things that they've been kind of admitting it almost in the last little while. Where they go, is it a red flag if a man has had 4 sexual partners? The current Hollywood debate. And so basically a bunch of girls were online, and some girl in an interview basically said, it's just weird if a guy's over 40 and he's only been with 4 girls or whatever.
From the OC.
Yeah, and it was just like, so, kind of what, the same people that forever have been like, why is it cool if a guy does it, and it's slutty if a girl does it, and then like, after that dies down, they're like, it's only cool if a guy does it.
I mean, I would, to be honest, if I was in my 40s or whatever, I guess I'd have to be 60 at that point to date a woman in my 40s, in her 40s, but if she only had been 4 guys, that would also be weird.
Not really, because what if she was with 2 guys and then married?
Well, obviously if she was, in a long marriage, but they
well, I know, but you're sort of into that stuff. You go, tell me their names. You want
How big were they?
You want to look through pictures of the guys while you're on Zach.
No, but I'm saying it's like if a single chick, because that was kind of the context of this. She's like, well, if a guy's like never been married, there's like 4 guys. You're like, I don't know, I think that was weird.
It's much less weird. I mean, honestly, but my point, you're making the like a point that's, you're just saying whether it's weird or not weird. The real point is whether girls find it attractive.
Yeah, for sure.
So, like, you would not, if you were sus, if you started dating a girl that was 40 and she goes, oh, I've only been with 4 guys, you'd be like, ew, what the hell? That's a little off.
No, I'd be like, you're a liar. I'd be like, all right.
Up there, but it wouldn't be a turn off for you.
No, it wouldn't be a turn off. No.
Well, that's their argument. Is it a turn off?
Yeah, it's a turn off.
The point is they're saying, why is it different? And then now all the women are coming together on the internet to like agree that it is different. And the point is, the moral of the story is that women get to decide what they're attracted to in men, and men get to decide what they're attracted to in women. And women for the last 6 years have been like, no, you don't. We get to decide what you're attracted to in women.
That's why you gotta ignore women.
Obviously that's kind of what we do, but it's still funny to. You can ignore them, but it doesn't mean that doesn't make it right when you're talking about it. So if a girl wants to say, the sky's green, we can be like, yeah, you can ignore her, but it's also, you can be like, hey, look at this, she thinks it's not green.
Look at this turkey over here. Yeah, it's
right.
It's fun. It's fun to see them twist themselves into knots, though.
Well, it's also funny to see them dispelling their own shit.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people agree with this, because it's obviously true that if a girl's like, oh, yes, there's a point where a girl's like, oh, that guy's just been with so many guys, it's like, whatever. It's, he's like one of the, he's like, oh, he's that type of guy.
Yeah.
And there's a certain type of girl that's like, I don't want to be with the guy who's just been like a club promoter for the last 15 years, just smashing every night. But like, most girls do find it attractive that like this guy had his pick of the litter.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah. And he picked you at 40.
Fellas, cold turkey might be great on sandwiches, but there's a better way to break your bad habits, and we're not talking about some weird mind voodoo magic from your wacky, crazy neighbor. We're talking about our sponsor, Fume. They look at the problem a different way. Head to tryfume.com. Now, think more women and children should be murdered?
it would be bad, but not nearly as bad as if you just started screaming the N-word.
Yeah.
Like, it wouldn't be nearly as bad, right?
Yeah.
So it's just like the priorities are that something like, you know, in the going into the justice realm is way worse than actual.
Yeah, like actual like criminal transgressions.
In terms of what people see as like cardinal sins.
I guess
you know
it's
what I
like
mean?
the words of, like they really do buy into that, like the words for violence bullshit.
Like calling Jews a slur to them would be like what much worse than calling for Jews to be dead, probably.
Give me some options.
Well, you say them.
No. Said them all the time. What do you mean?
I don't know. What would be one? Bagel bosses. Just say there's a couple bagel bosses.
Bagel bosses really slaughtering all those Palestinians.
So I just made that one right now. So I could come up with more if you need them so bad. Well, the Swiss writer was thrown in jail for calling the reporter a fat lesbian. Because we said that other thing, that guy
60 days in jail.
in Britain got fired for, you know, saying that he was smashed
jail.
up.
This is jail time.
Yeah, and he said some other stuff too, but shit. And this guy has been to jail a couple times. He was in jail for denying the Holocaust once.
Oh, okay.
So this guy's, he's like a, what do they call it? He's like a recidivist.
Truth teller.
No, yeah. He keeps going back to jail.
Yeah.
He's a recidivist. He's a recidivist for his speech crimes, right?
I did look at a photo of her. She does look
Like when he comes in, they go, "We knew you'd be back. You couldn't hold the tongue."
You can't call somebody a fat lesbian. That's illegal. That's
Right. A Swiss court's decision to sentence a commentator with 60 days of prison plus thousands of Swiss francs, so it's not free either. The danger of criminalizing the so this article going against it. He was convicted for comments made on Facebook 2 years ago where he called some girl a fat lesbian.
She is a lesbian. I mean, I guess it's like she's protected.
I wonder if that's the thing. Do you argue that in court?
Like she goes,
You bring her on stage, you go, would you refer to yourself as straight or a lesbian? She goes, I'm a lesbian. Now, body mass index-wise, would you consider yourself under the average weight or average average weight? So, in some severe circumstances, that might be referred to as fat. Now, so, you've admitted that you're fat.
He does like that.
You've admitted that you're a lesbian.
He literally brings
Is it a stretch?
Webster's dictionary defines fat as. She looks like Rosie O'Donnell.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, would it be a stretch? And I'm not talking about her pant line. Would it be a stretch? Ladies and gentlemen, he gets fined again. Now he has to go to jail for that. To say that this is a lesbian who is fat, some might say a fat lesbian. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I rest my case.
Wow. Wild shit.
Crazy to have to go. Being that kind of lawyer would be hilarious, though.
You're in jail, you know. Show me your paperwork, you know, it's like the thing where you're gonna show your paperwork if you know, like pedophile.
Yeah, exactly. So no one
Call
goes,
this fat lesbian a fat lesbian.
no, you do. You go and you bring a bunch of pictures of like really fat people, and you go, and he wants to, he's representing himself, and he puts it on the stand, and he goes, let's show you a picture of someone. Would you refer to them as fat? And she goes, no. What about this is fat? Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to take a look at these photos that she has referred to as not fat. Clearly, this woman does not know what a fat person is or looks like.
Yeah, it's like my 600-pound life is this woman fat? She goes,
No. She's perfect.
body positive. No.
Clearly, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury could not find this person to be perfect. I feel like I would have represented this guy good. I would have done that too.
Well, he probably would have represented himself, I guess.
I know, but he didn't do any of the stuff I just said, which he should have done.
Yeah, well, that's fine. I'm sure he'll be back.
Now, the song Fat Bottom Girl, should they be in jail?
Good point.
What if it was Fat Bottom Lesbian Girl? I was watching a film the other day. Fat Lesbian 6. Now, am I to believe that...
I gotta get more into WNBA, man. I don't watch
It's a hell of a sport.
It is?
It's really good. I made my dad coaches freaking girls basketball, and I make fun of him constantly. Girls basketball sucks. Oh, you know what, Shane? They listen to coaches. That's what I like. I'm like, why can't you coach guys? Just coach guys, you fucking weirdo.
What did he say?
He's like, oh, I'd end up hitting him. It's like, I'd fight him.
Be careful, dude. He might get caught up, dude. If he made it this far, he probably won't.
True. But now when you start to get into the geezer years, that's when you start to really just let loose. Like, that girl's hot. Fucking
Yeah, I mean, he might be
Yeah.
grandfathered into fucking, like, get out there butt slaps the girls' basketball. I don't think you can. There's no butt slaps.
Fuck no.
Okay.
A volunteer high school coach patted a girl on the butt. Oh my god.
I told you I'm in basketball.
The game would stop.
Oh, dude,
If somebody saw it, the whole crowd. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
The ref would be like timeout, high five.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I had a guy come to me. Started like university. And he started talking about, yeah, I don't know, man. I'm like, how's the gig? He's like, it's not bad. And I was like, I said, what? He was like, oh. So,
I mean, being honest.
Being honest, I appreciate it. He like, I was like, yeah. Alright, this is where we need a fucking chip. Here's what I'm saying. I get it. You can't talk about this.
For real.
He's like, I don't know who the teacher is. You should probably tap out and keep the rest of it.
I look like the type of guy that would keep this secret.
I look like the oracle of this information, but I'm like, bro, that's something that is, I mean, at least the guy being honest would be like, so hot, but if you're like, all day long, like, biting on his finger, like, god damn, it's like, alright, bro, go find another fucking job.
Yeah, you can't work there.
No.
Yeah, I could.
I specifically, I'm out for, I don't know if in my head, it's from being a teacher. I'm like, I couldn't be in high school, man. I'd go teach like a prison or something. But I'd like,
fuck those guys.
I would fuck them. But I don't, I just can't, I wouldn't be able to be around 17-year-old girls. Like, even on like a level of like,
oh, you mean the hottest girls on the planet?
17-year-old girls. I'm just bowing out of that, dude. You know what I mean? It's like, nope, don't try, like, dude, when I was around something like that, our head was super hot.
Yeah,
I was
sucked on her fingers.
I'm gonna suck her fingers, dude. That's all I can think about when she was like moving her head. But like, I made an explicit effort while we were driving. Like, I'm not gonna steer the conversation at all. Where it's like, whatever that is that people do, like dudes do, talk to girls, like that's geared to suck them. Made it. It was an effort the whole time, and still, I think I said it when she dropped me off. It was a house next to mine. It was a boarded up house next to another house. And my house, you know, looked nice, but she went a little too far. The whole time I felt so good, and I was like, oh, no, I'm right, that's my house right there.
Mine's a nice one.
I just couldn't let this chick believe I lived next to a boarded up house. You put me in, and that's just like, you know, there's just shit going beneath the surface all day. You're like, these girls come to you with problems, and you're like trying to be respectful. You don't even think on the subconscious level, you're like, you know, a little weird. I had a guy, he definitely get weird. I had a dude tell me this, dude. There was a guy who does like guidance counseling. He was just like, I just wasn't treating girls the same as I would treat the guys. Like, the girls would come in with the same wearing shit. I'm like, you're alright. And he's like, he was honest. This is a different guy. He was like, maybe I'm attracted to them. And dude, people in the seminar think like, yo, bro. And I was sitting there just like, chill, bro, chill.
Chop. Like, yeah, for sure.
Chop, bro, you're getting hard, dude.
Sure, dude.
You're getting hard, dude.
You're getting me hard, dude. Yo, and they also get sucked into being like, oh, she's so cool. They get sucked into like the hierarchy of like,
the popular girl?
I'm like, oh, Stacy's so fucking cool, dude. Oh, I'd love for her to talk to me.
It's so funny being like a 45-year-old guidance counselor watching girls walk through the hall like, there she goes.
And then like the quarterback comes through, he's like, Brad's so fucking cool.
He just finds himself naked in the shower with the football team, like, how did I get here, dude? What's up, guys? How you doing?
Dude, that
Good
was,
win.
I can't even imagine.
Look, man, like I said, I'm tapping, maybe when I'm 60 I could do something like that.
Yeah.
Like, he's still high, dude.
Also,
That's one of the things
also
low T,
people will listen to this and be like, I can't even imagine being a guy that would be like, that would look down upon someone being like, dude, high school chicks are hot as fuck. Like, there's no way I could work there.
Oh no, exactly. If you're like fucked up, it's like, do you, low T? Go ahead, you know? It's like, bro, if I had your little balls, I could go do it too, but mine are fucking working double time, dude. I can't help the fact that it's hot is hot to me. I have so much to see. I see some of those teenage boys, like, I'm fucked up, dude. There's hot boys running around. I have the balls of like a Roman senator, dude. I was like,
bring him to me. Charles, I'd like to see you after class.
Blaze cock in ass.
How many
Spartacus? This guy is like fucking his body slave, and he has male body slaves. And he's trying to fuck this lady, and he's like, Bolsonibus, blaze cock in ass. And this guy says like slaves, and he starts fucking him in the ass. He's like, oh. The people you own You're like, I wonder what happened in the porn world today. Like, oh yeah, I'm the executive producer and star of this show. And you're like, let's go, baby, we're doing this and that. It's fucking wild, dude.
Imagine how many of those teachers jerk off to after school porn. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh my God.
If I was a teacher, I would be jerking off to teacher porn all day.
Dude, my thing is that see these Roman senators were getting like place cock in ass, and then we had just evolved from them. So you don't think we got a little fucking? They think that we're like, nah, dude, we're totally about like, no, we put a better, we got the cork more firmly in the bottle, but dude, deep down on some level, when the fucking pretty girl raises her hand, you're like, yes, Lindsay, yes, okay.
Karen, shut up. Karen, you're always talking. Shut up. I hate you. You're so fat and ugly. Stacy, go. Good lord. I went to Catholic school too. That was fucking.
Oh my god.
Dude. I would die. I would die.
Oh.
And then, all right.
See, I like to hand out candy. Don't you think it's cute when the kids come through?
Yeah, my last place was such a trap house. I didn't want anyone coming up there.
You didn't want to give them. Social Security is run like a Ponzi scheme, and every time I say that, I get told you're going to make old people mad. I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings. I'm trying to just explain what's actually going on. The money you put into Social Security today doesn't go in an account for you when you retire. The money you put into Social Security today goes to somebody else that is collecting on Social Security. If you did that in the private sector, you would be arrested for setting up a Ponzi scheme. But when the federal government does it, it's okay because they have a legal right to do crap like this. Okay, well, how do you pay for all of these entitlement programs? How do you pay for all this money that you're just sending out? How do you pay for the wars that we're fighting everywhere? Like, how do you pay for it? 3 ways. You can tax it, but that pisses people off. You can borrow it, but the problem is that you get to a point where people don't want to buy treasuries anymore because the interest that they're collecting off of the treasury bonds that they bought is not keeping up with inflation. So why would I invest my money in a government bond that is actually losing me money? The third way is print. That's how you collapse a currency. Social Security is run.
Yeah, did you break my fucking salad bowl?
You guys have to see what I learned in charge of us.
What the hell are you doing? What's wrong with you?
Romero! Alright, wait a second. Romero!
So on top of everything else, banks are collapsing and interest rates are going up. And man, as we enter this election year, it is going to get wild. But here's the story. The rise of the mega bankruptcy. 459 U.S. firms have filed for bankruptcy this year, the most since 2020. And 16 had more than $1 billion in assets. Economists warn large-scale bankruptcies can have devastating consequences. 459 firms. And have you seen mortgage rates, the interest rates, super high. And I was watching a video breaking down the cost of owning property based on the interest rates at this level, and it's already becoming impossible for millennials to buy. It's like renting a one-bedroom in New York is $4,000. Buying is out of the question. The only thing I can see here is there's going to be a hard fall. This on top of war, conflict, crisis, etc. I hope you are ready for what comes next. They report large-scale corporate bankruptcies are at their highest level since 2020 as elevated interest rates continue to batter businesses. This year, giants such as Bed Bath & Beyond, trucking firm Yellow, wedding retailer David's Bridal have filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy thanks to a perfect storm of rampant inflation, high rates, and supply chain disruptions. We've also got rising crime, CVS, Walgreens, Target, etc. They're shutting their stores down. And as I mentioned, the banks that have already faltered in this year. Oh boy. Are you ready for what comes next? Fear of terror attacks in the U.S., war, conflict, crisis? I don't know, man. Here's what I can tell you. We're going to do a special shout out to safeandreadymeals.com. These are buckets that have food and water. Save out. Because I'm not, well, we don't do a lot of sponsor spots on this, but I shout them out when I think it really does matter. And considering the escalating conflict, it's like a reminder time, like, hey guys, you know, I know a lot of you have already gotten this stuff, and it's going to last you forever. You buy it now, with inflation, it's going to get more expensive. There's no way around it. Get it now, it lasts 25 years. This stuff's going to cost substantially more 10 years from now, but your stuff will still be good if you get it now. When we're looking at massive bankruptcies and a fear of economic collapse, just whatever it is you do, I hope you're taking care of yourself. Click the link in the description below. Let's just read more. The Daily Mail says, what's more is so-called mega bankruptcies, those by companies with more than $1 billion in assets, hit 16 in the first half of the year. By comparison, figures from consulting firm Cornerstone Research show there have been an average of 11 mega bankruptcies in the first 6 months of every year between 2005 and 2022. Analysts at Cornerstone added the biggest corporate bankruptcy this year was SVB, that's the bank, Silicon Valley Bank, which had $175 billion in customer deposits at the time of filing. Economists warn the rise in large-scale collapses can have devastating consequences for the economy. For example, the demise of the trucking firm Yellow, which had $2.15 billion in assets. The rise in bankruptcies coupled with a weakening stock market and surging credit card delinquencies has sparked fears the U.S. is heading for a recession. But Stephen Blitz, chief U.S. economist at Global Data TS Lombard, insisted any downturn would be less severe than the 07-09. Oh, okay. I mean, that's not saying a lot. It got bad. Take a look at this. CNBC. Housing industry urges Powell to stop raising interest rates or risk an economic hard landing. Top real estate and banking officials are calling on the Federal Reserve to stop raising interest rates as the industry suffers through surging housing costs and a historic shortage of available homes for sale. In a letter Monday addressed to Federal Board of Governors and Chair Jerome Powell, the officials voiced their worries about the direction of monetary policy and the impact it is having on the beleaguered real estate market. The National Association of Home Builders, the Mortgage Bankers Association, and the National Association of Realtors said they wrote a letter to convey profound concern shared among our collective membership that ongoing market uncertainty about the Fed's rate path is contributing to recent interest rate hikes and volatility. There's nothing you can do, my friends. I'm sorry, this is the sad reality. You know what? If they don't raise interest rates, inflation is out of control. It's resulting in bankruptcies. The economy's in trouble. They raise interest rates, now the housing market's in serious trouble. Ain't nothing you can do about it, my friends. It's going to get bad as far as I can tell. And it's interesting because we're entering 2024. Joe Biden is already suffering in the polls. Trump is already ahead. And with the economy this bad, I don't see how Trump loses as of today. Certainly something could happen tomorrow, like Trump drops out of the race, I don't know. As a medical issue, as of right now, the American people are suffering and facing hardship. There is war on the horizon. There is an active war already in Ukraine. The U.S. is about to get dragged in. Putin's threatening nuclear annihilation. Israel and Palestine is erupting. And the economy ain't doing too well. So what happens? Why is the economy doing poorly? Well, Mike Cernovich had a tweet about this. Smart guy. He's made a lot of really great tweets lately. When the economy tanks, many young males will have no opportunities and nothing to do but enlist. I remember I was talking to some people about this years ago, that whenever the military needs to boost their recruitment, they just wait for economic downturn, how convenient. And then people with no choice say, my best job choice is to enlist. Guaranteed salary. You get in, your food, everything's taken care of. So all you got to do is put all that money in the bank and save it up. And then when you get out, you'll have like 20 grand or something. Recruitment bonus as well. The economy is facing dire straits at a time when we may be entering very serious war and conflict. So consider this. The young men who feel lost, listless, and bored. But it's a woke military. I don't know if it's going to actually attract a lot of these guys. They may choose to be homeless and just say, no way. No way. So what happens and where does it occur? You know, I can tell you this. People can't afford to buy houses, so they're renting. This means they're not building wealth. They're not retaining any of that money they put in. It's not so easy, put it this way, if you're a landlord or a landowner and you're renting things out, you're not really making a profit. Profits are slim. If you own like 50 properties, you can live off it, you're probably doing very, very well. But for the average person who owns like 1 or 2 homes and they rent it out, they're supplementing their income, but they're probably not living off of it, especially if they want to have a family. But they are putting that money towards the mortgage, which builds wealth for the homeowner and not the rentee. With rising interest rates, it's going to, man, I saw this in Ukraine, it was terrifying. The oligarchs could afford, so here's how it worked. I was looking at property prices in Ukraine and I'm like, it's like $300,000 for a house in the city, and I'm like, what? No Ukrainian could afford that. It's true. Only the ultra wealthy could. And then they rent it out to the citizens at dirt rates. Something like $100 a month. Because they only made like $400 a month. The salaries are in Ika, I think was the currency. But it was like, on average, they made like $400 a month. They paid about $100 a month in rent. But the properties cost $300,000. So no regular Ukrainian could afford to buy and build wealth. That's how you get oligarchy. And that's where we're going right now. With all of these bankruptcies, you are going to see major industry collapse, and it's going to hit you hard. Jobs disappear, people can't afford to rent even. You're going to be forced to see the government subsidize things, and it's all happening at a time where there is conflict escalating. Is it a coincidence? I don't know. But my friends, I hope you are taking care of yourselves and thinking ahead. What can I say? I don't want to give you any financial advice, right? I don't do that, but I'll tell you what I do. Gold, silver, Bitcoin, do that. Cash, absolutely. Cash is not a great thing to have, in my opinion, but because of inflation, you hold on to cash, it eventually becomes worthless, especially with high inflation. Gold and silver are great, but they're hard to trade with. You can get like small silver coins for sure, and that's one thing people do, but gold is hard. It's so valuable. What are you going to do? Like, I have a gold bar, I want a sandwich. You break off a piece of the gold. No. I mean, maybe. They have the gold backs, the gold foil currency. It's, 1/1000th of a troy ounce or whatever. I actually have a bunch of those as well. Cash is good, though, because in the event the banks put limits on spending and withdrawals and things like this, you're going to want to be able to buy, and you might need physical cash. Or if there is an attack on our infrastructure or the internet, cash will be king. And I have the answers for you, my friends. Just some information and things to consider. You can go to safeandreadymeals.com if you want to be prepared with some food.
Okay, now here is a random sentence in Spanish. What do you think he's saying? I really don't know. All right, and here's a random sentence in Chinese. What do you think he's saying? I couldn't say. All right, and what about this? Here is a completely random sentence in French. Je me vois. This guy thinks he's better than you or something? This guy. Okay, now here is a random sentence in Spanish.
Good morning, everyone. I am your substitute. Avoid all loud noises. This is my coffee and just coffee. All right, let's do attendance. If you're not here, say your name. Perfect attendance. Love to see it. You can call me Mr. B like in Saved by the Bell. And I'm judging by those blank stares, none of you are old enough to remember Saved by the Bell, which makes me want to take a long walk off a short pier. Does anyone have any questions about today's assignment? Yes, go ahead and Google it. I'm not seriously here. Anybody else? Good. What's with all these plants? The teacher at every fight back. One of these has. Everyone pull out your books and turn them to page I don't give a shit, and pull out your phones, put them inside your book. Leave me alone while I eat my bug fruit. Good morning, everyone. I am your substitute.
How's the big game at church gonna go?
Good, Charlie. How you doing? I'm ready to my first.
I also met a guy in the military. That guy is my ex-husband. We were together for 7 years. And as soon as we saw each other, we kind of fell in love. Like, it was like love at first sight. It was funny. Yeah, he definitely helped me through a lot of the dark times. I want to be an artist. I want to sing. I want to be, in the spotlight. Like, I want to perform. And I don't think he ever wants to be part of that. Sometimes it just sucks because, you want to do something for yourself and like a career, but then you love someone and they can't handle it. So it's just like you kind of just have to pick, right?
So basically you chose money and fame over your husband, and now you sat on the podcast crying about it.
Let me play a sad song.
No, sorry. Girl, can you sit on me?
You're loyal.
Do you know how embarrassing it is to have a man that pops bottles at the club? That's embarrassing.
But you are the same girl that joined the section.
The world has been asking for the bottom of all time. The day has come. This is the woman he requested? Oh, trim me her paint?
There's something seriously wrong with this couple, man. They're married, they've got a kid, they've got a bunch of money, they don't need to be doing all this. This disgusting shit. I ain't got much to say about them, to be honest. They're both for the streets and they need Michael.
Stop it. Get some help.
Bro.
Oh, hell no. I don't even want to do no research on that shit. Smart.
How old are you?
I'm 36. How old are you?
35.
I don't really know.
You don't? Because I look here.
Do it more.
Call. They don't know who you are. They're too young.
Take exit 263 on the right for Brooks and Trevin.
I had to look up who she was, and I don't know why she's so proud of it. She's got more body than Pablo Escobar.
Why are they so mean? It's so
Look for your destination on the left. 73.5 gallons fill up.
I have a dream. You're so good at algebra. Could you replace my X without asking why?
If I have to think around you, you're not my man. Like if I have to think about how anything in the day is gonna go, if I have to plan the route we're gonna take to get where we're going, if I have to be.
Now, most women do prefer a man that takes charge and takes initiative, but a lot of these women seem to want their dad.
If you don't believe it's literally fitness related, yes, of course, it's more focused on my belief, that's why.
You're not a fitness influencer. You're a girl that posts pictures of yourself in the
I
gym.
never said I wanted a
Etc.
fitness influencer though. I said I started 3 months ago.
Yeah.
And I even said that I just started out of fun. I wouldn't even consider myself.
You are a loser, my friend.
So many of these girls claim to be fitness influencers. When you go on their Instagram page, you see a link to their OnlyFans. I'm sure there's a lot of good female fitness influencers out there, but she's definitely not one of them.
You're going to be very, very careful now.
You're going to sound good.
Oh!
Embarrassing.
What gives you the
Volunteer shower in like with a bathroom. I don't respect men.
Go with me.
Did you have a father that you respected?
I didn't disrespect my father. He wasn't around.
I think it's pretty clear.
So that's the thing. So stop it there, right? So you didn't even have the prime example of what you needed to carry your love for men in your later ages. Your father wasn't there to instill certain traits in you so you will accept a man's love. The father's love is much differently than the mother's love.
Yeah,
the mother's love is more of a coddle love. You fall down, you get back up. Oh, baby, it's okay. You fall down, you get back up. Oh, baby, it's okay. To the point when you're falling down so much, the father's like, stop falling.
Right.
What is he doing? But the father would tell you that the first time.
Right.
Why are you tripping and falling? Get up. The father's love is a disciplinarian love.
She don't respect men, but it's mostly men that created the fast food chains that she seems to enjoy so much.
I'm in Toronto. I went to her in the car. Shorty said, can you stop the car? I gotta get some fresh air. He pulled over, stopped the car. She got out, and we left her. Let me know how much that Uber is. Wherever you gotta go, I got you. She got home safely. Have a good night, Bob.
So apparently what he's talking about here is the time that you thought the girl was trying to set him up. So basically you just said,
bye, bitch.
If you ever have the slight feeling that a girl is setting you up, I don't care how good she looks or anything like that, don't go.
I hate men on dating apps that don't have a bio.
What if his bio is just, hey, let's just be friends?
I would probably match. I love making friends, and I love being friend zoned.
What was the first thing you said when you came in?
You're like, what's your problem with dating or like first dates? And I was like, I fuck too much on the first date. I have a hard time not fucking on the first date. Oh, shit, which is why I like being friend zoned. I almost do it to myself now, where I sometimes go out on a date and I'm like, by the way, I'm not trying to hook up. If I'm a second date girl, I'd be so happy with that.
Yeah, and I'm sure they all believe you once they find out what you do for a living. That's probably why they're there in the first place.
Go, yeah.
So this donut refused to get out of a plane for an hour. She wasted everyone's time and then she comes out waving like that, bro.
Let's not take the piss here.
Touch that button. Let's go. Let it go. Let the button go. Why don't grab him like they cut, bitch? And you're a liar. Stay right there. Bitch, it's not your money.
Oh, you crazy? The only person that rabbit is scared of is you lunatic. You didn't save it, you traumatized it.
This was me in 2018 before marriage. This is me now, 2023, 5 years of marriage.
Dang.
Just look, my hairline thinning, my hairline receding. My nose there was even smaller. Look at my skin, look at my jaw, man. Look at my jawline, fam. You finished. Look.
A chance of showers in the morning, then a chance of rain in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 60s. Light wind. Chance of rain 50%. Forecast for the mountains of the northern Oregon Cascades from the Columbia Gorge to Mackenzie Pass. Today, partly cloudy this morning, then mostly cloudy with a chance of rain this afternoon. Snow level 7,000 feet. Pass winds southeast 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 50%. Rainfall amounts less than 1/10 of an inch. Tonight, rain in the evening, then a chance of rain showers after midnight. Snow level 7,500 feet. Light wind. Chance of rain near 100%. Rainfall amounts around 1/10 of an inch. Saturday, rain. Snow level 7,000 feet. Pass winds south 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 90%. Rainfall amounts less than 1/10 of an inch. Saturday night, rain in the evening, then rain showers likely after midnight. Snow level 7,500 feet. Pass winds south 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 90%. Sunday, mostly cloudy. A chance of rain showers in the morning, then a chance of rain in the afternoon. Snow level 8,000 feet, increasing to above 8,000 feet in the afternoon. Pass winds east 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 50%. High and low temperatures at government camp. Today, 57. Tonight, 43. And Saturday, 54. Forecast for the North Oregon coast. Today, partly cloudy this morning, then rain this afternoon. Highs in the upper 60s. South wind at 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Chance of rain near 100%. Rainfall amounts around 1/10 of an inch. Tonight, rain in the evening, then a chance of showers after midnight. Lows in the lower 50s. South wind 5 to 10 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Chance of rain near 100%. Rainfall amounts 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch. Saturday, rain. Highs in the mid-60s. South wind 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain near 100%. Rainfall amounts less than 1/10 of an inch. Saturday night, rain in the evening, then showers after midnight. Lows in the mid-50s. South wind at 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour. Chance of rain near 100%. Sunday, showers likely in the morning, then rain likely in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 60s. Southeast wind 5 to 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain 70%. High and low temperatures in Astoria. Today, 66. Tonight, 53. And Saturday, 64. 12 p.m. Columbia River buoy 29 report. Wind south-southwest at 21, gusting 27 knots. Seas 6 feet at 6 seconds. Coastal marine forecast for the waters from Cape Shoalwater, Washington to Cape Falcon, Oregon and westward 60 nautical miles. Synopsis for the southern Washington and northern Oregon coast. A frontal system will move across the waters Friday through Friday night, followed by a relatively stronger frontal system on Saturday. Weak high pressure returns Saturday night into Sunday. Forecast for the Columbia River Bar, small craft advisory in effect through late tonight. In the main channel, general seas, 5 feet building to 8 feet Saturday morning. First ebb current of 4.39 knots at 4:28 a.m. Friday. Seas 5 feet. Second ebb current of 4.99 knots at 4:50 p.m. Friday. Seas 6 to 7 feet. Third ebb current of 4.33 knots at 5:03 a.m. Saturday. Seas 8 feet. Forecast for the waters from Cape Shoalwater, Washington to Cape Falcon, Oregon, out 10 nautical miles, small craft advisory in effect through late tonight. Today, southeast wind 15 to 20 knots with gusts to 25 knots, becoming south 20 to 25 knots with gusts to 30 knots in the afternoon. Wind waves south 4 feet at 5 seconds. Swell west 3 feet at 10 seconds. Rain in the afternoon. Tonight, south wind 20 to 25 knots with gusts to 30 knots, easing to 15 to 20 knots with gusts to 25 knots after midnight. Wind waves south 5 feet at 6 seconds. Swell west 7 feet at 13 seconds. Chance of rain in the evening, then chance of showers after midnight. Forecast for the waters from Cape Shoalwater, Washington to 10 to 16 nautical miles. Small craft advisory in effect through late tonight. Today, south wind 20 to 25 knots. Gusts to 30 knots. Combined sea 7 feet with a dominant period of 11 seconds. Rain. Tonight, south wind 20 to 25 knots with gusts to 30 knots, easing to 15 knots with gusts to 20 knots after midnight. Combined seas 10 feet with a dominant period of 12 seconds. Rain likely in the evening, then chance of showers after midnight. This is NOAA Weather Radio Station KIG 98 broadcasting on 162.550 megahertz near Portland, Oregon. This broadcast originates from the National Weather Service in Portland. Forecast for the Western Columbia River Gorge. Today, partly sunny. A chance of rain this afternoon. Highs in the upper 60s. Northeast wind 15 to 20 miles an hour. Gusts up to 40 miles an hour, decreasing to 30 miles an hour this afternoon. Chance of rain 40%. Rainfall amounts less than 1/10 of an inch. Tonight, rain in the evening, then showers likely after midnight. Lows in the lower 50s. Light wind. Chance of rain near 100%. Rainfall amounts around 1/10 of an inch. Saturday, rain. Highs in the mid-60s. Light wind. Chance of rain 90%. Rainfall amounts less than 1/10 of an inch. Saturday night, rain in the evening, then showers after midnight. Lows in the mid-50s. Light wind. Chance of rain 90%. Sunday, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers in the morning, then a chance of rain in the afternoon. Highs around 70.
Wallah, that's me.
Is it actually?
Wallah, that's me.
I wonder how you chat to me, you know.
Bro, I was a problem back then.
That's
Alright, calm down. Lower your gaze.
one good
Alright,
looking
yo,
fella.
chill out.
Freaking good looking.
Lower your gaze, bro. You can't
Can
be
I
trying.
see?
You can't.
Can you send me that picture?
Alright, get on my face. You can't be trying about next man like that in front of the wall. That's the old me. He died.
Now obviously you're going to age, some things are going to change, but you can look after yourself. And I see too many men letting themselves go when they get comfortable with a woman. Don't let yourself go, not just for her, but for yourself.
How much does a female have to make to be with you? No money. I'm the provider. I'm there for her. Hey, if she bad, she bad. If she bad, she bad. You know,
$0. I pay for everything.
you will pay for everything?
Trust.
There's no price tag you can put on this man right here.
For real?
Yeah, no, not at all.
The difference between men and women when you ask this question, when you ask the women a lot of the time, they're like 6 figures, at least more than me. Most men don't give a shit about that. If you look good and you give them peace of mind, you don't care if you work with McDonald's. There's plenty of rich men that will marry a broke woman if they like her and they're attracted to her, but there's not many rich women that will marry a broke man.
How many drinks would it take to go home with these players on a night out?
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Okay, now this is crazy. You know, it seemed like things were de-escalating in a way. We were seeing reports just the other day that Hamas was ready for truce talks. Well, very quickly we went from possible peace negotiations to now calls for global jihad. You know, I've been saying hopefully we don't get roped into this thing. Hopefully Israel and Hamas can handle their own issues on their own. That's obviously the hope. But now as we're seeing Hamas leaders call for a day of global jihad, well, it's probably time to be on heightened alert. It's wartime. We're obviously living through a little era of war here. Things are getting messy. We got some stuff to get into. So let's roll the tape. Alright folks, so take a look at this headline right over here. Report. Hamas calls for global jihad, invasion of Israel, and attack of Jews worldwide on October 13th. So the individual that you're seeing on the screen there, that is a founding member and the former leader of Hamas, a man by the name of Khalid Mashal, who's calling for a day of sacrifice, heroism, and dedication, worldwide general mobilization this Friday, October 13th. I'm not sure if I showed you guys this meme, but this right over here, yeah, that's how I'm feeling. Let's probably make that the meme of the day. I'm actually not sure if we used it before, but even if we did, the entire world right now, I think, is missing Donald Trump. Boy, how things changed so quickly. We went from this Donald Trump brokering peace deals in the Middle East, signing peace accords, to absolute chaos. The Taliban has taken over Afghanistan, full-scale war in Israel, threats from Hezbollah and threats from the Iranian regime. Meanwhile, what's the current president, Joe Biden, focused on during his most recent speeches? Junk fees at Taylor Swift concerts.
What my friends in the front row here mostly support, Junk Fee Prevention Act. Hard to say. Anyway, but all kidding aside, I'm asking Congress to take the action so this makes it a matter of law.
How incredibly stupid. We don't have serious leadership. We used to. We used to project strength across the world. I mean, boy, did Donald Trump have them all at attention. Now we have this guy stumbling and bumbling. War and terrorist attacks, uncertainty, confusion, a heightened risk of terror attacks. And in this situation, the President of the United States cannot be relied on. It's an absolute disgrace. But back on this call for a global day of jihad, now the leftist argument, of course, is what it usually is. Ignorance, naivete, and mental gymnastics. Leftists all over Twitter are saying that, well, his message is being misinterpreted. Jihad doesn't mean anything violent. Give me a friggin' break. We have the former leader, a founding member of a major terrorist organization, calling for general mobilization across the world, calling for jihad, and we're going to pretend what exactly? That he was calling for global peace, unity, and praying? Let's just be real for a second here, please. The definition of the word jihad, as described by the Oxford Dictionary, means, quote, a struggle or fight against the enemies of Islam. And of course, the enemies of Islam, at least according to particular cells, particular groups, are non-believers. There is a part of the population of the Arab world that is fully on board the idea or the concept of a holy war where the end goal is full-on world domination. You may say, well, that sounds crazy. That must be an exaggeration. No, it's not. The statistics back it up. There is a theological view and interpretation of the Quran which dictates that infidels or non-believers should be eradicated from the globe. You know, maybe we should take that a little bit seriously instead of opting for this naive liberal worldview that actually no, your interpretation is wrong. We live in this kumbaya world where all we need is more tolerance. Things will just magically work themselves out. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't know about you guys, but if you have a segment of the world population that believes that you're an inferior human being, a non-believer that should be eradicated, yeah, maybe I would take that seriously. Maybe we should take people at their word, heed their warning, and act accordingly. You know, it's the one thing that keeps coming to mind. I have this one sentence popping up in my brain over and over again. I have a bad feeling about this. When Donald Trump issued a travel ban targeting countries with terrorism issues, he was lambasted as a racist for it. Yeah, I don't know, this alternative worldview, or I guess policy view, seems incredibly naive and frankly stupid to me. We have absolutely no idea who's crossing the southern border. Millions upon millions of people simply entering the United States, millions upon millions of people also entering Europe from the southern Mediterranean countries, again, largely unaccounted for. Then you see the leader of Hamas calling for a day of global, worldwide mobilization and jihad, and I can't help but feel that maybe, just maybe, there's some sleeper cells ready to mobilize. And if it's not sleeper cells connected to organizations operating in the Middle East, well then who knows, possibly it's somebody who's deranged or mentally ill, somebody susceptible to this kind of rhetoric, who then chooses to take action, possibly hurting people in the process. I mean, not like it's already happening, right? Oh wait, anti-Semitic incidents in France increased by 75% in 2021. A lot of these are physical assaults, hate crimes, some of them even beyond. I mean, horrible, tragic incidents. And this comes as a direct result of open border immigration policies. We're going to have a long, hard look. Think about the idea of assimilation and compatibility. Enough of this left-wing, naive worldview that ignores the facts of the world that we live in. And honestly, the scariest part of this whole thing is that I feel as though we're not prepared. I don't think we're prepared for the worst-case scenario. The world plunges into chaos, and we have an 80-year-old dementia patient currently serving as President of the United States talking about Taylor Swift tickets. Then we have the United States military, or at least the new woke iteration of the United States military, that seems more focused on gender inclusivity than preparing for the next threat on the homeland.
You know, women don't really wear crew socks. I asked, well, what do they wear? And she responded, ankle socks. It had never occurred to me to order any other kind of socks than the kind that I was familiar with. Her suggestion had merit, and we ended up ordering half ankle and half crew socks. Of course, the socks were a hit. But what was telling was that demand for the ankle socks by both women and men was higher than for the crew socks, and substantially so. Our entire project was more effective because a woman on my team was comfortable sharing her perspective with a pretty opinionated outlaws, and that I was open to that input.
In 600 feet,
Intentionally building a diverse team and then creating an environment where everyone feels like their voices are valued and heard is not only the right thing to do, but it gets you better outcomes.
Yep, gender inclusivity and crew socks and ankle socks. Meanwhile, it feels like the world is on fire. I guess in conclusion, stay vigilant out there, folks. Things are getting messy and this administration is not prepared, is not ready, and is not competent enough to protect you or the homeland. It's crazy how things can change so much, so fast, in less than 3 years. Anyways, that's what I got. Hopefully you enjoyed it. If you did, make sure to leave a like and possibly subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Slaves produce a surplus which the master gets. Serfs produce a surplus which the lord gets. Employees produce a surplus which the employer gets. It's very simple. These are exploitative class structures because one class produces a surplus appropriated, distributed by another group of people, not the ones who produced it, which creates hostility, enmity, envy, anger, resentment, and all of the problems you can lump under the heading class struggle.
The following is a conversation with Richard Wolff, one of the top Marxist economists and philosophers in the world.
Proceed northwest on Truckman
This is a
Way
heavy
northeast
topic.
with 499 feet, turn right to Grove Lake Road northeast, then after 700 feet, turn right to exit.
Andy, no
495
tweets.
south
Multiple
Salem.
cars in Ladera Heights, Los Angeles, vandalized with swastikas, setting off fears a white supremacist was targeting the black majority neighborhood. Antifa helped bring attention to the incidents. Last week, Robert Haymore was arrested. He's a 37-year-old black male.
Nice. What, the guy who committed white supremacy was a black male?
Yes. And so there are a lot of stories like this. There used to be a thing called like the hate crime hoax map.
Yeah.
Like there were so many that were proven and debunked that this is what you get. I feel like the modern state of American politics is regular people and like people like us are just desperately trying to figure things out and keep things together. And then you have conservatives who are in alignment to a great degree with that, but want more traditional values and are willing to have those debates. And the far left was completely lying about everything and calling for like murder and terror and you name it.
And that's the, like, one of the most sick things about when you finally kind of realize that a lot of the hate crimes are faked and that there is this like demand and a supply that isn't meeting the demand, is then you start to question a lot of things. It's like, okay, so you have this entire ideology structured around who's the oppressor, who's not, and as we've established, we know that that's their work in their sense of that, but it's like, that's the telltale sign right there, and they never truly address how many are fake either. I mean, I feel like once a week there's like, you know, gay man has, you know, the anti-gay F slur written on his car, and then it's like, his cousin comes out and says, you put that on there.
Yeah,
and then no one addresses it ever again.
What was it, the Bubba Wallace one where it was like the garage pole, and they're like, it's in the FBI went out there to investigate your tax dollars at work, ladies and gentlemen. Sort of, it's your fractional reserve banking system. Stripping your resources away from you so they can go investigate a garage pole.
Jussie Smollett is really the only example I can think of on top of my head where, like, you know, everyone kind of had to call out the BS eventually, but they hung on as long as they could.
No, but a lot of people never apologized for it.
Oh no, yeah.
Remember when Ellen Page went on, what was it, Colbert or whatever, and was like screaming like, ah! And it's just like, bro, the whole thing was fake, and it was plainly obvious to most people.
And then she had her own little rainbow Jussie Smollett moment. She said that she was in West Hollywood, the gayest.
Well, now we're talking about Elliot Page.
Oh, I'm sorry. Different one.
I am Josh. I am newly married 2 years. Been in this relationship about 6 years. My issue is my wife has an ex who she has 3 children with. The problem is that this ex somehow right after they got divorced became best friends with her mom, my mother-in-law. Now they're super close. We ended up, you know, roundabout figuring out that they're kind of a thing a little bit. What? Haven't caught anything super serious, but read some text messages telling each other they love each other and all that stuff. They go on hikes together, they hang out all the time. They're like best friends now, they never were before. No. The mom is married. I mean, even called the guy out for it, and he's just like, I know I need to. So we saw the text messages, and I was like, yeah, I know. Just on this right now. So whatever, they're still like best friends. Like the kids had a sports Christmas party, they drove together, hung out there together at. They're always going out to eat together, like with the kids and stuff. It's like they're trying to make their own little family. Obviously, you can send them my skin. It's really heartbreaking for her, and it just obviously pisses me off. I don't know what to do, so just looking for some clarification on what you might think would be a good idea to do.
Okay, I thought that one was going to end with a gunshot.
This is fucking wild. So your ex has she has 3 kids with this guy, and he starts fucking her mom after she gets. So this guy's married to a woman.
Because I got lost. What
No,
is
here's what's
scenario?
going on. What scenarios? So let's put it in your terms. You and Ashley, right? Right. So if her,
yes.
So okay, yeah, perfect. Yeah. So her former baby daddy, now starts dating her Jasmine's mom, and now that guy and his kid and the mom, the grandma are all going out having a great time, like just you know, becoming a little family. He's dating her. He's always, not only is he too much a part of your life, but now he's fucking your mother-in-law. He's around. Yeah. He's fucking up her relationship. He's fucking up your relationship with Jasmine. He's just like, and that's basically the situation. And it's like fucking up everything up. It's like, imagine that guy not only being more around than you like, but he's fucking your mother-in-law.
Dude, that is, I mean, first of all, it's a porn category.
That also says something about that pussy was passed down through generations.
Well, I was gonna talk about the silver lining here. Is here's what I am assuming without even seeing anyone is this guy, the guy who's called in, is pretty lucky. Because what you know for sure now is that the woman that you're with is going to continue to stay hot as she gets older because the mom is obviously hot. Is either hot or good at banging her. So it's like it's fucking
it's kind of like you can't afford, you know, you really wanted a new Porsche, but you're like, let's see what they got on eBay. Right. And you got the 82. You know what I mean? You get like a used car version of it. It's like he couldn't afford his hot new wife. So now he's like, well, I guess I just like the car.
Dude, I don't honestly I get where it's uncomfortable, but it doesn't, dude. It's what would be worse is if your current wife, who has kids with other, you know, who she had kids with this previous guy, if you saw text between them,
of course that would be worse.
Then it's like you're having an affair, and then it's like that's not good. But this, it's like, I don't know. On one hand, I understand. On the other hand, it's like, dude, it's well, it's none of your business. I mean, let her fuck your wife's mom.
I don't know, dude, because a guy like this being around, I don't mind. Just his vibe, it's almost like
fuck your wife.
That's what I mean. There's no way he's not gonna fuck your wife. He's gonna catch her. Like she's having these strong emotions about this guy constantly. She hates him. There's a primal porn thing here where even if she instantly regrets it, he's fucking her one more time. Yeah. If he's around just forever, he's using this as a way to stay in it. He's like almost like Game of Thrones. Yeah. Where he's kind of sticking around. Yeah. He's like, oh, I don't want the throne. Yeah. I don't want your girl's pussy. I'm happy with her mom. Yeah. And in a weird way, he's like, you know, he's keeping himself busy fucking the mom, but he's lurking. Dude. And they're his kids. Yeah. And he's always around.
And I wonder, do they have kids? Does this guy have kids with this current?
It doesn't sound like it. So
that's tough to begin with. Absolutely. When somebody else, dude, you gotta understand, like, I dealt with this for a little. I think that is one of the main reasons why we had the first, you know, pregnancy, you know, accidents. But when I met Jasmine, I was so in love with her, so infatuated with her, in love and beautiful. And I was like, this is one of my dreams. And then she was like, oh, I have a kid. And I was like, is that guy dead? Like, hopefully that guy's dead. And she was like, no, like, he's a great dad. I see him once, you know, he sees his kid once a week. I was like, well, I have to not pull out tonight because I have to fucking even the playing field because I can't be in love with this woman and then just feel so inadequate And I was like, I gotta also have a kid with you. Because it does feel like it's rough. Like when you are dating someone and they have a kid and you don't have a kid, because the ultimate bond and connection, as you said, with two people is a kid. It's not marriage. Marriage is a piece of paper. It's procreating. So it's like there's already feelings of inadequacy. And now, like you said, fucking.
Our team traveled down to Indiana to get to know a couple named Brian and Sarah. The two have been married for 22 years and have stuck by each other's side through it all. Their relationship was put to the test when Brian found out about Sarah's online friend. She has sent hundreds of thousands of dollars in hopes to meet this man in person. That seems like a pretty clear-cut case of infidelity. Why does this guy look so happy here? He's like spinning and kissing a girl who just cheated on him. I know this was supposed to be B-roll that was filmed for the show, but there is no amount of we need to get this so it can go in the episode that would get me to act like that after what she did. But maybe I'm missing something. Sarah claims her intentions were only to be friends. The two messaged each other and started an online relationship. Oh, right. Now I get it. They were friends. People send $250,000 to friends on the internet that they've never actually met all the time. I mean, that's a super common thing.
I probably sent him money every week to 2 weeks for probably a good solid 6 to 8 months. I cashed in a couple life insurances, and I cashed in my retirement fund, and I sent him 100% of the money.
Wow, what an idiot. What's even more shocking is that this kind of thing happens all the time. For all the people who love the Tinder swindler, this video comes from a channel called Catfish. Catfish is a channel that makes weekly videos on all the people who don't know how to do a reverse image search on Google and end up getting scammed by the 2023 version of a Nigerian prince. Basically, these people get baited into thinking that they're in a relationship by bots on websites like Instagram, and once the person is hooked or thinks they're in love, the scammer starts finding reasons to ask for money. Though I don't know how this is not obvious, all of these scammers do the same thing, which is put up a photo of someone who is attractive and give validation to someone who is way below their number.
I saw her on a Ukraine date. She always told me that I was handsome, distinguished.
And she said that sounded interesting, and I thought she was interesting, and she's really pretty, you know?
But to me, he's just a very attractive man. And it was nice to have somebody that looked like that think that I was pretty.
Yeah, this guy who's like in his late 20s and goes to the gym is going to go out with a mouth-breathing obese woman in her 50s. How is this not an obvious red flag for a scam? I guess maybe that's how they get people hooked, because they end up thinking, this is the only person who will find me attractive. Or some of these people are really just gullible, like this woman, who thought she was actually talking to Johnny Depp.
And the next thing I know, I got this picture sent to me, with me in the frame, and he's holding the picture. And I'm like, what the heck? How'd he do that? You know, I'm like, how did that happen that quick? My heart, this is Johnny Depp. This is gotta be.
I can imagine that the second the show host looked at this very obviously photoshopped picture, they started laughing their asses off.
I've done graphic art myself.
They actually featured 3 different women on this channel who thought they were in a relationship with Johnny Depp. Anyway, this is Sarah, our main topic of this video, who's been married to her pushover husband for 22 years. She has her gamer girl headset, she's quirky.
My husband is very supportive with all my weird, crazy wackiness. I'm just quirky and weird.
And for some reason, she has a husband who is completely okay with being cheated on.
Do we let other people in our sex life? No. Would he be open to it if I did? If I wanted that? Probably, just because that's how he is. Would he do it? I don't think so.
What a way to justify the horrible actions that he's done. But what I think this video with Sarah shows best is how people always pay the consequences of their dishonesty in some form or another. Whether that's some elite constantly having to look over their shoulder because of all the people they've screwed over, or it's some chick who hid a relationship from her husband and ended up liquidating her life savings so she could give it to a scam artist. Bad behaviors will eventually bring negative consequences into your life, especially if you repeat them a lot, which is why it's nice to have checks and balances against your bad habits. A primary one being the opinion of the person that you're in a relationship with. Speaking of smelling great, have you heard about Reed Street Soap? Reed Street Soap is a company that strives to...
Brian supported all of Sarah's hobbies and interests. He even agreed it was okay for Sarah to have friendships with strangers over the internet.
I talk to people online. It's not a new thing. I don't think it is wrong for somebody to have relationships of both sexes.
Yeah, sure. You can have friends on the internet. What's the big deal with that? Except it was very obvious based on the messages that they were showing in the video that this scammer was saying stuff that was clearly trying to push Sarah into a relationship. The amount of gaslighting from Sarah in this episode is insane.
They never video chatted, and Sarah is still claiming she was never in love with John.
I guess you could be romantically interested in someone yet not be in love, but you would have to be a complete idiot to read messages that say I love you and say, gee, I have no idea what's going on here. I don't feel that way. He's just a friend. Whether Sarah is oblivious partner is attractive.
Obviously, blue eyes, brown hair. He looks like he probably works out quite a bit. Nice, like six-pack. To me, he's just a very attractive man.
He's in shape, he looks masculine, and he's a man in uniform. She was so into this friend that she was willing to drive 8 hours just to see him.
Now he's in the United States, and I said, you're close enough, like you're 8 hours away from me. Why don't I take a road trip? I can take a road trip. I can take some time. I have time off. We can meet somewhere. I want him to follow through with what he has promised me, which is one, coming to meet me, because in the beginning I did want to meet him. I thought it would be nice. I thought it would be cool, and my husband was okay with it at that time.
Why is she so insistent on meeting this friend? And why did she have to mention the caveat of, my husband was okay with it at that time? Well, we know why. This guy's like the polar opposite of her husband, who is out of shape, has bad posture, doesn't act like a man, and lets his wife walk all over him when she feigns ignorance. Understand that when I say this next thing, I still think his wife is a terrible person, but something I say to myself a lot is that it takes 2 bad drivers to make a car accident. 1 bad driver to screw up and initiate the accident, and a 2nd bad driver to not avoid it. Obviously this doesn't apply to every situation, but if you've been driving long enough, I can imagine that you've done some stupid thing on the road that some hero driver prevented from turning into an accident by getting out of the way. That's certainly happened to me before, and it's actually a service I provide pretty regularly since I moved to Texas. Texas drivers tailgate like crazy, and I've almost been hit by these people many times at this point. Anyway, oftentimes it takes 2 bad drivers to create a car accident, and oftentimes, when bad things happen in a relationship, it's because both parties aren't doing what they know they should be doing. Which makes me wonder, if Sarah's husband Brian was in shape and acted more masculine, would she feel the need to go outside the relationship to get what she wants? I'm not saying what she did wasn't extremely messed up, but sometimes I like to be very pragmatic about things and create solutions based on what the desirable outcome is, as opposed to trying to expect everyone to be perfectly moral. So if Brian had the body type and the masculinity that she was attracted to, then this probably wouldn't have happened. Certainly, Sarah would be a lot less sure that she could get away with it so easily. Or at the very least, Brian could have attracted a better chick who wouldn't lie to him like Sarah does.
I have nothing to hide.
She has nothing to hide? Such an interesting thing to say because she seems to have a lot to hide.
Once things progressed and John wanted money, I did not originally tell my husband. I kept it a secret.
Would you be shocked if I told you that her husband didn't know anything about this 8-month relationship until basically she contacted the people at Catfish to see if the guy she's talking to is real?
So up until this point, you still don't know the full story or the details?
Yeah, I don't know anything about John. I didn't even know his name until the other day.
When she continued to talk to him, like, how did that make you feel?
Honestly, I didn't know about that until today.
Well, he seems to be really happy about that. She's out here liquidating her life savings to help a guy with the dumbest, most obviously fake story ever, and she didn't think it was pertinent to tell her husband that she was cashing out her retirement. This is what I mean when I say people get punished for their dishonesty. Yeah, she kind of got away with the cheating, but in the process, she burned all of her money and accrued a massive amount of debt. If she actually respected her husband and was the kind of person who wouldn't try to have a secret relationship, this would have never happened. Or if she was just honest and told her husband what was up, he could have said,
This story from your Instagram guy is obviously fake. The scammer made the claim that he was shot and injured in Syria, a place that America is not even at war with. This relationship was in like 2021, and at that point, America had very little involvement in that country, so the odds of him being an injured soldier there are very low. But he said he needed money to fly out of Syria and to get medical care. First of all, pretty sure that if you're on deployment and you just leave, that's a crime. Second, if you're injured and need to get sent home, the government pays for that. Did she even think to Google this stuff? I mean, she has the gamer girl headset, right? She must know how to Google. Even my 90-year-old grandmother knows how to Google. Though if she was just honest with her husband about what she was doing, she never would have fallen for this scam. Abusers always try to isolate their victims from other people because that makes the victims more vulnerable. Having people around you prevents these kinds of situations from happening. Moving on, we find out that the woman who has nothing to hide also did not tell her husband how much money she gave to this complete stranger.
The only thing she really told me is that she was scammed out of about $60,000 and it was all investments that she lost.
There may have been losses more than 60,000.
Okay.
I'm just being honest with you.
Right. Yep, that's fine.
Wow. For a second there, it looked like Brian was almost brave enough to show his actual feelings about this. Though right after that, he goes on to say that he's going to support his wife because she's in a really bad place. Brian, this chick is not just in a bad place, she's a liability. She spent her life savings just for the chance to have sex with a guy that she's never met or even had a video chat with. She has no idea if this person is real, yet she gave him $250,000 and did no real investigation as to where that money was going. Even worse, she wasn't suspicious when the guy asked to be given the money in gift cards, so he could make it harder to trace and change it to Bitcoin.
She would buy gift cards and send the codes to John on the back of the cards. John would receive the code and sell the gift cards on websites like Paxful. All you need to do is have the code that was on the back of that gift card, and the website will buy your gift card for around 80 cents on the dollar.
So not only was she not suspicious here of this really roundabout way to send someone money, but she also was just flat out giving away 20% of her wealth to send it as a gift card. This chick is horrible with money. The gift card thing isn't even worse of it. Check this out.
He has my social security, he has my driver's license, he has my full name, he knows who my parents' names are, he knows my sister's name. He could destroy me, for sure.
How in the hell did this guy get her social security number? Did she fall for the silly Fortnite name meme? Forget the cheating. This lady, again, is a massive liability who is sharing all of her personal information to a complete stranger on the internet. She's putting her husband in danger by doing this, and she does not care. Look what she said.
I have nothing to hide. I don't feel like I did necessarily anything wrong. I think most of the blame lays on this particular person because he was deceitful.
What do you mean you didn't do anything wrong? You gave your social security number, your driver's license number, and your full name to a complete stranger. Do you have any idea how much criminal stuff a person can do with that kind of info? Wow, that is someone who is definitely not going to learn their lesson from this. This is the same level of thinking that woke feminists have when they say, women shouldn't have to do anything to protect themselves. We should be able to walk down dark alleyways by ourselves at 3 a.m. We should be able to get blackout drunk at a party full of random strangers we don't know. And men should just learn how to not assault women. Yeah, except there's always going to be bad people out there, and telling them that what they're doing is wrong is not going to stop them. Everyone has the responsibility to learn how to protect themselves, and Sarah's saying that she didn't do anything wrong after she gave her life savings and her social security number to a person she's never met without the slightest bit of skepticism is like me complaining that my car got stolen after I left it in a bad neighborhood with the windows down and the keys in the ignition, followed by me saying, I didn't do anything wrong. You should just teach robbers not to rob. So now to make the money back, Sarah has started doing sex work.
The couple are doing everything they can to get back on their feet. Sarah opened up an account on Feet Finder and has resorted to selling images of her feet to people online to make ends meet.
I would try to hustle, like by selling feet pictures and that kind of weird stuff as well. It's not like I'm rolling in dough or anything like that. I'm trying to make a living, and you can sell feet pictures, but and stuff like that. I only sold a couple of those, and then a couple people bought me pedicures.
They blurred her feet. That's funny. That kind of reveals the type of content it is. What's crazy, though, is just how much this show is simping for Sarah. Here are the creators of it talking to her husband one-on-one.
Sounds like, you know, you're incredibly supportive, which is, I mean, how do you keep a marriage going, right?
What? You think getting cheated on, having a massive portion of your household wealth liquidated, and not standing up for yourself is being incredibly supportive? That's called being a pushover or an enabler. The guy who just said that is the CEO of the company that makes this show, and he's married, yet he totally is okay with Sarah cheating. He's just as bad as her on this, as Sarah, a little bit before this scene, fully admits to having feelings for the guy that she was keeping secret from her husband.
Did I care about him? Yes. Was I hoping to meet him in person? Yes. Did I have feelings for him that I probably shouldn't have? Yes. Do I still have them? No, I don't think so.
She didn't really seem that sure about that last part. I thought he was just a friend. What were these feelings that you shouldn't have had? So after she says that, the show host actively encouraged her husband Brian to support her. However, just a year prior, the same guy who called Brian supportive for staying with his cheating wife chastised a different guy for wanting to replace his wife with a porn star.
This girl's supposedly coming to see me end of this month.
I hear two stories from you though. Like I'm super confused. I mean, you tell me in one area you're telling me that if Tammy was, you know, easier going, you'd work it out, and then the next year you're telling me that, you know, you're going to meet this person.
Not have a B plan to fall back onto in case the first one doesn't work. You know, it's
my recommendation, just man to man, is I would definitely be candid and honest, because it seems like she has a different perception of, you know, your feelings toward her, and you know, maybe not treat her as a backup, because it's a little disrespectful.
I wonder why his opinion changed so vastly in a little over a year. He's actually had this take multiple times on the show when a guy did the same disgusting thing that Sarah did. Though his follow-up with this particular cheater here was kind of funny.
And to reiterate, they can be anywhere in the world, but we tend to see, like, the romance side of things, they tend to be, you know, 19 to 25-year-old males out of Lagos, Nigeria, unfortunately. You are probably talking to a guy.
all right. That's fine. Thank you.
I thought that was a great little reveal to all the cheaters that are on this show. At least a lot of these people getting scammed are degenerates and not innocent. But it's crazy how they made that guy look like crap on the show, and then portrayed him as kind of gay for talking to a man. Yet in this situation with Sarah, the show tells Brian multiple times to give his cheating wife full support, even after she said this.
Is there anything that you want to say to Brian?
No, just that I love him, and that I am super glad that he's willing to stand by me through the worst thing that I've ever done, and that I will probably, hopefully, ever do, and that he's here to help me.
Is there anything you want to say to Brian? No. She starts out with no. Not, I'm sorry I made a huge mistake. Not, I'm going to do everything I can to earn your trust back. She says no, and then she thanks Brian for cleaning up the mess that she made while she was cheating on him.
He's my soulmate. He's my better half, and everything. So I can't imagine my life without him. So that's where I'm at.
I'm pretty sure people don't find their soulmate and then go look elsewhere for other guys to go sleep with. I mean, holy crap, this woman is a terrible person, and she's hiding behind feigning ignorance and playing the victim card. She is super manipulative, and probably an addict. Sending a guy you don't know $250K is addict behavior. Yet at the end of the video, Brian still chooses to stay with her.
This whole situation, where does this leave you and your marriage with your husband?
We've talked, obviously, about all of this, and
guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. You know, for a while there, it felt like we were going to live in a world without the TYT. You know, there was a little period there where the Young Turks network seemed as though it was going under. I mean, it's a pretty hard task to keep an independent network like that running, especially in the long run. I don't know how many employees the TYT has, but I'm assuming it's probably upwards of 50. They do the whole production studio thing, you know, I'm sure they got big expenses. And at one point, the channel was struggling to get 100,000 views on most videos. It looked like a pretty dead YouTube channel. For a pretty good while there, Jink was constantly begging for donations. I'm not sure if you guys remember that era of TYT. And while some people would celebrate that, I wouldn't be one of those people. I love the TYT. I mean, I absolutely love the TYT. Just like I love Nancy Pelosi, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the rest of these lunatic leftists, because without them, well, I probably wouldn't exist. And that's why I'm just elated these days to see the Young Turks network coming back from the dead. And boy, is that happening today as the TYT is going mega viral along with Cenk Uygur, because apparently, and yes, this is real, Cenk Uygur just announced that he is running for president of the United States in the Democrat primary against Joe Biden. Well, kind of. I mean, he announced that he's running, but it seems as though not even 24 hours later, his presidential campaign has already come to an end. Let me update you guys on whatever this story is. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. Alright folks, so it all started off with a tweet. Cenk Uygur writes, a major announcement on Young Turks tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern. It's about the presidential race. Then it turns out that this was the announcement.
I had not yet made up my mind, but I have now, and I have filed. I will be running for president of the United States of America.
Oh, it just got real, folks. Joe Biden has a serious contender now, and that contender is Cenk Uygur. Except, not really. Cenk Uygur's presidential announcement fell so flat that even his co-host during the announcement was essentially telling him that he's an idiot and shouldn't run.
I really fail to understand how any potential Democratic candidate would see your run as a sign that they need to enter the race. I really do. I don't see it.
No, we got to knock Biden out. There's no other way around it. We have to knock Biden out. So now, well, the guys who are not running currently, yeah, they believe in authoritarian rules, right? If the dear leader, Joe Biden, says, I don't care if I'm 90 or 200, you will bow. They bow. That is not what a Democrat is supposed to be. We're not supposed to bow down to authority. We're supposed to challenge authority.
Well, they're doing it to protect our democracy, Jake.
Oh, yeah.
Democracy is under threat, so...
Yeah, if you're one of those Democratic governors, don't you ever dare say that democracy is under threat and not run against the guy who has almost no chance of winning.
Oh man. Now you guys get the finished version of these videos, you know, where I edit out all the mistakes that I make in the audio, record so many parts of this commentary, just because I keep laughing hysterically. I don't know. We're seeing arguably one of the greatest ratios of 2023. Not only is Cenk Uygur getting ratioed by his own co-host on TYT, but his major announcement that he was going to make on the network, the tweet that I showed you guys earlier, it got nearly 140,000 views and roughly 350 likes. Oh, Cenk's gonna get him. He's literally convinced that he could get 20% of the Democrat primary vote when he can't even get 400 likes on his tweet. I don't know if this is some sort of donation ploy because the TYT's struggling, or whether Janky Boy here is actually serious, but the simple fact is that obviously this is completely unserious considering Cenk Uygur is literally not even eligible to run for president. That's probably one of the funniest parts of this whole thing. He keeps tweeting about how he's running for president, and on nearly every single tweet that he's released, he's getting fact-checked in the community notes. Here's one of those tweets. We've already passed 1,000 donors to the campaign. People know I'm going to fight for them, and they know that Biden is going to lose. We have to do something about it right now. And then let's read the community notes. Cenk Uygur was born in Turkey and cannot become the president of the United States according to the U.S. Constitution. Yes, I'm running for president against Joe Biden for the Democratic nomination. Joe Biden is down 24 points on the economy. He has no ability to make up that kind of ground on the most important issue. We need a new candidate now. Let's go to the community notes. Cenk Uygur is a naturalized U.S. citizen
who was born in Istanbul, Turkey, to Turkish parents. He is therefore ineligible to serve as President of the United States, as he is not a natural-born citizen, i.e. born to American parents or on American soil. He then follows up by saying, case law is clear. Naturalized citizens can run for president. Schneider is clear that treating natural-born citizens and naturalized citizens differently is contrary to the Fifth Amendment. Forbidding naturalized citizens from becoming president or vice president is a form of discrimination that limits their options and treats them as a second-class citizen. Jenk's telling us here that actually he is constitutionally allowed to become president. Now, of course, let's take a look at the community notes. Schneider versus Rusk hasn't been recognized or upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court or any authoritative legal body in the context of naturalized citizens running for president. So Cenk Uygur literally took a court case that has nothing to do with presidential eligibility and attempted to make the point that actually legal precedent states that he can run for president. It's all just so stupid, and honestly, it's hardly news. It's really more entertainment than it is news. But the whole Cenk running for
working in D.C., you said you had experiences where you've been approached by political figures to engage in certain activities. Recently at a congressional caucus brunch, I was approached by the chief of staff of a congressman who was interested in meeting me and given the number to call to provide transportation from event to undisclosed location.
Yeah.
So when you say engage in certain activities, do you mean
I don't know, because I've never
Is it like
engaged, but I'm assuming,
like a swingers thing, or
no, I think they just, like, they'll pick up girls and they'll go to hotels. But, but they do it, like, low key. So they're like, I'll have a driver come get you and they'll take you here and then I'll be, you know.
Oh, okay. Sweet. You said a congressional was there? Oh,
I mean, it's
chief of
usually
staff
at
of
these,
Congress?
like, yeah, so it's someone that works for
Democrat
them usually.
or Republican?
Democrats, personally.
Oh, okay.
I know.
I just knew it was going to be a Republican, but
No.
not because Republicans uniquely worse than Democrats, but I figured that you would probably be at a Republican event, potentially,
Okay.
or associated.
You said when you were 18 and a freshman at ASU, I was told by a girlfriend that since I had a college email, I could sign up for a sugar baby account for free.
I didn't know it was a sugar baby.
Get a sugar. Wait, what?
I didn't know it was a sugar baby.
Was it seeking or?
It was like you can be qualified. I have qualified like men, like, and you know, compared to like the sticky floors of frat bathrooms, that sounded great. So I was like, sure, I'll meet a nice guy, like who's like.
But you were aware the term used was sugar baby, sugar daddy.
Like, not fully, no.
Okay, so you said that on the website, what happened? The guys that were asking for revealing photographs, correct?
So if you were a female and you had call it like an ASU email, you got it for free. You got access to the site for free. So I thought it was like a dating platform or something, and the men paid for it. And so I got on and I was like, okay, interesting. And I noticed that there was like you start talking and there's lots of requests for like naked pictures, and you're like, no. But there's this one guy and he was friendly and he was like, hey, can I have a picture of your feet? And I did not know that was like a thing. So I was like, oh, wow. So I was like, sure. So I was like, yeah, let's see. Like, why not? So I sent a picture of my feet. He didn't say anything for it. This is what I'm telling you. Like, I thought I was on here, like, maybe to meet, like, the love of my life or something. I know.
Meet the love of your life.
I didn't know. This was before, like, I signed up before, and then he was talking. He was like, hey, like, he was asking me about my shoe size and stuff, and I was like, oh, okay.
You wait, so for free you sent him pictures of your feet?
Yeah, because I wasn't signing up for like some prostitution thing. Like, I was not expecting any money transaction.
But what? So you actually wanted to date him?
Potentially, because I was told that he's like this.
Didn't throw you off a little bit?
I was like, oh, that's odd. Like, but I didn't know. I would say more naive.
Okay, sure, naive.
I had no
So
idea.
you sent him 3 pictures of your feet. He then said that you qualified, and then told you he would pay you $1,000 to go to his house.
5,000.
Oh,
Should I put it at 5,000 to go? He would send a car, pick me from my dorm, and he would send a car and bring me. And he was like, I have all these high heels, and he was like, I would like you to walk on my back in high heels. Did you do it? No, of course I didn't. And he was like, I'll give you 5,000. I was like, oh my gosh, no, yeah, no, I was terrified.
Does he still?
Yeah. I was like, no. I was like, this sounds like the beginning of a horror movie. That's how I end up in a basement.
Somebody's weird. Let me just say this. I know it's weird. I want to defend all the men out there that like feet. So it's not weird for men to like feet. That dude has got something going on.
Yeah.
Now let me say this.
Is this a whatever official Brandon Tatum? Do you have?
I am a foot person. And my wife watches me. She knows. She already
You and
knows.
Travis Barker.
I love feet. The first thing that I look at on a woman is her feet.
Whoa.
Very first thing. Because one thing is I like feet, but also it says a lot about a woman if she take care of her hands and her feet. If you see a woman with chipped up, no offense to you ladies, you see a woman with chipped up fingernails and chipped toes and they don't take care of the little things, in my opinion, I believe that they're not taking care of other things. So that's just me.
Do you get like it's a turn on for you?
Yes, 100%.
Like you get bricked up. Sorry, I'm being bricked.
Feet are very attractive. Feet are very attractive. Okay. When I would date a woman, I'm being honest, that could be a deal breaker. I dated a young lady. Okay. She was incredibly gorgeous when I was in college. Beautiful model. She was a dancer, and I liked her at first. Yeah. And then I wanted to see what her feet looked like. Okay. Right? Because the rest of her body was almost perfect. Okay. Then she said, "Hey, I have dancer's feet." Oh. And I was like, it's not much, at this point, it's not much your feet can look like that's going to really turn me off completely. Interesting. But she pulled her socks off and the knuckles.
Hey, not all dancers.
They were not, but she had made mention to it. And them knuckles, her big toe was bigger than mine. It was ashy. And it had knuckles on it. And I said, oh man, I can't imagine. That feels like a dude. Yeah, she used to do it up on them like that. Yeah, and the knuckles were rough.
What about
I feel bad. But I was young. Yeah, that's how I like when she just kept the socks on. But I was young. I was 18. I still like feet, but I was 18 and that was a deal breaker at the time. But it's a real thing. Like there's guys out here that really believe that and they're not weird like that.
I got my leg thing, you got your foot thing. It is what it is.
Yeah. And girls got their height thing and other things.
Everybody's got their.
I look at feet as well on the guys. Yeah.
It's not a deal breaker. See, you just like me.
But I don't have a foot fetish or anything. It's just like, oh, it's good that you have pretty feet, but
you said
why are you having those feet like that? You know, like if it's like this, like I'm not dating this guy. What?
That's
like,
wait, so wait, just to bring it back to you really quick. Okay, the foot thing, 5,000. You didn't.
I did not do it, for the record.
Wait, this was so you're 29 now. You said you were 18.
18.
So this was back in 2011.
2013.
Oh, 2013. So this is like 10 years ago.
Yeah. Maybe I was 19.
This is kind of like this is almost before the rise of like this shit is way more common now, but even back then, like it was much less common. So before the rise of social media, etc. Bro, that's some like life on easy mode shit. Not gonna lie. Like, there's no dudes out here who have like women. Oh, let me pay you $5,000. Like 18-year-old college guys, $5,000 to like do some weird shit. Like
we would do it.
But he made it burn after.
I didn't.
But listen, I feel like
me when I was 18.
Life on easy mode, kind of like.
Unless he murdered.
Yeah, but like that's some life on easy mode shit. Life on easy mode.
You know, does it show more about my character that I didn't? Right.
No, but I'm saying you have like there are women who take advantage of that. You have women on show who have sugar daddies who they never even meet, and these guys will like be sending them thousands of dollars of money. So, look.
For sure, but we have an expiration date. That's the thing. That's the big thing.
We'll get to that. I put some blame on men. These guys are fucking up the dating marketplace for other dudes, but you do get some benefits as ladies, like.
Absolutely. You said you would date a girl that sells like her body or whatever, but
I wouldn't.
Yeah, you wouldn't.
I mean, look, never say never. Perhaps there's some girl out there who does like tasteful lingerie stuff. It's not optimal. And I've never dated a woman who does OnlyFans. Is it?
But what if she
conceivable?
sells?
Maybe.
She sells feet pics.
Feet?
Oh my god! What if she walks on people's backs and
Do you have an
heels?
accent?
Yeah. Oh, I don't.
I don't know.
Well, feet pics.
You sound like Borat.
$99. A Sheila girl across from Brian probably got bunions and barnacles on her feet.
Don't say that. Then you're the offender. She's probably got. It's probably a rainbow.
You should show your feet.
Oh, what the fuck?
So I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Am I hurt?
Do you sell feet pics? Is that you're asking for yourself?
No.
Are you asking do you sell feet pics? Do you sell feet pics?
No.
Oh, what? Oh, I thought you were like trying to.
Just give you a hypothetical.
Oh, okay. Huh?
What's up?
So would it be a deal breaker if you a girl selling feet?
I'm saying, like, will you date a girl?
I think that's unbecoming of a lady friend.
Exactly.
That's easier to get over if it's just feet and not the body. I think
It's okay.
I think it's unbecoming. No, I wouldn't date a woman that does that because if you willing to do that, it's the other
Do
thing.
you think my story is forgivable?
If you walk on his back,
Oh no, well I didn't walk on his back, so I didn't notice. I sent a picture of my feet though. It is out there, it might be out there.
no, that's forgivable. I mean,
You
you're
didn't
basically
get money. No, my face is not in it. No, it's just like right.
right. I mean, you can with your face not in it.
That's
I'm not saying it's right. I wouldn't advise women to never do this. But if your face is not in it, you can overcome it.
Yeah.
If your face is in it, but still, if your face is in it, it can be trouble.
Yeah.
So you send out feet pics. Is that what you want to know if I would date a woman who sends out feet pics? Because you're kind of feeling me right now. That's what's up.
And right now, Brian is pretty cool about everything. He's still in it for the long haul, just like I am. So
Absolutely ridiculous. At least the girl from the other episode had the courage to leave her cheating husband, but Brian is out here just going with it, even though you can clearly see he's not happy about this, and is using high levels of cope in order to hold on to a relationship that is full of dysfunction. Personally, for this situation, I'm more on the Jordan Peterson / psychologist way of thinking, which is that everyone inherently knows what they're supposed to be doing. Sarah knew what she was doing was wrong, which is why she hid it from her husband and continued to hide the extent of the damage by telling him she only lost $60K when it was actually more like 4 times that. Brian also knows what the correct thing to do is, and you can tell by his size and his lack of eye contact when his wife is speaking. He knows the correct decision is to end the relationship with his cheating wife, and he's going to continue to suffer the consequences until he stands up for himself and stops enabling her bad behavior. You don't think she's going to pull crap like this again? She hid 2 massive problems, which were the amount of money she gave to a random stranger, and that she gave that same random stranger the ability to steal her identity. Information that this scammer totally didn't sell to other scammers, by the way. She would absolutely do something like this again, and you have evidence from her that she will keep it secret until the problem is so big that it's too late to do anything.
It's just money. 911, somebody called for chest pain? Hey, he's been having chest pain all morning. I think he's having a heart attack. Oh, hey, listen, man. I'm all right, guys, all right?
Asking for
It's just indigestion. I don't need to go to the hospital. I tell you what, let's get the vital
Building
signs first, and then we can decide from there.
Proceed east on I-5
actually,
in 53
Frank
miles.
even missed and
Continue
said
straight
that
onto
it actually
I-5
was a heart
south,
attack.
then take
Yeah,
exit
that's
188 on the right for Oregon 58, Klamath Falls, and Oak Ridge.
Goes away. Okay. All right, let's go get the blood pressure. What did you just do? I gave him 3 sprays. You know, to make the chest pain go away.
Oh, that's not good. Yeah, I think a hospital actually maybe good. Well, we know what one of the vital signs are. 911, somebody called for...
But what if I come back later and I tell you that, yeah, that sounds really nice, but the guy that wrote it was just a slave owner. These people that, you know, were trying to set up liberty, they just wanted liberty for white men because women couldn't vote at the time. So what do you have? You have a white patriarchal society that was rooted in enslaving certain people based off of the color of their skin. They set up this system because it would be beneficial for them financially. I've completely undermined why you would want to fight for such a culture in the first place. In 1776, after thousands upon thousands of years of history that were rooted in racially based discrimination, that were rooted in a political elite controlling everything, you now have somebody say, no, we're all created equal. And even if we're not living up to it, that is the standard, that's the truth. That was revolutionary. That's incredible. They fought for that, they died for that. They might not have fully lived up to it, but they set us on the path to be able to achieve a level of individual liberty, prosperity, and security that is unheard of in world history. But if I erase all that, I can convince you that this is all bad. But what if I come back later and I tell you that, yeah, that sounds really nice, but the guy that...
on the right for Oregon 58, Klamath Falls, and Oak Ridge.
We can see the septic line that comes out of the bottom of the house. And then it continues on down to this pipe, and there is your 55-gallon plastic drum. So there's your pipe in and your pipe out on the 55-gallon plastic drum. Nothing sealed. You can see the sewage leaking out around it. Here's your pipe. It goes right down here. That would be your chamber drain field system. I don't mean to sound like an asshole, but this is why we do septic inspections, so that you don't own a house for 12 years and then find out that this is your septic tank. At the other end of the drain field, which is maybe 20 feet long, there's this piece of wire mesh that goes over the end, and just all the sewage just drains out the end. It's not like we haven't seen this before, but every time I see this, I'm just in constant shock that this actually happens. Shit. Let's get ready for...
I wanted to make a bronze sword like they did in ancient Egypt, so I got scrap copper and tin and threw it into my furnace. I put the copper in there first and lit up the furnace. Check out that flame. While the metal was cooking, I pressed the shape of an Egyptian kapesh in the sand so that I could pour metal in there. The copper glowed a beautiful orange right before it melted. And when I had liquid metal, I added the tin, which melted instantly into the copper. What's totally rad is tin and copper mixed together to make a really strong alloy. I poured the liquid metal in through a hole to take the shape of the sword, and I knew it had gone through and it bubbled up on the other side. I dug the kapesh out of the sand, and it was very well formed. I had to cut a bunch of the excess metal off, and the new bronze was a beautiful golden color. King Tut would have been totally stoked with this sword. I wanted to make a...
Hey man, you want a banana?
No. You want to watch some TV? No, definitely not. Okay, what do you want to do? What's in the book? Oh, it's just a little checklist. Can I see it? Sure. You have a list of questions to ask yourself to see if what you're about to do is gay? Isn't this unnecessary? Couldn't you just not suck off these days? Sucking isn't even the gayest thing you can do anymore. It could be gayer than sucking willingly going to a Taylor Swift concert.
Some of these questions, I mean, how do you do anything? This would make everything gay.
Parking straight.
I mean, does it require eye contact with a man? Making eye contact with a man is gay? I don't know, man. I think
AOC has released a mewling, complaining, very low IQ video about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. You just watch it, it's exactly what you would expect. She sides with the terrorists. But maybe she sides with the terrorists because AOC is herself using chemical weapons in this video. Actual use of biological weapons by AOC in this video. Watch.
Victims who do not want their tragedy used to justify.
Catch that? Let's go to the thermal radiation camera.
In the names of victims who do not want their tragedy used to justify.
I mean, that's confirmation for me enough. This is why AOC.
I want to do something new and fun for my troops. I can't help you with that. You got to talk to that guy. Hello, sir. I'd like to try something new and fun for my troops. Yep. You got to go talk to that guy. That guy told me to talk to you. Okay, fill out this form. If you had the solution for what I was asking for, why'd you tell me to go back to that guy? I lost your form. You lost my form? I just handed it to you. What do you mean you lost it? All right, don't give me attitude. Don't give me attitude. I want to do something new and fun for my troops. All right, I can't.
How do you balance it all?
I want to do something new and fun for my troops. All right, I can't help you with that. You got to talk to that guy. Hello, sir. I'd like to try something new and fun for my troops. Yep. You got to go talk to that guy. That guy told me to talk to you.
Not without my safety brief, period.
How do you balance it all? I mean, you got...
Beloved, let's see how smart you are. How many cords of wood do we have here? Whoever guesses correctly, make a comment of the day. There it is. All right, give me your best guess.
2 and 3.
Beloved, let's see how smart you are. How many cords of wood do we have here? Whoever guesses correctly, make a comment of the day. There it is. All right, give me your best guess. Beloved, let's see how smart you are. How many cords of wood do we have here? Whoever guesses correctly, make a comment of the day. There it is.
It's cold out, period. 3 if you let me warm up your wood, period.
Close your left eye and stare at the X with your right eye. Now don't look away. Move your phone closer, maybe further away, until my head appears to vanish. You have just found your blind spot, the place on your retina where nerves pass through on their way to the brain. You can't see anything there. But blind spots don't create big, obvious, dark, missing regions in our vision because our brains fill them in after the fact with whatever color or pattern it thinks should be there. What makes its phantasm really freaky, though, is that we believe in it more than we believe in what's actually in front of us. When people are shown something like this, and their blind spot is right here, the brain fills it in, so this is what they see. If then asked which circle contains just parallel lines, the brain does not push us to trust what's actually out there. Most people choose the parallel lines their brains have created with a guess over the ones that are fully available to them. Seeing is believing, but sometimes just making stuff up is super believing. Close your left eye and stare at the X with your right eye. Now don't look away. Move your phone closer, maybe further away, until my head appears to vanish. You have just found your blind spot, the place on your retina where nerves pass through the brain. But blind spots don't create obvious dark missing region in our vision because our brains fill.
I just did the dumbest thing ever, but I think I know why it happened, so I want to sit down, replicate, and explain. Your palm, if you squish it together, what's it look like? Use your imagination. Kinda looks... I just did the dumbest thing ever, but I think I know why it happened, so I want to sit down, replicate, and explain. Your palm, if you squish it together, what's it look like? Use your imagination. Kinda looks like a butt. You get a cheek, and a crack. I told you this is stupid, but normally I open my soda cans like this. But when a hand was occupied, my left.
Let me get into this story before we go.
Please,
because I think there's some gold here for us.
This is your fucking holiday.
Speaking of foreigners acting unruly, classic fucking foreigner here.
That's what happened.
We got a little Christmas Eve stunk.
Yeah.
But then at Christmas, we got a little fucking hammered, played Monopoly, and my Egyptian brother, little fucking Arab fucking slumlord dude.
Who's all in this game?
My girlfriend, who's drunk.
Okay.
My sister, who's drunk. I'm drunk. I guess we're all drunk. My sister, my girlfriend. Yeah, we're all fucked up. Girlfriend, sister, brother-in-law, me.
That's good. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Monopoly.
Yeah.
I haven't played Monopoly since I was a kid.
Read the hat.
I was the
Wheelbarrow?
dog. No, I was a battleship, dude.
Sick. Alright.
Yeah, battleship.
Thought I could guess it now.
No. You thought I'd be a hat?
The hat's a fucking good. Alright, you go ahead.
They do Monopoly pieces.
Really?
They have the classics, but they also have T-Rex.
Saddam Hussein statue.
A Saddam Hussein, yeah. But no, Nina, the Arab brother-in-law.
Yeah.
It just dominated. Start to finish, full fucking Arab landlord.
What did he get? Did he get a bunch of good, like,
You got
properties?
monopolies in this one corner.
Which
that,
corner?
like, no matter what you're in.
Which corner? The boards and courts. Is it like towards the boardwalk side of thing? Like red, yellow?
No, opposite of boardwalk. So his was like orange.
Right past jail?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No. The next curve, red.
Oh man, that's a tough. It goes like red, yellow, and
That's the
blue.
curve.
That's a tough
And
fucking.
it's the curve that after you go to jail, every time you gotta go through that curve again.
Yeah,
So
okay, gotcha.
He was just, and he bought everything on there. So like if you landed on it, it's just bang.
That whole side of the board, you're fucked.
But he was, dude. And I don't want to be too critical of him because I do love him.
Yeah.
But man, losing to a fucking dork when I get like, dude, I was super competitive, and he was such an arrogant dork.
What properties do you have? What do you have?
Shit, dude. I got the railroads. I controlled the railroads. I thought that was a great.
No,
scheme.
that's the biggest trap, man. You get someone with the railroads, you use that barter, and you take the property.
Yeah.
That's a classic.
But I didn't know how to play. I do know how to cheat.
So he erected motels. He erected motels.
Yeah. He went full fucking.
So he instinctively chucked some motels up there.
His immigrant instincts took over it. Go to hotels and gas stations and was like, you pay now, you come here, you pay. And it's like, dude, I'm not fucking paying. He's like, you pay now.
You double charge your credit card every time.
Yeah, pay it. Just sit there, fucking, you pay me now for this. You land on my space, you pay me. And it's like, I'm not fucking paying you.
So he definitely
just got heated. But the funniest thing was, so it was getting heated enough that I was swearing a lot.
Yeah.
And my mom was at the table also. She was like, oh no!
Yeah, she
stop swearing! And I was like, shut the fuck up. I was fucking going nuts. But my dad was in the living room. And my dad had a lot of money on the game, on the Eagles game. And he lost.
Didn't cover.
The Eagles didn't hit the over. So they went under. It was like 46. And it was clear from the start. It was like 7-7 and a half. And it was just like, my dad was fucked up. He got hammered. And he was in a horrible mood. So at halftime, he just gets up and starts trying to play music on the Alexa. And like,
to take off the
yeah, he was just trying to relax. And every song he would pick, I would just blast DMX as loud as I could because I control the Spotify from my phone. So I could be like, Alexa, play The Temptations. Just, see, this is the fucking shit I'm talking about. And he was like, turn it off, Shane. Fucking asshole. Now Christmas, it's Christmas. Turn it off.
Oh dear.
Sparks, Nevada.
That's so good.
And then I found a DMX Christmas song. But he was genuinely, like, he was trying to fight it. He was like, my mom was getting in between it.
Yeah.
He was genuinely like, you fucking asshole.
Meanwhile, your brother-in-law's empire is growing, dude.
It's massive. my sister, so then my dad goes back inside to watch the game, and what's really funny was a 9-point spread, 9.5, and he had the Eagles, and they were up 3. As time expired, they scored a touchdown. Defense scored to make it 9 points. So at this point, it was 9.5, so it was 9 points, and it was like, oh shit. I was like, I think they have to kick the extra point. I think they're required to kick the extra point.
Yeah.
And then I'm pretty sure things got a little hazy, because then I think they like respectfully knelt or something.
Oh, are you serious?
I think, hold on, I gotta...
Not to cover the spread?
Yeah.
So you gotta win by, if it's tie, it goes to the bookie.
Tie? Well, you need to tie, because it was half. It was 9.5 points.
Gotcha.
But I'm pretty sure, yeah, it was 9.5, and they scored a touchdown as time expired, then didn't kick the extra point. To make it 10.
Sucks.
So he was like, yes, go.
And they didn't kick it.
The last play of the game, and then they were like, yeah, fuck it. 9 points. And he was like, come on.
Oh.
He was so mad. But he just happened to be running into me, who I was just as angry.
Yeah.
I was sitting there losing to Nina and fucking nothing.
You were trying to keep Monopoly great again, dude. Your dad lost a bet.
My dad lost money. I lost the fucking air of the property game. My blood was just like...
You were out of work, dude.
I needed to control the property.
You were out of work.
Yeah.
You lost your job.
I never, he wasn't... My brother-in-law was such a dick about that. Like, of course. It was a nerd, too. He'd be like, you owe me 150, please. Oh. Like, dude, at least talk shit. Like, don't be like, oh, it says here. Ooh, look at that, I have a hotel. You owe me $1,100. I don't think you have that. Yeah.
Oh, if he was talking shit, he'd be even more mad.
I wish he was talking shit.
That's true, you can start laughing and talking. Yeah. Then there's an invitation to talk shit back. He was just cold and calculating.
In front of my mom was sitting at the table.
She laughing and clapping her hands up.
She was fucking having fun. Everyone was having fun watching me get angry. Losing at Monopoly like a bitch.
Dad came in, dude.
And my old man came in and wanted to hear some music. Wanted to hear the Remember the Titans soundtrack, and I was like, dude, hell is hot.
Was this after the betting loss?
Yeah.
That's a good thing to listen to after you take a hard one on its fucking on its double.
No, after the loss, everybody in the game, my dad was fucking hammered. And then he just went to bed.
That's an interesting element to drink. Like gambling and drinking must be like you wake up and then you just remember the loss and you're like, that must like turbocharge a hangover.
Yeah, it sucks. I felt bad.
That's a hangover cure though. If you wake up and win your money, you're probably like zipping to do that.
I helped God. I helped him place that bet too.
Did you?
It's like I think the Eagles are going to score a lot tonight, and they're going to cover.
That second stick.
Not a lot of points, and they didn't cover.
Kick your fucking ass.
He was furious, and then I was. All he heard me was like just drunk swearing in the kitchen. He was like, "You fucking punk! Turn that rap off. Get that off." And I was fucking with him, so I was playing as loud as I could. There's nothing Christmas.
That's so fucking funny. That's hilarious, dude. That's so fucking funny.
Battle not with monsters, lest ye become a monster. And if you gaze into the abyss gazes also.
The Joe Rogan experience.
What do you think of this most?
Oh shit. You know, I don't know. It's something. It's something. I don't know what it is. Some of it is like, some people theorize it's like plasma technology. Like they're getting physical signatures on it. Called radar return signatures, infrared. You know, I don't fucking know, man. I mean, it really blows me away.
because I can't say for sure. Like, I believe that other life forms exist. I also believe, I just don't know if it's like, it doesn't make any sense why they're like, let's just hang out and never show ourselves and just do like really cool tricky stuff and have people give them a bunch of blurry images of it. Yeah, that's the weird. But I don't know what it is, man. I mean, it's either natural phenomenon or it's something that's been here a long time, or they're probes that are triggered by a certain, I don't know, technological escalation in society, or they're somehow ours, but that doesn't make any sense either. I don't know, man. I mean, I've seen them. I've seen UFOs, but
you have?
Yeah, I might have mentioned on the show before, but I've seen like the classic like 3 glowing spheres in the distance, kind of moving along, and a searchlight turning on its spotlight, turning off, and gliding, no noise again. I've seen that, and that was awe-inspiring. But you know, some of the footage that you see, you're like, what is that? It just went into the ocean. Just went into the ocean at the same, it's still traveling at the same rate that it's traveling. And they're recording it, so it's either like a huge hoax, which doesn't make any sense because people talk, or they're, I don't know, man, or it's like interdimensional shit. It's, maybe if we are in a simulation, there's like glitches in the simulation, you know, like there's like other things bleeding through, and like we're seeing things that don't have any, that don't adhere to the laws of physics because they aren't really in our physical realm in a way. I don't really know, because I just, it really baffles me. And then also when the government starts releasing stuff, you got a guy going around like, well, you know, I've been cleared by the, you know, whatever, CIA or whatever, to be able to talk about this, and also like, you've been cleared to talk about stuff that you're supposed to not be talking about is weird. That's weird. And I'm like, is it propaganda? Is it like, I don't know, man. It's a tough one, because I grew up like, I love UFOs. Grew up with Project Blue Book, watched the series, loved aliens, used to sit in my backyard looking at the stars, hoping that I could see aliens. And I did see, not aliens, but I saw UAPs or UFOs.
Where were you in
I was in Montana. I was like probably 17.
Yeah.
And just camping, and at night, and we decided to climb a butte in the middle of the night, so we were crossing a pretty cattle field. And then I was walking, and 2 friends were ahead of me, and I kind of just looked to my right, stopped, looked to my right, and I just saw these in the distance. I don't know how far it would be, but like, you know, they looked like about that big from my perspective. So down a ways, and there were 3 of them. It wasn't one object because they changed distance from each other and changed elevation a little bit, really low. And then at some points, sometimes it would just stop, and you'd see a little beam turn on, turn off, and then it starts to move again. It was really, really weird. I had 2 friends. I kept looking at it. I was like, come here, because I didn't want to not look and then look back and then they weren't there, type of movie shit. But my friends came back and they looked down and they described, I didn't even tell them what I was looking at. I said, tell me what you see. They described what I was seeing. I don't know what it was. But I've heard other stories about 3 lights, same kind of shit. And when I'm watching like UFO, whatever documentaries, they give me chills. I've seen that. Whatever that is, I've seen that. So, I don't know, man. It's like my mind goes all over the place, but there's no definitive, you know, because no one's, you know, it's like unless they land and you're like, oh, there it is, or we see not the Mexico City alien, like, obviously a joke. Not a joke, but whatever it was, a hoax. Yeah. Like, unless we get something where it's like, oh shit, what is that? What is this metal? Or, you know, the scientists say they found a piece of an alien ship at the bottom of the ocean, this material they can't identify. I don't know. It's weird. I'm excited about it. I think it's kind of interesting. And I'm hopeful, but it's almost like the more information that gets released, the more I'm like, I don't know what to think.
I'm exactly.
Yeah.
But I think more than likely that a lot of what we're seeing, a lot of these people are seeing, is some sort of top secret probe. Some sort of super sophisticated propulsion system that doesn't rely on the combustion engine. Some completely new style of propulsion system they've been working on. They've been working on gravity propulsion systems since the 1950s.
True.
They've been at least theorizing these things. And the
possibility that someone has come up with something in a drone form that they can pilot like that makes the most sense to me, because they keep spotting these things in areas where the military practices. They keep spotting these things off the coast of San Diego, off the East Coast, where they have these restricted areas. That's where they're seeing these things. But it just makes sense that that would be where they would practice these things.
But what's weird about it is that, you know, like there was that famous UFO crossing incident over the northern, all the states of going from, I think, Seattle or Washington all the way to Idaho, Montana, North Dakota. They were chasing a squadron of unidentified flying objects in the 50s.
Yeah.
So that's the one thing that you do hear about sightings, like even in the 1800s, 1700s. That's the weird. Right. That's the thing where I'm like, well, if it's true, but I mean in the 50s, I mean there's like shots of it. There's people took photographs. It's like squadron of glowing discs, and they were going so fast that jets couldn't keep up with them, so that they would scramble jets at the next base, and our baseball team are called the Voyagers, based off of that incident. Yeah. So I mean, in Great Falls, but like, I don't know. That's the weird thing about it. I mean, I agree with you. I think there is some kind of like propulsion system, and that it's able to like change on a dime, like it doesn't necessarily affect it in the way that normal.
So there's probably multiple things going on.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do not doubt that if there is intelligent life that's capable of coming here from somewhere else, of course they will.
I mean, well,
that's the place you would go.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's like, it seems like, in a way, I just feel like the Earth is kind of like a terrarium. it's like they're just like, let's do a pilot program here, throw some seeds down there, monitor it, see how it goes. Certainly could be. I mean, some people think the moon is a spaceship. Well, those people, you know. Well, but there's some, like, are you familiar with the Wi-Fi? Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi.
All right, sir, looks like you finally got an appointment. I'm glad you came to see me. Yeah, it took 7 months to get this appointment. The normal amount is 0. What? Where is the pain? My knees, my back, one of my shoulders. If I sleep wrong, my rib comes out of place, and in my head. You have pain in your head? Yeah, a lot. I just meant like physical pain. I think I have like spiritual pain too. There's just pain everywhere. Okay, are you doing anything for it right now? My lawyer said I can't talk about that or you'll put me in a program. You conferred with a lawyer before you saw me? Yes, I have one on retainer. Okay, are you doing anything to numb the pain other than the things the lawyer said you can't talk about? Yeah, I run sometimes. Oh, okay, physical activity, that's really good. And I run from the dark thoughts. What? Never been fast enough to get away from them. Are you okay, man?
The first of which being, what happens when you combine the two? The tank wins. Last we found a bucket to make pancakes. So then how many children does it take to stop the tank? I wager it's more than 5. But we're about to find out. Well, it didn't hold up terribly bad. The problem we just had is that our defenses weren't properly engineered. But now we've created an absolutely unbreakable blockade. At least I'm pretty sure. We're gonna find out. The tank's not even gonna pick up speed before it gets to them. Somehow they've actually stopped the tank. Since I'm not allowed to freeze them in place and engineer them, I'm just gonna make it big time. It's inevitable that the tank will have to stop. It cannot fight through all of its children all at once. I feel like this should be on the painting somewhere. Now I know what you're thinking, this isn't fair, it's children against the tank. But the tank only has this much room to pick up speed before crushing the children, so it's anyone's guess what's about to happen. Also, the game really loves this too, it's already ready. So we're going to start the tank on its merry old way and see if that was enough children to stop it. Looks like it's not. But I could argue that some of the children possibly survived that. Not this one, but some of the ones that did. Well, it has been a while since I've had a video to talk about this. Yeah, the only thing I've done so far.
She addressed the class as boys and girls. And one student literally had a whole mental breakdown. I'm a teacher in the district. 95% know that they are trans when they are 3, 4, and 5 years old. I do not want someone identifying as a frog or a doll to be judging the next generation's mental health.
Fossil fuel pollution and climate change. Protecting pregnant people and babies from the health effects of climate change.
I was pulled into the supervisor's office and lectured about how what I said was hate speech and anti-trans.
All white people are racist.
This training was try to be less white.
The last straw was when a non-binary drag queen came to an assembly to talk about how different sexualities, gender identities, male pronouns, and sexual kinks to kindergartners. Recruiters are watching. HR is watching. Everywhere. And we hate you. We hate you so much. Hey guys, it's Misha and welcome back to my channel. So I asked you to share experiences at work if there was a certain growth by following someone like that. The company sells geeky toys and merchandise and I love that stuff. It started to get on my nerves when I felt like I couldn't.
Whoa, we got a hot one for you, ladies and gentlemen. It's been almost 5 seconds since we've seen one of these stories. Hot off the presses, trans high school runner dominates girls cross country in Maine. Who would have thought? Welcome back to JP's React channel, my beautiful freedom-loving friend. I think I called it JP's Reacts channel, and it's JP Reacts channel, I think. Nonetheless, here is where we like to call out the lies, hypocrisy, and corruption of tyrants, shine the little light of awareness on woke absurdities, and highlight the amazing work of other freedom fighters. Now, there has been a trend, and you know, it probably affects high school sports the most because that's probably where the most amount of athletes are. By population, we've got biological boy competed as a freshman in cross country. It's where you run, I think they run like 3 miles, something like that. Distance running. Competes as a freshman. He is ranked 172nd in the district. I think I'll fact check that in a second. And now as a sophomore, magically, that same boy is now a girl. So, let's do this.
What's up, guys? It's your boy Benny. The world is in total. To bring that story to you, we must bring you this headline right now in the mid-northeast. Now, I'm going to play you a section of this video where people say that there is a faint farting noise, and you can see for yourself. Video is still up. This is Alexander Ocasio-Cortez's official account, okay, on X. And here, ladies and gentlemen, is the section in question. Have a listen.
To prevent the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians and to ensure that horror not happen. There's a speed trap ahead. Do not want their tragedy used to justify further violence and injustice.
So, I want to make this very clear. We looked at AOC's Twitter page. This is the video. That hadn't been altered. That's what was uploaded. So, you know, you say whatever you want to say. That's what was uploaded. Anyway, during Fencer, the set at 39 seconds. Sound, your court noise. We put the video under thermal infrared and confirmed. Environment.
Wanted to touch on sex before marriage, age of women as indicator of value. Okay. So, sex before marriage.
I think we have, I mean, I don't.
Yeah, you're waiting for marriage.
Yeah.
Do you think, realistically speaking, because there's been some slip-ups in the past, do you think, like, you're going to slip up again?
No, I don't. I've been baptized by the Holy Spirit since then, FYI. And then, so there's more power helping me to not do that. Sure. And I think I've ever used you on why I don't want to do it. Like, it was more, with my ex, I didn't have that established, like, why I really believe in it. It was just like, this is what we do as Christians. Okay. And now I really believe it, because the breakup would have been way easier, for sure, to your point.
And then this is, I've watched men on the show harp on the importance of the low body count and finding a young woman. I don't agree with some of the views expressed talking about how a 21-year-old woman is higher value than a 31-year-old woman. You said that I think it discredits women who spent the majority of their 20s in school or devoted to their career.
Yeah.
I don't make the point to say, I typically don't use the terminology high value for men or women. I typically avoid using that terminology. I don't think it's usually helpful for describing things, but, so, you're saying?
So I watched this, and it sounds, I think as a woman, it'd be interesting to hear what the other ladies think. I always assume that when I get married, like I'm finding a partner, I'm finding a teammate, like I'm finding my person that's, I'm gonna, like in Genesis, Eve is Ezer, and it literally uses like the word helper, but like God is also described as that recently from the Old Testament, and it's like we wouldn't think God is. So anyway, so it's like you're finding the person that's gonna like maximize you.
Wait, you don't want to be, you don't want to be submissive to your husband?
No, I do. So, yes.
Okay.
Why?
Well, you said, well, you referenced the verse and how he.
So like the partner, like the match, like she was his perfect complement in every way. And so I always assume that men are looking for that. Sorry, I guess it's been used in that word has been used to say that women are supposed to have to be like subordinate in a way that's very misogynistic and not like fit. And I just used it to say like it doesn't mean lesser than, because we wouldn't describe God as lesser than. None of the words also used to describe him.
Okay. I'm not familiar with the verse, so I can't really.
That looks exactly what I saw a video where one of them was explaining it. It's simply what it means is that the value of being his helper, that actual Hebrew word is an incredibly powerful word that is invaluable to the growth and success of Adam. As if the same way God treats us and his support and help for us as humanity, that same virtue was pinned upon Eve to be that person for Adam. So she was incredibly impactful, just as necessary as he was. So she wasn't, in fact, not equal to him. She was equal to him, but they had a different role. So her value wasn't diminished because she was the helpmeet.
Exactly.
Okay.
She's not, and Eve is also not described as the vessel of Adam's legacy. You know what I mean? She's not a vessel for him just to like reproduce. And I've been watching these, and so all my life I was, oh cool, that's what I want. I'm gonna find my partner, and I thought that was nesting too. And then I started these things, and all oral, and I'm just like, oh my gosh. And it sounds like men just want a woman to be either like a mother. They just want her to like create, like to raise their children, and that's it. Like it doesn't sound like they're wanting a partner, especially when these men are talking about wanting women that are so much younger than them. Like they're not looking for someone that they're equal, that is these things like that's not on the same page with them, like that's their values in the same way. They want someone like purity. If you want someone younger, because she's probably more pure, she's have like fewer guys running through her. But she's not actually, she's not cultivating purity. And then how is she actually going to be your equal match?
Well, I mean, there's a whole. Okay, so there's a couple points here. Are you linking it to? Because you're kind of linking it to career a little bit.
Well, so I think it's hard because women, we were age group was like 27 to 35 is kind of rough. We were told, like, we were taking all these things, like, rise of social media as the dating app started. Women were told to, like, go get your money, get your bag, like, get your education. That's what is good for you. The feminist movement, that was, like, that was in the narrative of, like, men's stuff, I think, started going around. Like, for that, like, you just got hit with all these rights, so, like, you can go do that. It's transgender, all these things, right, we got hit with. And so fewer people are getting married in our age group, and then the men that are like my age want a woman that's 21.
Which is unrealistic. I think that what's happening is these young men who are not mature are just saying things that sound cute on the internet. They want low body count, and that means age. You I also want a woman that's ready and mature. A lot of men are not mature in their 20s. You want to be 40 and date a 20-year-old, y'all not even on the same page. That woman that don't have life experience. I would argue that every woman in here will say, man, I was different in my 20s. I was way different in my 20s. Now I'm more mature. And so most men should not be trying to go for a younger woman just because her body count.
Exactly.
That's not realistic. You should consider the body count, but you do want a mature woman. Because people, you can't get too caught up on the body count, man. I'm telling you, you'll never know anyway.
I get a little caught up on it.
You'll never know anyway. You'll never know unless you actually do. They're not going to get a little caught up. Some women may have had a time, point in time in college when they were real men. And they moved on. They moved. I'm saying they moved on and they want to get back into their life, and it's been decades since they've been that way.
Join the nunnery.
And they're not going to ever tell you the truth.
Join the nunnery, Brian.
Let's say this. What about men though? What about men?
Yeah.
Can a man have too much of a body count?
Can you watch porn every day and be healthy? No.
Well, I think it's a little different though, but it's a little different. Okay.
Do you think young men can just run it up as much as they care to, and then later in life they can stop?
I don't think it's good for men to just run through a bunch of chicks. I don't think that's a good thing. It's certainly not. And again, same thing with the high value, low value terms. I don't like using the terms alpha, beta. I don't like these terms, but just for the sake of this conversation, it's certainly not alpha to go and bang a bunch of chicks and get herpes. It's not alpha to bring your future wife STDs. That's not alpha. So that's not high value. So and obviously, whether you're a man or a woman, the more sexual partners you have, you're increasing your risk of getting STD, herpes, etc. It's not like that's not a W to like fuck a bunch of chicks and then get herpes. Roll the dice, you got the herpes. Like
or be damaged as a man.
Sure.
Or you can never take a woman seriously. You're looking for the best.
But I would say though, to your point about age and stuff, and I do think that there's an evolutionary component to men preferring younger women. And I think it comes down to, one, younger women are more fertile. So if you're a 40-year-old man and you're going to date someone between the ages of 30 to 40, and you want to have kids, for example, you might start looking towards women who are 25 to 29. They're a better bet for fertility. And I think that's just logically, intellectually makes a lot of sense, but also just from a purely evo-psych angle and just an evolutionary biological reality. Women who, after the age of 35, they get into high-risk pregnancy territory, it becomes harder to get pregnant. I'm not saying it's impossible, you can be in your 40s and get pregnant, but if you're a man who's got his life together and you're looking to start a family, it is probably a better bet, fertility speaking, to go for a younger woman, and it's just evolutionary. Okay, when I say the word woman, I am talking about adults. Are you trying to say like minors?
Well, you just said younger. So
younger women. We're talking
so
about
like early 20s.
We're talking about adult relationships here. I'm not.
But
what do you think I'm talking about? Fucking 11-year-old? What the fuck? I'm talking about adult relationships.
So you just said younger.
Yes.
Like the younger you go. I'm assuming 18 and up. Yes. That's what I'm assuming
about
here.
Adult relationships. I'm not talking about.
You make an incredible point, because I do think men, when they get older, they do have to evaluate that. And you know, you're a man in your 40s, you've never been married, you don't have any kids. You know that you're probably in a weird territory yourself. But I do think men like that do want younger women, and it makes sense to, right? You can't have a woman in her 40s when you 40, because y'all ain't gonna have no kids if that's what you aspire to be. But I do think these young guys, they're in their 30s or late 20s, and they're acting like a woman who's 31 is just dead meat. And I feel like that's crazy to me to believe that, because these young men are not ready until they're in their late 20s or 30s. Like I told you, yeah, you can beat your chest and say, oh, I'm ready for women, I'm dating, and your mama still paying your phone bill. Those things, young men need to really be focused on developing and becoming a man that can provide first, and then start dating. And sometimes women who have gone through the phase of being confused about who they are and dating, they come out of that when they go into their late 20s and 30s. And I think that's where women are probably prime, is right around that area. When they're too young, man, they're lost. They don't know what they want to be. And you don't want to be with a woman like that. That's how you get divorced.
Yeah, and there's actually a divorce rate. To that point, when you marry someone 5 years, there's a 5-year age gap that increases the chance of divorce by like 20%, and when there's a 10-year age gap, it increases the chance of divorce by 40%.
Look, you're 29, right?
I'm 29.
29.
And apparently geriatric to a lot of these people watching.
Look, it's just the reality is that across multiple age cohorts of men, like in terms of just what men find the most physically attractive, it's women who are like 21. At any age, most men purely physical attractiveness, it's 21. Whereas women, it tends to match up more so with a woman who's 29 is going to find a guy who's 30, like peak physical attractiveness. But men, as they continue to age, they continue to find women who are like 20 to 22 within that's a constant when it comes to physical attractiveness. There's probably an evolutionary basis for that because younger women are more fertile.
But there was a study that showed that men prefer women, like as they get older, their attractiveness to men, it goes up faster. Like they prefer men that are closer to their age. But men did too. It was much less significant. Like for a woman, every year she aged, she found people that were like, it was like 5 years plus 1 year. So like people 6 years less than younger.
Okay, so you're 29, right? So let me think. Okay, I'm 34. I can't think of what's the benefit of dating a 34-year-old instead of a 24-year-old? Because I find for me, because I find a woman who's 24 much more physically attractive. So a woman than 34.
It depends on the woman, right? A 34-year-old woman.
They're gonna get triggered.
A 34-year-old woman that take care of herself and is healthy and active and stuff, she can look just as good as a younger woman. It's about. You don't think so?
I know. Because I'm 24.
No.
These little kids, like down here, when I drove in today, these are little kids out here. There's no way.
Party chicks.
But
they're party chicks. I don't want a party chick.
But their bodies and their shape and what they look like is
they're very
20-year-old. They're not attractive. To me, they're not attractive. These are little kids.
How they dress?
No, because they look like little kids. They look like little immature women that's not developed. They're just like little kids out there. When I see them, I see little kids. I see young women. There's nothing a 20-year-old can do for me as a 36-year-old man. It's not. I don't even want to look at them. They have no experience in life. They've done nothing. They still got to figure this out.
Like a woman's experience in life, to me, is not really something that I'm looking for.
So what do you want? You want a vessel for your semen? Like what?
No.
Because but if you don't want her as a partner, like someone that can be equal to you, then what do you want? So and I don't.
Okay. This whole idea. But most women don't want equal. You want a guy who makes more money than you. You want a guy who's taller than you. You want a guy who's confident. You want a guy who's entertaining.
But you want a girl who's more virtuous. You want a girl who's maybe calmer and will calm you down. You want a girl who is probably like beautiful. You want a girl who's fertile. You want like.
And that's not going to be a woman. That's not going to be a woman who's probably around my age.
I think, Brian, you're around the age where women are probably in their prime. Is 34? I think early 30s.
Out of your.
When I say prime,
physical prime.
I'm not telling you anything. I'm talking about the whole package of woman. That's what I think. When they're at 25, I mean, just you're gonna deal. I think you may deal with a lot of immature women at 25. Yeah. They're not gonna understand you unless they were raised by quality parents. Now, if they got good parents and they raised in a household that has been in a position where they're very mature, a 25-year-old woman would be incredible. But when you're in your 30s, 20-year-old women are in a different generation than you are. They don't understand the things that you would understand as a mature man in your 30s, headed into your late 30s. I think I could be wrong, but I'm just saying for me, when I was, when I'm in my 30s, 18, 20-year-olds, 21, 22, I never even thought about dating girls like that.
What I would say is that there are plenty of women in any age that are immature, that are toxic, that are red flags, that in any age group. So it's not like just because a woman's 34 that means that she's magically going to be a fantastic partner. Now, also, there's often a common thing that comes up with this conversation is, well, what do you have in common with someone who's, 5 years younger than you, 10 years younger than you, whatever it may be? Commonality is not very high on the totem pole, in my view, when it comes to romantic partners. And I think that's the case for both men and women. She doesn't like the same movies as I like. I don't really care. Commonality, what do men and women have in common really to begin with? So commonality is not super important to me. What I will say, and I've got a list here of kind of like why you might want to date a woman who's, we're just clarification here, woman, so a dope woman, because people are trying to want to shift it into, so more physically attractive, I would say more emotionally available, more romantic, more energy, optimistic for the future, more time to live life and travel the world before starting a family, more fertile, less baggage and trauma. That's really big. The more relationships you've had, you get more baggage, you have more relationship trauma, you're jaded. There's only room for one jaded person in this relationship, and that's me. Okay. More open to new ideas, more agreeable, typically easier to build a life with, less likely to have gotten with, like we were talking about before, the more sexual partners you've had, you've probably landed on a guy who's a top fucking G. And I don't want to be like, you're gonna be like, when in the dark recesses of your mind, once you've been with a really top fucking guy, you're not gonna be happy with Mr. Normal.
I think women will probably answer this. I mean, some of you guys have been with guys, and some of the guys in the past were, you couldn't even, that you have no recollection emotionally with that person. I mean, I don't know, that's just weird. Some women get over that, right? They don't have no feeling for the guy anymore, and it's like a blur in their mind. Just like me, and my wife was like, you slept with some girl, and I'm like, I don't even remember. I have no recollection. I don't even know what it was like. I just know I slept with the girl, but I don't know what it's like. I'm so far removed from that at this point that it's not really adding any issues to my life.
How do you know when it's time to start warming up more before you work out? If you saw this as a child, it's that time.
Coming soon to video and DVD.
Brian, what are your thoughts on the situation with the ML pitcher Trevor Bauer? It is a false accusation case that shows just how some women can be pure evil. I saw the video. I actually reached out to him to see if he wants to be on the show and maybe do a one-on-one interview. So I didn't fully review the thing. But it sounds to me like false accusation ruined his career.
I did a video about it earlier. I did some research on it. If the woman apparently set him up from the very beginning. She knew how much his net worth was. She got texting a friend about how she was going to take advantage of him. She leveraged rough, you know what, I don't know if I can say that on your thing, but she leveraged rough play with the man, and she told him, hey, hit me harder and all this other stuff while they were doing the stuff. And she leveraged that to act as if he beat her, and then she made these accusations. He lost his position. He had a $100 million contract. They suspended him for 2 years. He was out of the MLB, and then it just came out that he was innocent. Women do this all. I'll say this, and it's very unfortunate. When I was a cop, 99% of the allegations of misconduct, sexually assault, and all that stuff were all fake. It's really unfortunate that women who actually that stuff happened to, they don't report it. But some women that do report it, they lie about it. And in my career, I only had 2 real cases. And I had a detective sergeant that was in investigation for 10 years or 15 years, never had a single legitimate case. So it's fortunate that some women do things like that. It makes the ones who are legitimate victims afraid to say something and make people not believe them. And this woman is a perfect example. She made up a whole scenario that she was beaten, and then it ended up in
Do you think that, in your estimation, what if you had to assign a percentage, what percentage of reported incidents of assault, let's say, are unfounded?
What do you mean? That they're not legitimate, or we could
not
get to the bottom of it?
They're not legitimate.
Assaults with
essays.
Yeah. Okay. I would say 80% probably are probably legitimate.
And what do you think are some of the motivations typically?
Getting called. One girl, it was a crazy scenario. She was cheating on her boyfriend. She climbed up from the second story in the room to cheat. Boyfriend come home, catch her. She started claiming that she was getting taken advantage of. So the boyfriend pulls out a knife. The guy puts his hand up, cut his finger off. And they ended up finding out after she admitted that no, she was cheating, and she was afraid that she was getting caught. So she made that accusation. Other young women do it a lot, unfortunately, that parents find out that they've been interacting with men, or they slept with somebody and they don't want the baby, so they have an opportunity to have the Plan B pill given to them for free and an STD check at the hospital. And a lot of them go to the hospital and do that, not knowing that the hospital has a duty to report. And so we show up to do the report and they make up some fake story. So that has happened a lot of times. Or some women have regret. So they sleep with a guy and then they make the excuse that, oh, I was drunk, I don't remember what happened, so they can get the Plan B for free. And sometimes they're just embarrassed because everybody now know that they slept with this guy at this party. And that's been my experience. Now, I did work in a college town, so that's mostly the experience that I had was with these young college girls. It's unfortunate, maybe I haven't taken every call, but I know of a lot of women that get taken advantage of and they never say it. They don't report it officially. Family knows it happened. The trauma comes up later in life, and they never reported it. And I wish that we could reverse that.
Got it. We have a chat here. Dark Shinobi, it's not that rare. They have studies and surveys. This is related to the foodie call thing.
There's some guy in Drexel Hills rolling around banging nanas. He's basically stealing my business model right now.
Oh man. So, just to change subjects from you raping old men, did you see Liza Schlesinger? What she said? I think it was Liza. That's up right there.
Who is that?
It's a lady comic in LA.
Okay.
And apparently she... Here, hold on. Take a break for a second.
Yeah, take a break.
Bring this up.
Definitely. Bumba.
Alright, so it was Eliza Schlesinger, and she said, I could walk into the improv, close my eyes, and I can't tell one girl's act apart from the other. Damn. That's not saying that 30-something white guys don't all sound the same sometimes. Fuck it. But I'm banging my head against the wall because women want to be treated as equals, and we want feminism to be a thing. But it's really difficult when every woman makes the same point about her vagina over and over. I think I'm the only woman out here that has a joke about World War II in my set.
Damn. Suck it.
Suck our dicks.
Hell yeah.
That's what Eliza Schlesinger says.
I wrote that shit for her.
Yeah.
No, dude, that's good.
Podcast is now brought to you by fracking.
Eliza Schlesinger. Yeah, hell yeah, dude.
White supremacists.
Trainwreck Publications.
Fueled by white supremacists.
Yeah.
But
dude,
no,
that's fucking hilarious.
She said that. She told the truth.
Yeah.
And now every single female comic thinks.
Yeah. You're just trying to get support and selling us out. It's girls like you. They call them female misogynists. Yeah. So if you don't agree with women, you're a female misogynist and you're just co-opted by men. It's like, or maybe
she's exactly right.
Mm-hmm.
And if you walked into a comedy club and a 30-something, particularly for me, 20-something-year-old white chick was on stage.
You did it yesterday.
It would be the easiest thing. Oh, that comedy?
We were watching a show.
It's about like babysitting or something like that.
It's on Comedy Central.
It's on Comedy Central. Within the first fucking before I hit play on the pilot episode, I was like, "This is what's going to happen." This show is going to be about one chick who's acting cool and fucking bro like.
Uh huh.
That's comedy now. is women acting like bro men.
Yeah.
They're like, fuck yeah, I'm here for two things. I'm here to get fucked up and get some dick. Are you with me, bitch?
Do you know what's weird? I noticed this. A lot of times when there's someone who has a problem with the other population, they start emulating that population. Yeah. It's bizarre. It's happened forever. But anyway, go ahead. That's there. They're like, guys are disgusting. And you have all these girls like, I'm trying to get some dick. Fuck my pussy.
Guy. It's like, then fucking relax.
Yeah. It's like, well, no, but...
You know, it's like, also, there's definitely going to be a rap slow-mo of them partying. Sure enough.
It was actually...
Like, instant.
I want to say it was almost
Within
in the order...
3 minutes of what I said was going to happen in that show, it happened.
And it happened in the order,
Yeah,
because
in the order.
the most eerie part.
It was like, there's going to be a cool agent.
Yeah, there was.
Damn.
There was. And there was...
It's crazy.
Holy fuck. Because the opening scene was her on a horse or whatever.
Yeah, her on a
being
horse
like,
walking up to the cops. I'm drunk. And she was like, she had a bottle of fucking rum. And she was all fucked up on a horse. And these two cops were sitting there. She's like, how much does sex cost? I want to fuck you guys.
Yeah.
And it was like, fuck.
And there's a bunch of girls who are like, oh my god, that's so us.
Oh my god, we get crazy.
Like that. It's like, okay. Yeah.
No,
Get
so
crazy.
I watched...
you sit outside crying, calling your ex-boyfriend, like,
None of them actually have a real friend.
That's the dark side.
None of them are friends.
That's the dark
They
side.
almost sell each other out for a boyfriend.
Yeah.
Fuck her. Yeah,
I love the Phillies. Fuck her, I love the Phillies. We were talking one time to these girls, and they were literally like, yeah, blah, blah, the Phillies. And it was like me and my brothers, and they were like, we love the Phillies. And I was like, I fucking hate baseball. And they're like, yeah, it's kind of boring. Like, literally, same breath. And I was just like, all right.
Yeah, the girls that identify with sports are, it's a sad bunch.
Problematic.
But I watched the movie Neighbors, and that was about the frat guys that lived next to Seth.
Zac Efron? Yeah.
It was shitty, but it was alright. It's whatever. And then they made a new one that was about a sorority.
Yeah.
And it was everything you'd imagine it was. It was like the white guys that were like, whoa, these girls are crazy. And the girls being like, we love to get fucked up and weed, yo. There was a fucking Asian girl in that her whole character was just basically blackface.
Yeah,
Like, that's what it is.
Holy shit.
It's like you put on a fucking snow hat that says NWA on it. You're a fucking Asian chick. And you're like, yeah, bitch. It's like, dude, what's going on here?
Dude, that's fun.
I don't know.
Gwen Stefani ruined cool Asians for me. Every time, if I see like a hip hop Asian, I'm like, oh, Gwen Stefani backup dancer every single fucking time. She was like chilling with nothing but like
That's a sick move.
breakdancing Asians for a while. That's a weird phase to go through.
That's a fucking power move, dude.
Yeah, I guess.
If my posse was just straight up, just fucking
That's true.
breakdancing Asian women,
That's a good point.
that'd be awesome.
They took her to the top.
They did. Bananas.
My shit is bananas, yeah.
That was number one. Wow, all you need is a couple of Chinese dancers.
Good Chinese dancers. Put them in the fucking Puff Daddy and Mace suits and let them spin around you. This has nothing to do with it. Well, it sort of does, but I was in Walmart recently, and I was looking for glass Tupperware, and I'm like, you've been to Walmart, you try to ask people, like, do you know where this is, and it's just like, you might as well just fucking, like, you know,
You might as well
close
slap
your
them.
eyes. You might as well close your eyes and spin and point, like, I'll go this way. There's this Asian lady, I look at her, and I'm like, she doesn't know, and I'm like, oh, don't assume, just go ask her, and I'm like, do you guys have glass Tupperware? And she was like, a glass? And she literally covered her fingers, like, you can't see it, but she, like, when someone pretends to have glasses with their fingers by circling around their eyes, she's like, glasses? And I was like, fucking, never mind, and I just walked away. Someone looked at me kind of like, look, I'm like, dude, there's no, I'm asking about Tupperware, and she's doing the fucking,
You could scour the entire store row by row by the time you broke down that language barrier with that fucking lady.
she literally covered her eyes. It was like, glasses? And I was like, all right, I'll see you. I just turned around. I was like, and just walked away.
Yeah, but anyway, back to Liza's Schleich. That's a great story. Glasses. Oh, yeah, glasses.
I literally turned around and was like, all right, what happened to TVs in the back? So everyone's fucking jumping up her
So
ass.
yeah, everybody is. They're like, yeah, fuck Liza Schleich.
Why?
Because she said women tell pussy jokes. You remember when Matt Stone did that? Trey Park, like South Park did that for an entire season?
South Park,
and all
was
these
so
little
funny.
motherfuckers shut up because they're great. And they were all like, I love South Park.
Yeah.
Same thing. I mean, she said the same thing.
But she's like.
There's a speed trap ahead.
Bad female comics talking shit too.
Of course it is, dude.
But whatever.
That's all they have. All they have is that bullshit.
Is if somebody tells the truth, they get fucking crushed. That's what
true.
happened. She told the fucking truth. Everyone was like, "That's not true at all." It's like,
Yeah, it is. Every time it's like abortion. I get drunk. I'm an alcoholic.
I get catcalled.
Oh my god. I get catcalled.
If you watch a female comic that's under the age of 30, under the age of 35, she will talk about getting
She has to. That's, dude, I'm telling you, that's the new arms race. Is like, how many little victim buttons can I put on my chest? Just like, it is. It's like, immigrant. I'm an immigrant. I'm queer. I'm lesbian.
But also trying to make yourself black.
Yeah.
Within all those, black.
That's the ultimate. No, I was actually, it was funny because I was on a date with this girl. She was a gender studies major, and she was trying to tell me, like, I was like, you don't understand with stand up. And I was telling her, like, guys now, younger guys, the further they can push themselves from like being masculine, the better it is for them. Like they go up there and they're like, my dad's like, you know, like mows the lawn, and I'm just like, not. And it's like, she's like, so you're telling me that society doesn't appreciate your white masculinity? And I was like, I'm not talking about society. I'm talking about stand-up comedy. And she was just like, and it was all her shit was just getting crushed.
Well, here's the thing though, stand-up comedy comedians appreciate it, but then go to a crowd.
Yeah.
A crowd still appreciates masculinity.
True.
So if you go out there and like,
yeah,
crowd's gonna hate that.
It's
shit.
true. The
But
average
you go up like me, like a fucking true alpha, talk about how you're the fucking man.
Yeah.
How you fucking dominate everything.
100%.
Crowds, encore.
They love it, dude. Well, it's just their nature to be like, oh, this is our new leader. This guy's in charge now.
This guy says he's drunk. Fingers? Nice. This guy's telling the truth. I'm a real truth teller up there, dude.
That's all you can do.
Black guys have bigger dicks than white guys. Major truth teller.
Major truth, dude.
A lot of people are afraid to step on them. So, Elijah Schlesinger, by the way.
Oh, what happened, dude?
Nothing happened. Just
no,
people
she told the truth and a bunch of
she told the truth. They got upset. That's the world we live in, dude.
Unbelievable.
Fuck was I saying?
It's just fucking catered to the weak. That's all.
Fucking liberal.
It's, dude. It's been going on forever. It's just people who don't have shit feel slighted, being like, we gotta take down the authority, and it's like, all right, do that, and then what happens? You guys run shit, and everything goes amok, and a bunch of people die, and then the alphas rise again. It's happened throughout history.
Damn, Jordan Peterson.
Look up. It's called a Pareto distribution, dude. Look it up. 90% of the people, or 10% of the people, pump out 90% of the goods.
In regards to like Elijah Schlesinger, she just told the truth. In her mind, that was the truth.
It is. But yeah, to her mind, she's allowed to say that.
And people freak out about it and talk shit to her, and like, what a fucking idiot. And then like, we see this where we're presented with something we know is true.
Yes.
And because of the current climate, we have to be like, no, that's not true. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's double talk. It's double talk.
Yeah, it's 19.
100% is.
Like, right now, particularly in comedy, being Muslim is cool.
Yeah.
If you talk about any other fucking religion, if you made a fucking web series about being Catholic, it would get destroyed.
Oh, no one would watch it.
It would get stoned.
It would get stoned,
It would get
dude.
fucking stoned to death and drug away on a fucking Toyota.
It would get beheaded live on TV.
It would get tossed off a building for being gay. It would, if you made a Catholic web series, it would end up shooting up a bunch of Parisian cartoons. You would end, if you made a cartoon about it, alright, you get it. But no, there's like, if you make a web series or a show about Islam, or you do stand-up about Islam, about how devout you are, people are like, yes, this is beautiful. But if you make one about Christianity, they're like, what's wrong with you, you fucking idiot? God's not real.
You know what's weird, though? Everyone was defending those cartoonists after they got shot.
Yeah.
And you don't see many cartoons like that coming out, and no one really demanded them.
no,
If
that
you drop
shit
like an
works.
anti-Muslim cartoon, people are like, come on, man, what's going on? Like, you don't see a lot of Muslim satire.
Yeah, because you get beheaded.
True. So, it's like...
I know, don't get me wrong. It's effective. Same reason.
No, I'm not agreeing with...
Oh, finally.
guys do that. Like, I believe that after the football game ends, they're like, what should we watch? And it's some, like, Lost Civilization documentary, Rome documentary, aliens. Like, the guys that I know, that's actually what they do in their free time, so you're not wrong. Somebody said, ever since that one TikTok, all I think about is the Roman Empire. Somebody else said nothing like Roman Empiring with the boys.
The secret of the action is in the wrist.
Roman Empire and chill. Imagine.
Yeah, here's one. I think I'm a joke. Dude, I don't want to pay that all. That karma will fuck up every part of the holiday. Dude, Josh, let's go about that story. Yeah. I'm getting cleansed for those puppies I threw in the Helmet River. I remember that show. Yeah. It's gonna be fucking great.
Hey, you little dick. Parker! Are you the chaplain? Little fucking clean fault.
Warriors. There's always one.
Fox 1 actual. This is 6.
Fuck.
6, this is Fox COC. Stand by for actual. Fox 1, this is COC. 6 is looking for you.
Okay. Come on, man. What are we doing? Hold it. Go for an action.
Stand by to copy. Orno.